Chapter 1 Where the Dream Begins. Nakaman, together with Konan, you must survive no matter what. In front of Nagato, Yahiko's face was extremely real. He held Kyowo in his hand, and the pupils of the reincarnation eyes were wide open violently because of shock. But the shock was not because Yahiko rushed to Kwajuana without hesitation and was about to die, but because he changed from an outsider to an eyewitness. His name is Lin Feng, and he was revisiting the confrontation between Nagato and Hanzo at home. He was so sad that Nagato was manipulated by Madara and Obito for the rest of his life, and the result. I've traveled through time? I've traveled through time to Nagato, who was confronting Hanzo. Reality did not pause for half a second because of his hesitation. Yahiko, who was close to him, had a color of life in his eyes drifting rapidly, and a farewell smile appeared on the corner of his bloody mouth. You are the savior of this world. If you are, you will definitely really. Pu. Yahiko's body collapsed weakly on the ground, and the blood was soaked in the rain at Lin Feng's feet. Then, the cold raindrops turned into the only melody in the world. Lin Feng's pupils were like the one at that time, staring at Yu Yin's dim sky, but his thoughts were completely different. I really traveled through time and became Nagato. I can change Nagato's fate. I can replace Naruto and become the protagonist of the Naruto world. I can live a shameless life with my beloved Zionin. I can use my familiarity with the Naruto world to integrate resources to smash the precious things that the majority of Naruto fans love from the heart and regard as their youth during the Borutoki period, and then turn against Tien Gang, the so-called god of Otsutsuki and the so-called ninja technology. All of them were smashed and the ninja star, Dao, was erected again. What kind of ninja era has ended with my Nagato here? It will never end. He glanced at Yahiko's body on the ground and said to himself, rest in peace, Yahiko. I will live well with Konan, but not the two of us, but our children in the future. Yuiko. On the cliff, Zionin called out a shrill voice, pulling Lin Feng's thoughts back. Yes, what he is facing at this moment is the double siege of Hanzo and Danzo forces. In order to break this situation, Nagato ended up being disabled for life. The first test after time travel has come. Only survive. Only then is worthy of realizing his ambitions. From now on, Lin Feng in the third dimension is dead. Some are only Nagato in the Naruto world. Nagato. Do it. With Hanzo's order, Yu Yin attacked, and Shuriken and Cowhide came overwhelmed. Ding! Nagato subconsciously raised his palm and with the ability of the reincarnation eye, he shocked the attacking Kyowo. It bounced away? How did it do it? Yu Yinmen were shocked. Nagato's face was grim, because the moment just now, it was Nagato's last will that remain in this body. Next, it was all up to him. Looking at the helpless angel on the cliff, Nagato jumped up and hugged her into his arms. He didn't care about untying the rope that bound Zionin, so he flew backwards. So decisive, could he noticed my detonation fire formation? Hanzo retreated, his pupils shrank slightly. Don't try to escape. The next second, he stabilized his body and slapped the ground with his palm. Share. The detonation talisman buried underground, catching up with flames. Catch me up. Nagato hugged Konan tightly and jumped back with all his strength. Boom! He successfully avoided the explosion, but was hit hard by the stones rolled up by the explosion fire waves. Ding! The curved forehead guard was shaken away. After Nagato landed, he staggered a few steps and stood still with difficulty. The blood that emerged from the wound on his forehead flowed on Zionin's face. If I had no forehead protection to resist the impact, I was afraid that there would be a lot of danger just now. Is this a ninja battle? Nakaman, you. It's okay, I can't die. Nagato pulled off the rope that tied Konan. Stand behind me. Zionin gritted her teeth. At this moment, she could only choose to believe in the Nagato in front of her. Hanzo walked out of the smoke and dust and looked down at Nagato. Yes, I can actually escape from the move just now, but that's it. Swish. Nagato raised his eyes and glared at Hanzo. Seeing the eyes exposed in Nagato's hair, Hanzo's pupils suddenly tightened. Those eyes, you are not an ordinary little devil. Go together. Swish. The members of the Root and Yu Yinmen waved their ninja swords and fell from the sky. On the mountain in the distance, Obito, the initiator, narrowed his right eye cunningly. That's right, Nagato, in this situation, you have no choice but to use the sacrificial golem and use the trick of sacrifice. Release the true power of your reincarnation eye, and use it for my own use. Nagato buried his face deep in the shadow of red hair at this moment. If I die here, will I return to that boring reality? There is no reality of no relatives, no friends, no warmth. That kind of thing I definitely don't want it. Nagato suddenly raised his head, and his red hair fluttered in the wind. How? Nagato once unconsciously synchronized a monster, so Konan felt a premonition that something was about to happen and exclaimed, Nagam, you can't use that. Obito's eyes narrowed. Come on, heretic golem. Ka. But what happened the next second was completely beyond everyone's expectations. I saw golden chains burst through the ground from his back, breaking out and intertwining in midair, forcing all the approaching Yu Yinmen back. Obito was shocked. This is Vajra blockade. At the time of life and death, did he actually awaken the power of the Uzumaki clan? What a joke! Lin Feng, no, Nagato will not actually operate any ninjutsu at this moment, let alone a psychic golem. He can't even condense the seal of chakra. But because of this he was able to burst out with his sincere emotions and his belief in living as Nagato, which he had never awakened even Nagato. Living. I must live. I want to turn around Nagato's fate. I want to be the protagonist of this world. I save Konan, live a shameless life with her, and have a lot of children. I want to crush those pretentious people in the sky and set up the ninja's big penis again. These are not completed. How can I return to that cold reality? I'm so scared. The chains slammed the ground, as if they declared his arrival to this ninja world. Ayo! Echoing Nagato's rampage, he pierced Hanzo and Danzo's minions. What is that? Don't come over! In the tragic scream, countless minions were killed on the spot. Obito's eyes trembled. This scene was no less than his original Hell Chaos, and even made him feel a hint of fear for a long time. For a long time, I have only regarded him as a container for the Toei Yedis, and I forgot that he is the dignified Vortex clan. Click, click, click. Until the blood dyed the rain red, the earth was quiet. Nagato looked coldly at Hanzo, who was silent on the top of the cliff, and shouted loudly, Ayo! Click! The chains gathered and left Hanzo. I have the reincarnation eye and am also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Is Nagato? I underestimate you. Hanzo's eyes were dark, and the moment he tied his face, he raised his finger and formed a seal, the technique of instantaneous body. Boom! Under the white smoke screen, Hanzo escaped. As for Danzo, he had escaped when he saw that the momentum was not good. Crazy! The Vajra blockade slowly dissipated. Ha! Nagato supported the ground with one hand and gasped quickly. Nakaman Konan looked at his back in a complicated way. The blood kept gushing out of Nagato's forehead, blurred his vision. To be honest, he could hardly hold on, but he couldn't fall down at this moment. Because there is still a huge trouble waiting for him to solve. The guy who inherited Uchiha Madara's will and promoted today's killing game with one hand, intending to manipulate him. Uchiha, Obito. After calming down his breath, Nagato raised his bloody face, his eyes passed through the rain screen, and frozen the mountain in the distance. Mark, come down. Chapter 2 Mediation. A new direction. Marama, is he calling me? Obito was stunned for a moment and couldn't believe it. Nagato was calling him. Hey Ju, who was wrapped in aloe leaves with Baiju, said with a slight joking voice, "It looks like it's yes. He noticed that I was present. When did it start? Obito murmured to himself, his palm couldn't help but hold it up. Baiju said, "What should I do? Do you have to go over? Your statement is related to his trust. Swish. Obito pondered for a moment and sucked himself in with his divine power. Well, let's see how he can smooth things over. Ju sank into the ground immediately. Swish. Nakaman, through this battle, I believe you are more convinced. Obito, who regarded himself as Madara, appeared in front of Nagato and Konan with the power of God. His words were confident and deep. As the reincarnation of the six-path immortals, the eye-opener of the reincarnation the savior who can change the hopeless ninja world, is only you. The reason why I witnessed all this silently is to let you understand this on your own. I'm very sorry about Yahiko's death. But, it's precisely this rotten ninja world that killed him. Don't you think so? Nagato watched Obito's performance quietly, and really wanted to tear A-Fei's curly face away. He cursed at the face of bitterness and deep hatred, there is such a shameless person in the ninja world. But the situation does not allow it. At present, he still has to cooperate with the behind-the-scenes commander to perform this performance. In my mind, Nagato combined the original work and quickly sorted out the subtle positions of the two. After Obito inherited Madara's will, he came to Nagato. The latter used the identity of the six-path immortals as a guise, and packaged himself as a guider and brainwashed Nagato in succession. Nagato, who was eager to realize his dream and find a way out of peace, was almost moved by him. But Yahiko's rationality made him doubt the identity and purpose of this man who claimed to be a Madara and interfere with it. Therefore, Obito did not get what he wanted. He regarded Yahiko as a thorn in his eyes and kept looking for an opportunity to get rid of him. As the Third Ninja World War was coming to an end, Hanzo was bewitched by Danzo and planned a killing game against Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito took advantage of this. First, to remove Yahiko, a thorn in his side, and deepen Nagato's belief in his ideas. The second is to force Nagato into a desperate situation, synchronize the power of the heretic golem, and lay the foundation for Akatsuki to collect the tailed beasts. However, unexpectedly, something went wrong. Although Yahiko successfully got rid of it, Nagato broke the dead end with his own strength alone. What's even more embarrassing is that his wait-and-see behavior was exposed. At this moment, he hoped that Nagato was hit by Yahiko's death and took the initiative to seek cooperation. Grasping Obito's psychology, Nagato will take the initiative for himself next. At this moment, it is purely a search for death, and it is not strong enough. If he compromises and follows Obito, he will have to choose to be patient and disguise. It would be fine if he just does this. He will definitely lose a certain degree of freedom and will find it difficult to complete the life plan that has been initially presented in his heart. The above, turning against each other and compromising, will not work, so the third choice in front of you is imperative, that is, take a side. Marama, as you said, I do understand it, and I agree with what you said. Yahiko was killed by this rotten ninja world. Hearing this, Obito's covered mouth unconsciously raised. Is that true? Do you finally understand? So, are you willing to implement the UI plan? Of course I'm willing, but not now. Obito frowned and said, not now, when is that? Nagato turned his eyes to look at Yahiko's body, and said with a lonely expression, to me, Yahiko is an irreplaceable close friend. I need some time to remember his death. Obito remained silent. How long does it take for a period of time? Nagato lowered his eyes and pondered. Now it is 50 years for Konoha, and Obito will create the Kyushu Nine Tails Rebellion in 1 year. This work uses the time setting of the later Book of Formation, and the overall time is 3 years later than the early The Art of the Man. That will directly determine the direction of the ninja world and Nagato's own interests. Then, he will face a major choice by then, whether to let Obito successfully launch the Nine-Tail Rebellion. 2 years, no, how about a year? Obito shook his collar, a year isn't it too long, right? Nagato clenched his fists and said with a tough attitude, Marama, if you can make Yahiko live, I can help you now, absolutely nothing else. The air temporarily solidified, and the sound of rain was particularly clear. Obito's hand slowly lowered from the collar, and his eyes became deeper. Because he heard the meaning of angry. Nagato, is he questioning me if I don't save Yahiko? I can't make a mistake. Nagato never called me directly in the past, but respectfully called me Mr. Madara. Obito cannot turn against him at this moment. Because that does not conform to the character of leader he established for a long time in front of the Changman. More importantly, the latter's amazing performance today made him feel afraid. 1 year I can afford to wait. In the end, Obito compromised. Okay, Nagato, I'll give you a year. Nagato leaned over and picked up his forehead protection. Konan, take Yahiko with you, let's go. Konan rolled up Yahiko's body with a piece of paper, looked at Spot meaningfully, and left with Nagato's footsteps. In the rain, Obito looked at the red-haired back without saying a word. Goo 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 goo. An aloe vera head emerged from the ground, and dark words rang out, Nakaman, this kid, didn't follow our ideas at all. Obito clenched his palm hard, but on the other hand, the stronger his own strength, the greater the reward for us when the pupil power is truly awakened. Heiju, maybe, but the longer you wait, the more variables there will be. He shouldn't have been given a year. Obito's eyes slowly lowered, everything is for the overall situation. I have decided that in a year, I will force the Nagato spiritual heretic golem and perform a sacrifice ceremony at all costs. Well, I won't talk about this in advance, can I have a full meal first? Baiju, who was the same as Heiju, looked at the corpses everywhere, and his saliva was almost flowing down. It's up to you. Obito escaped into the vortex released by his right eye. Baiju, haha, this guy Obito has a very calm face, but in fact he has been furious in his heart. Heiju, it's different from the good boy Afei, Obito has a bad temper. In the dim sky, thunder was rolling and the rain was getting heavier. Zionin looked at Nagato's blood that kept bleeding while running, and said worriedly, Nagato, the wound on your head. Fine. Nagato was running, his thoughts were flowing. Obito possesses the power of divine power, would escape and Madara's legacy, including but not limited to Uchiha's forbidden technique, and Baiju's army. What I have is the power of the vortex, a pair of reincarnation eyes that do not belong to me, Konan, and the most comprehensive understanding of the Naruto world. No matter if I want to turn against Obito directly or temporarily join forces for the sake of interests, only with enough strength can I have enough voice. 1 year the way to become stronger step by step is, I can't understand it anymore, my greatest capital is the most comprehensive and throughout the world of Naruto. And if you want to transform those into power, no matter how you think about it you can't live without that person. Yes, that man who masters core technology. Orochimaru. Yes, Orochimaru. Only by finding him and striving for him as my firm ally can I achieve my goal, not only to face Uchiha Obito in a year, but also lay a solid foundation for the long years to come. After confirming the short-term goal, Nagato could no longer hold on and fell towards the mud in front of him. Nakaman. In exclamation, he fell into Zionin's soft arms. This wave is not a loss. Before losing consciousness, the corners of Nagato's mouth rose. Chapter 3 10 days later. After falling into a coma, Lin Feng had a dream, a very long dream. In the dream, he experienced everything the latter had from childhood to adulthood from Nagato himself, living peacefully with his parents in the village of Rain Country until the Second Ninja World War broke out and Rain Country became the battlefield of a great power. His parents were killed by Konoha ninja. He became a war orphan. Then in the fragmented country of Rain, he met 2 other war orphans Konan and Yahiko, and supported each other and survived a difficult but warm childhood. Encountering the three ninjas, worshipping Jala Yemen and starting year practice. After leaving his mentor, he gathered a group of like-minded companions to embark on the journey of dawn. In the end, it was frozen under the cliff, and the moment Yahiko fell. That is also the node where he travels through time. As the picture turned, he arrived in an ethereal world of light and shadow, and he himself became a blurred light and shadow. Nagato's body wrapped in white light was looking down at him expressionlessly. Is this a dream? I don't agree with this reality, how can I agree with it? Nagato's eyes were ferocious that made him palpitations. Boom! A strong wind blew and Nagato came. Damn it! Just like a nightmare state, Lin Feng was completely unable to move and had no idea what would happen next. Nagato's palm, who was seeking life, paused half a step away. At this moment, a dark purple vortex appeared behind him, and Nagato irresistible suction force was emitted. Until he was sucked in, Nagato was still murmured, I will never agree, this kind of thing. Boom! The vortex disappeared, and this illusory world of light and shadow burst out with glass-like cracks, and with a click sound, it completely returned to death. Ah! In the dark cave, Nagato shouted and woke up from his coma. Hey! Ha! Hey! Ha! He covered his bandaged forehead and gasped violently. Nakamen! Zionin, who heard the movement, ran over quickly, you finally woke up. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lin Feng no, now I have completely become Nagato in the true sense. Lin Feng has become a past tense in the true sense. No, it's okay. Nagato slowly lowered his palm and calmed down. Konan, how long have I been in a coma? 10 days and 10 nights. Zionin said heartbrokenly. What, it's only 10 days and 10 nights. Nagato opened his eyes wide. Zionin looked at him in surprise, why do you say that? No, nothing, I'm sleeping in a mess. Nagato hurriedly turned the topic away. So that's how it is. After fainting, I had a dream that was condensed to the extreme. I spent 10 days and 10 nights to experience the experience of Nagato for nearly 20 years. The level of meticulous experience is far from comparable to that performed in comic books and animations. But what was the last scene? He couldn't find a clue for a moment. But at least this dream filled his void and allowed him to truly inherit Nagato, including so far, Nagato's achievements as a ninja. Otherwise, he would be really not easy to be in front of Xiaonan. He has 6 attributes of chakra, and is proficient in all mainstream ninjutsu at the age of 10. Why did he suddenly know how to do ninjutsu? Was it possible to get hit in the head by stones, resulting in the loss of all ninjutsu? What a genius believes! This cave is dark and cramped, 10 days and 10 nights. Zionin takes care of him in a harsh environment, and he must always be alert to Hanzo's pursuit. The pressure can be imagined. Looking at Xiaonan's haggard face, he felt distressed. Xiaonan, you haven't had a moment of eyes these days. Look at you, you have panda eyes. It's okay. Zionin leaned against the wall, sat down slowly, holding his legs wrapped in black stockings, and said softly, I'll take a break and then rush the road. Can I? Xiaonan, go to bed, I'm here. Thank you. Xiaonan didn't even have the strength to adjust his posture and lie down. He closed his eyes and fell asleep against the wall. Outside the cave, it was raining and dense. Nagato looked at the angel face that was close to Konan, and couldn't help but stretch out his hand and gently rubbed her face with his fingertips. Does the girl's skin feel so beautiful? He wants to protect the beauty in front of him. Waiting for me. After coming outside the cave and observing the surrounding terrain, he took out the blank talisman and made 5 forbidden talismans on the spot, and posted them in 5 places around him. Then sealed 5 seals of barriers. With the forbidden talisman it is activated, centered on the cave, and becomes a pentagonal closed barrier, and the entrance to the cave is also closed. This will ensure Xionan's safety. Changmin jumped to the top of the mountain and looked up. In my memory, there are many small villages destroyed by war in this area. Let's go there to find some food. He was walking in the rain. When he passed the mountain where he fought with Hanzo, he caught a white-haired figure standing there. He stood firmly on a high place and looked at him. Teacher Jiraiya, at this time, has he been here? In this way, I heard about the death news of the three of us, so I will find out the truth. In the dream of 10 days and 10 nights, the memories of spending time together day and night also deepened Nagato's feelings for Jiraiya. An impulse flashed through my mind. If I go over now and put everything to the teacher, will my destiny change from now on? But after careful consideration, he still failed to take steps. The path I want to take is different from Nagato when I was once, but it is not what Mr. Jiraiya expected. This time, I am not going to let the world feel pain, but to give the world a final answer. The only thing I ensured is that the teacher will no longer sink into the deep of the Dead Sea like he used to. Nagato flashed away. Hey! Jiraiya turned his head as if he felt something, and vaguely saw a touch of red, Nagato. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, how is this possible? That child has already. The country of rain is full of bad memories. I will probably not come again in my lifetime. Jiraiya turned around and left. In the rain, his back was depressed, as if he was crying. Late at night, Xionan woke up in the cave. Nagato handed over the bread and water bag as soon as possible. Xionan, you're awake, eat something. These days, Xionan did not dare to leave this cave, for fear of a mistake and let Hanzo's pursuers take advantage of the situation. The water and military food pills I brought with me had been consumed for a long time and I hadn't eaten for several days. Have you eaten? Don't worry, I've eaten. Xionan took the bread and started eating it with water. When I went out looking for food, I met Teacher Jiraiya. Xionan opened his eyes wide. I probably heard the bad news and came to check the situation. I didn't tell him that we are still alive. That's how Xionan's eyes drooped, and he chewed the bread absent-mindedly. Nagato said in a low voice, the path we are going to take in the future must not be what the teacher hopes, so I think it's better not to meet at this time. Nakamen. Xionan slowly raised his eyes and said firmly, no matter what you do, I support your decision. Even if I am not recognized by everyone, I will stand firmly by your side. Thank you. Xionan has a dedicational personality and spirit of sacrifice. He watches the friendship and dreams of the three people in his heart, follows Nagato without regrets, and believes in his faith. Her actions and beliefs once depended on Nagato, but now, it depends on Nagato. Konan thought of the conversation between Nagato and Madara 10 days ago. At that time, she was immersed in the pain of Yahiko's death and had no time to think too much, but at this moment. Nakamen, there is something I actually care about. Ah, I know. Before that, I'll solve a problem. Nagato raised his palm and pointed it at the dark corner of the cave. Swish! Baiju, who was hiding there, was pulled out of the wall and flew towards Nagato. Can you sense me? Baiju was shocked. Nagato pinched its head with his palm. After dying about survival, Baiju hurriedly said, wait, your own people, I am. Nagato said coldly in his heart, ah, of course I know that you were sent by Obito, and you came just right, because I was worried about where to find Orochimaru. His reincarnation eye flows with light. The Way of the Earth. Chapter 4, An Unexpected Candidate in the Animal Realm. I didn't know where Orochimaru was now. I really deserve to be the man I like. But fortunately, I guided me to find the clues to Orochimaru and successfully obtained them. Swish! Pu! Baiju fell down. Nagato looked at the white flock in his hand and murmured, sure enough, Baiju also has a soul. The right to use Baiju is in Obito's hands. Perhaps, this white corpse and soul will be of great use in the future. Let's seal it up for now. Hell Road. Swish. In the purple earth fire, the king of hell was burning and the Changman threw Baiju's corpse and soul into it, and then sank into the ground and disappeared. Nakaman, that was just now. Zionin looked in surprise. That guy was sent to monitor us. I know what I'm talking about is the ability you just used. Oh. This is the ability of the 6 realms of the reincarnation eye. After waking up from injury this time, I can use it, but I am still not skilled and need to be polished in actual combat. That's it, Zionin thought to himself. After the power burst out in the battle with Hanzo, not only Chakra, but Nagato's control over the Samanian also improved. Nagato sighed, thanks to that dream, I have become a ninja both physically and mentally. Otherwise, I would have to go through many twists and turns to this point. But the food God has given me may end here. Next, I need to move forward with my feet on the ground. Zionin, I'll tell you now why you have to join with the mask a year later. In the dim nest, huge golems stand, countless white pricks hanging in the air. Aloe's head slowly emerged from the golem, bringing unpleasant news. The clone of the surveillance Nagato was killed. Obito's pupils flashed. That guy is warning us. What should I do? Do I need to continue to send my clones to monitor me? There is no need for this. Not only that, you must take the initiative to retreat where Nagato appears in the future. Hey, we'll be passive. It's okay. I've figured it out. In just 1 year, even if he is allowed to grow, it won't be beyond our control. Besides, in my layout, there is not only Nagato. After saying that, Obito escaped into the vortex of divine power. Baiju, I ran to Konoha again to see his rival visiting the grave of his beloved. Heiju, let me tell you that the most important thing he should do is to take back the left eye left behind Kakashi and get a pair of them. Baiju, that's right, I can't imagine that those eyes are coming together. Who is his opponent in the ninja world? Heiju, a young man with mental cleanliness is really a headache. Baiju, don't forget that we share one head. In the cave, Zionin was shocked when he heard the truth. Marama, even though he knew Hanzo and Danzo were joining forces to siege, he still watched all this happen. I only realized the reason when I found out that he was watching halfway through. Yahiko repeatedly prevented him from approaching me, and he regarded Yahiko as a thorn in his side. Infinite Moon reading, his passionate voice and emotion are all about us. Even I was lost for a while. It was Yahiko's death that made me see clearly. This must be Madara's scam. He just wants to use my reincarnation eye to satisfy his personal ambitions. Nagato did not be arrogant and told Konan everything he saw from the perspective of God. Instead, he stood from the existing perspective of Nagato and made the reasoning and reflection that a rational normal person should do. He thought this was the safest way. Let Zionin understand his future actions and behavior without any unnecessary ideological burden. Nakaman, during your coma, I tried to contact the Big Buddha and Hinasuke, but there was no reply. I thought they were killed by Hanzo, but now it seems that Madara's good thing. Damn it, Yahiko and everyone, they were actually given a gift from such a person. Zionin clenched his fists and said, gritting his teeth. I can't completely turn against him at the moment, nor can I be controlled by him, so I get a 1-year buffer period through negotiations. Zionin looked at him. Are you going to go to war with him in a year? Nagato said, it depends on the situation. But at least, I will gain the strength to challenge him through this year. A year is too hasty. Zionin secretly made up his mind, I can't just let Nagato bear these things alone, I have to use my own way to help him. Nagato, let go, I will help you with all my strength. Konan, take me to meet Yahiko. I haven't seen him since I woke up. Zionin's expression dimmed and his eyes turned to the depths of the cave. Deep in the cave, under the rock wall of the stalactites, several eternal lights are on. In the coffin filled with paper flowers, Yahiko held both hands in front of her chest, quietly and forever sleeping. Xionan gently stroked Yahiko's cold cheeks, unable to suppress her sadness anymore, and she burst into tears. Lin Feng felt mixed feelings in his heart, looking at Miyako's face and remembering him in his heart. Not just as a loyal fan of Naruto, he appreciates the characters. Moreover, his life experience is also an orphan in reality. Moreover, his experience is even more miserable. He was abandoned by his parents since he was born and grew up in an orphanage. Because of his introverted personality, he did not have companions like Yahiko and Konan. He had been bullied and became autistic for a time and wanted to commit suicide. In the darkest moments of his life, he came into contact with the anime of Naruto and was out of control since then. What touched him the most was not Naruto's cheerfulness, Sasuke's coldness, Obito's madness, Madara's arrogance, but the friendship between the three orphans of Yohamura and the support of each other in troubled times. By the way, Xionan is his cross-dimensional white moonlight, the only one. He also longed to have friends like Yahiko, but unfortunately he failed to get what he wanted in the end. Yahiko, if there were friends like you in reality, I probably wouldn't yearn for the world of the two-dimensional world so much. But I'm going to live for myself after all, so I don't plan to resurrect you. Although you who are alive cannot participate in my journey, I will let you who are dead be with us forever as the pain heaven. When Xionan's crying stopped, Lin Feng no, Nagato put his hand gently on her shoulder. Konan, although Yahiko is gone, he will still stay by our side. Long door, what you said. I have a technique that can ensure that the dead stay in the world for a long time and can act like a living person. Under Xionan's shocked gaze, a black rod slowly slid down under the cuffs of his robe. Half an hour later, Tiendeo Yahiko stood up from the coffin. Looking at the familiar and strange person in front of me, Xiaonan felt a little relieved. Does this technique have a name? Nagato stroked his back neck, which was covered by his collar, and a short black rod was bulging. This was a chakra transmitter, echoing the receiver on pain. Nagato, who was disabled at the time, had black sticks on his back. Now he has a healthy body, and he awakens the power of the vortex early, so it doesn't need to be so complicated. This technique is called the Six Paths. It is born in pain and moves forward in death. Its product is called pain. Yuiko is the highest way of heaven among the six paths of pain. Pen 6 ways, that is, there are still the remaining 5 ways? Do you need another 5 corpses? Yes. In the original work, Nagato carried forward the 6 paths of pain because of his lack of mobility. But the superiority of pain's technique brings more than just the advantages of mobility. Nagato decided to inherit this technique and optimize and improve his weaknesses in actual combat in order to carry forward it. Generally speaking, the most critical of the 6 realms is the way of heaven, but the way of hell. But in the eyes of Nagato, it is the animal realm. Nagato himself can also replace the function of resurrecting pain in hell. And the animal realm can communicate with the human. The animal realm can replace the function of time and space ninjutsu to a certain extent. So, it is the second indispensable thing besides the way of heaven. In addition, because of the above functions, the animal realm will definitely accompany him and Xionan the most often, and it is better to choose women. Unfortunately, the lowly Deo that Naruto fans often talk about, also known as the rain ninja called Purple Sunflower, has not yet been born. But Nagato already has the candidate for Lolideo, and it is ready-made. In addition to finding clues about Orochimaru, I also successfully read the place where he buried her. Nagato's lips raised. Obito, aren't you going to create a world of AI Lin again? Then, I'll let Lin become my pen beast path. Chapter 5 Humans and Animals Are Harmless. From the Rain Country, heading westward, across the Bird Country, a 3-day trip, Nagato and Konan arrive at the area at the junction of the Land Country and the Wind Country. There is no land under its jurisdiction here, and due to climate, it is rarely visited. Climb the mountains and ridges and come to an inland lake. There is an island in the middle of the lake, and there is a temple on the island. There is a talisman at the shrine at the entrance of the temple. Nagato stopped and stared at the talisman. The talisman is a barrier technique and the nature of fire escape. Once someone steps into the temple, it will trigger a barrier. Is Uchiha fire flame array? This is definitely the case. Xiaonan, retreat. Nagato walked forward and pointed his hand at the talisman from the air. Hungry Ghost Realm sealing technique to absorb seals. Swish! A hemispherical sealing barrier formed in front of his palm. When the barrier touched the talisman, it absorbed the magic tricks on it. The invalid spell talisman burns to ashes. Nagamon and Xionan climbed up the stone steps and pushed open the temple gate. Looking at the huge object displayed in the temple, Xionan showed a puzzled expression. Shell. No, it's a coffin made of shells. Nagato remembers that the information book mentioned that the items Lin liked to collect during his lifetime were shells. Xionan sighed. It seems that there is a girl in the coffin. Nagato said, "Common, if you are not used to this kind of thing, just wait for me outside." "No, since you do this, you must have your reasons. Otherwise, you wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles and followed Baiju's information." "That's right. Baiju's information shows that this girl was once the three-tailed guru Riki, and she must have something extraordinary." Three Tails Renchu Riki. Xionan's mind showed the image of a burly tomboy. As the shell coffin opened, Lin's true face appeared, and Xionan's face was so wonderful. It's really unimaginable that she was such a petite and cute girl. She was once regarded as a container for the three tails. Lin's burial time was not long, and Obito had some anti-corrosion treatment, and her appearance was no different from her life. "Nakaman, if it is inconvenient, let me do it. When I made the way of heaven, I also knew how to operate it. As a woman, I should know how to decorate so as not to affect my beauty." Nagato accepted happily. "That's really great." Ding dong dong. From his sleeves, black sticks of different sizes and shapes were taken off. Offended. Xionan stepped forward to remove Lin's clothes, looked at the hollowness in her left chest, and couldn't help but worry. Is it still useful to be injured like this? Nagato said, "It's okay. After making it into pain, I can use the Hell Road to repair it." "That's good." Xionan got busy. The whole process was used half an hour. "Nakaman, do you think this is okay?" After finishing, Xionan wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "It's simply amazing!" Nagato exclaimed. "I saw that on Lin's face." Xionan only used 3 black sticks, which were located between the eyebrow bones above the bridge of the nose and the purple pattern on his cheeks. In addition, 2 small barbs were dotted on his lips, like little tiger teeth. As for physical matters, I won't say much. In order to ensure the efficiency of chakra reception, this is essential. Let's see what the finished product is like. Hell Road. Nagato summoned the King of Hell out of prison and swallowed Lin. Soon, a small and delicate figure walked out. Lin put on the Yuyan black robe that was the same as Nagato and Xionan. The hair color turned golden. The eyes became the eyes of reincarnation. Consciousness belongs to Nagato. The voice is Lin's. Pen's Beast Path, complete. Picture later. The main feature of this work is high quality and completion. Xionan sighed. This kind of cute face that is harmless and indifferent to humans and animals may be able to confuse the enemy. Unfortunately, Xionan, that's not the case. This face is only for the destined person. Nagato took out a cat face mask and wore it on Lin's face. "Obito, I really don't know. You who like to deceive the world with masks, what kind of expression will you look like when you see the face under this mask? At that time, I must take off your mask and take a look." Nagato's malice towards Obito is because in the original work, he was the one who killed Konan. He can't forget, the bridge to peace. This is a personal grudge, but is it guilty? Leave the nameless land? Zionin asked, where will we go next? Nagato looked into the direction of the Wind Kingdom. During his coma, the Third Ninja World War had officially ended. The direct reason is that Yun and Sor joined forces to fight Konoha, the final decisive battle with Konoha, the battle of the 3 generations of Feng Ying in the hidden village of Sor, ended in a hurry. The whereabouts of the Red Scorpion were not hidden from the eyes and ears of the beginning. Red Sand Scorpion, the strongest genius ninja in the history of Sandang. Are you thinking of recruiting him as our Akira's companion? I don't have that plan for the time being. I just want to inquire about the whereabouts of a person with Scorpion, a person who is extremely important to our future development. Yes, Scorpion has been searching for Orochimaru's whereabouts for some reason. At present, the clue that can be found in Orochimaru is the Scorpion. The psychic technique. Pen's beast path, he communicated with the spirit and came out of the Yata bird, and Lin stood in front. Tiendao sat behind, investigating the situation. Nagato accompanied Zionin and sat in the middle. The Yata bird soared into the sky and flew towards the desert of the Kingdom of Wind. Nagato took out the hat he bought along the way with the mask. The wind and sand in front will be very strong, let's put on the hat. Xiaonan smiled and said, it seems that you have a clear idea of this trip before you set out. Nagato smiled and said, by the way, Konan, how long has it been since you took a hot spring? Zionin recalled, it's been a long time. I have never been there since I graduated from my studies with teacher Jiraiya. Then after we have met Scorpion, let's go to a hot spring for a long time. Zionin smiled and said, this proposal sounds very good. Boom! The Yata bird passed through the clouds and rushed into the flying sand. In the evening, deep in the desert of the Wind Kingdom, Nagato looked at a sand dune. It seems we were coming at the right time. Bang! The Yata bird disappeared. Several people landed on the sand dunes in the distance. Wait quietly for the people inside to complete his most satisfactory work. Late at night, a strange noise came from the tight wind. A black shadow appeared outside the sand dunes and slowly dragged on the ground. Seeing his slightly ferocious face, Zionin was puzzled, that's a scorpion. Nagato smiled and said, no, scorpion likes to hide its true body in the puppet. Fei Liuhe finally saw it with his own eyes. Try the water with pain first. Swish! Swish! The heavenly Dao and the animal Dao jumped to block Fei Liuhe's way. Fei Liuhe stared indifferently at the front, and his low voice came from it, what's the matter, you? Pen Tiendao slowly stepped forward and stood in front of Pen Lin, referred to as Perrin, I want to ask you about someone. Oh roar! It seems that you know who I am. Fei Liuhe glanced at her pupils, wanting to confirm whether she was the pursuer in the sand village ambushed. I'm sorry, the person you want to inquire can't find it. Obviously, Scorpion was wrong and believed that the 2 people in front of him were sand ninjas who came to find out the whereabouts of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying. You are all going to die here and become my collection. Swish! After saying that, Fei Liuhe turned into a black shadow and went around directly behind Pylon. Let's deal with this little girl who looks like Enbu. Tiendao turned around and stared, it's so fast. Fei Liuhe. Countless poison needles shot down, and it was almost impossible to avoid them. But Perrin, facing forward, suddenly squatted with lightning, and his little hand hit the sand in front of him, psychic technique. Boom! The giant panda stone statue standing behind her completely resisted the poisonous needle. Nanny! Scorpion in shock, he flew to the sand dune by the bullfighting rising from the white smoke. Swish! Pen Tiendao raised his palm. All things are in the sky. Swish! The Fei Liuhe puppet was captured by irresistible gravity, and with a click, it hit the other hand of the heavenly Dao and stabbed it out. It's really a hell. Swishy its body, on the black rod, scattered into sand. Tiandao raised his eyes and looked at the depression of the sand dune. Are you exchanging the sand substitute in an instant? It's really extraordinary. Where will you attack? Click. From the sand, Fei Liuhu's righteous hand bounced up like thunder. Fei Liuhu Yazuqian Ben. The built-in machine cannon of Yishao ejected poison needles in all directions. Tiandao and Perlin retreated quickly. Bang! At this time, a cluster of poisonous smoke emerged, covering the way of heaven. Boom! Fei Liuhu's true body exploded from Pylin's eyes, and the tail thorn hidden in the grimace at the tail ruthlessly penetrated Lin's body. It's true that this is true. I just discovered that you have the same eyes. Combined with the little girl's behavior, your vision is mutually interconnected, right? Bang! The psychic bullfighting disappeared into the white smoke. Kill one first. Fei Liuhu threw Perlin out with his tail thorn, and looked at the sky coldly and said, "Next, it's your turn." Is that true? Tiandao looked smiling and raised his palm. That gesture is another trick that looks like a person who is sucking people from afar. It's quite tricky, let's get a distance first. Boom! Fei Liuhu used his tail thorn to lift up a large amount of sand and dust, and with the cover, he retreated backwards. Don't be nervous, I just raised my hand. Tiandao put down his palm. Swish! Fei Liuhu moved highly in the sand and never dared to approach him easily. Yes, I just need to delay time. He inhaled my poisonous smoke and was about to die. But when will Saiyan have such a guy come out? I really want to thank them for sending me to another collection. Just as Scorpion was complacent and had a wishful thinking, he did not notice that Perrin, who was killed by him, was gone. Swish! On the sand dune in the distance, Nagato resurrected Perrin with hell. Xionan said, "The two pains look a little tight. Are we going to join the war?" Pylon smiled cleverly and said, "Pen's combat effectiveness not only depends on quantity, but also on tactics. Look at me, he is a secret." Fei Liuhu moved rapidly in the desert, closely watching the way of heaven, gradually discovering. It's not right. Logically speaking, he should have poisoned him, so why are he still standing safely? Can he not be affected by poisons? Try it out. He was about to rush forward and put some pressure on the heavenly way, but suddenly its body stopped abruptly, as if there was something invisible that tightly bound him. Nanny! Immediately afterwards, his body was lifted into the air. So! The giant chameleon hiding appeared behind him. Psychic beast, I remember the trick that the little girl used was. His eyes turned to the distance, and he was shocked, the little girl's body is gone. Swish! At this moment, Pen's heavenly Dao soared into the air, his palm facing Fei Liuhu's hideous face. Show your true body, Scorpion. Shenluo Tianzheng. Chapter 6. The person I am looking for is. Boom! The powerful repulsive force hit Fei Liuhu with his face. The defensive power that you are proud of cannot bear. Click! Click! Fei Liuhu was shattered in an instant, and at the moment of bursting, a figure covered in a grey robe quickly moved back. Boom! The aftermath of Shenluo Tianzheng bombarded the chameleon, causing the latter to disappear from the white smoke. The one who should have fallen from the white smoke was the dead Perlin. I see. When he saw this scene, the scorpion muttered to himself, quickly moved after landing, stood firm in the distance, and slowly pulled away the grey robe covering his face, and the face of the beautiful boy appeared. Xiaonan was surprised, that's... Nagato smiled and said, yes, the true appearance of the red sand scorpion. Wow! The wind and sand are still there. In this wave of battle, he broke Fei Liuhu. The opponent is safe and sound. The scorpion's expression was a little solemn, sharing vision, immunity from poison, resurrection from death, powerful psychics, and the ability to manipulate gravity and repulsion. The preconceived judgment was also broken at this moment. You aren't Sakai's people, aren't you? Tiendao said, I have never said that I am a samadhi. So, I thought you were the newly appointed Lord Fengying who was sent to find this guy. Scorpion smiled and showed a scroll. On the scroll, the word 3 is particularly eye-catching. Nagato asked with the mouth of the heavenly way, knowingly, this is the strongest 3 generations of wind shadows in history, the strongest collection I am proud of. You are about to see the true meaning of my puppet art. The 2 fingers of the scorpion are sealed, the human puppet and the 3rd generation of Fengying are on the stage strongly. Xionan was surprised. Scorpion, he turned the 3rd generation Fengying into a puppet. Nagato said, it seems so. Xionan said, 3 generations of wind shadows are known as the strongest wind shadows in history. Even such people are dead. In the hands of the scorpion. Nagato smiled and said nothing. In the original work, Scorpion's battle to enter the Akira was responsible for Xionan, and the winner was self-evident. But based on the timeline, it may be a few years later. In other words, Xiaonan's future strength will inevitably be above Scorpion. It may be the strongest in history, but it may be exaggerated. I think the strongest is the one who can fight at the same time as the first Naruto, and the first Mitsukoshi. Maybe. The 2 of them looked at the battle together. In the wind and sand, the scorpion's body was tilted, and the chakra thread released by its 10 fingers was tied to the 3 generations of puppets in the air. He glanced at the 2 of them and analyzed calmly, in contrast, men's abilities are more difficult. Let them separate first and then defeat them one by one. Start the show. Swish. He followed 10 commands, and 3 generations of human puppets rushed down and poked out his left arm. 1,000 hands practice martial arts. Crack. From the talisman on the left arm, thousands of arms were released, like gourd vines entangled forward. Tiendao and Pylon both avoided. Swish. From those thousands of arms, the overwhelming kunao shot towards the heavenly way. The way of heaven retreated and his eyes suddenly condensed. Shenluo Tianzheng. Ding! All the kunao attacked him were bounced away. Yaxi. Next is to block the field of vision. The scorpion's 10 fingers changed, and a large amount of poisonous fog erupted from the Qian Shao Kohu device. The little girl is alone. This time, I will really kill her. The 3rd generation of Fengying formed a seal, and a large amount of sand and iron was released from his mouth. Are you coming? That trick Pylon made a seal with her little hand. Magnetic escape sand and iron rain. The sand iron in the free air suddenly turned into a fine needle, and flew towards the lonely Perlin with a overwhelming momentum. If you can block it, just try it. The power and scale of this move are not comparable to those of the needle BA wave. Psychic technique. Bang! With Perrin's seal, what appeared in front of him was Pen, the way of heaven. Shenluo Tianzheng. Dang the sand and iron rains, and it immediately dissipates. He actually used spiritual skills to summon her companions. Another unexpected ability, Scorpion was stunned for a few seconds. Tiendao raised his hand and aimed at the 3rd generation of Fengying hovering in the air. Not good. The Scorpion, who came back to his senses, quickly manipulated the 3rd generation of Fengying to form a defense of the iron wall. Boom! The iron wall of sand collapsed after taking advantage of the power of Shenluo Tianzheng. In a short period of time, it was impossible to reorganize the defense. No, if he makes up for one blow, the 3rd generation of puppets will not be able to stop it. Scorpion's face changed suddenly, but he didn't wait to finish the attack. Why he didn't make another blow? This is an excellent opportunity to counter my fault. In a trance, Scorpion noticed something. Could it be his trick cannot be used continuously in a short period of time? If that's the case, my chance is here. Wow! The free sand iron quickly condensed into a pyramid form, and rushed towards the heavenly way. It's worthy of being a scorpion, it's so fast. Tiandao raised his palm. But it's still a step slower. Shenluo Tianzheng. Ding. Seeing the broken iron pyramid, the scorpion's face was low. In the blank period, kill him and take advantage of the present. The scorpion swayed 10 fingers, and the 3 generations of human puppet unfolded its right arm and rushed down. Nagato looked at the approaching blade with his eyes of the heavenly Dao, and his mind was rotating. I thought Nagato never used basic ninjutsu when using pain to fight. I didn't have it, but it was not the case. He was too arrogant about the ability of the reincarnation eye and the 6 paths of pain. He claimed to be invincible, so he would forget that ordinary is also an indispensable force. And I won't make his mistake. Pen, start to make a seal. Water escape and water chaos. Wow! The explosive water erupted from his mouth, washed over the body of the 3rd generation Feng Ying, blocking his approach. Zionan's eyes flashed. That is Yahiko's best ninjutsu. It's simply outrageous. Scorpion was completely impatient. The sand iron around the 3rd generation of Wind Shadows was at this moment, an unprecedented riot occurred. Tiandao stares, the sand iron realm method, the ultimate mystery of sand iron magnetic escape, the scale of this move, the ordinary Shenluo Tianzheng, may be difficult to expel it at one time, so. Bang! Pylon made a seal with a small hand, stepped forward, and slapped the back of Tiandao, Zi. The engraving of the psychic technique extended. This trick was inspired by Lalideo through Iboxi. Pain has no pain, so I developed it into this technique for surprise attacks. Psychic technique dog bite and swallow prison. Ao! The head of the hellhound roared in front of Tiandao's chest, opened his bloody mouth, and unreasonably swallowed the puppet of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying into his belly. Too fast, too suddenly, so there is no room for avoidance. Crack! The long thorns that emerged from the body of the Iron Realm technique turned the hellhound into a hedgehog in an instant. Boom! Tiandao rushed forward with 1 step, and his arm penetrated into the flesh and blood of the hellhound. Destroy! Shenluo Tianzheng, boom! The hellhound exploded and died. The sand iron storm formed by the shattered iron world magic swept the fragments of the 3 generations of Wind Shadow puppets and ravaged in this desert. These guys are definitely not humans, and it is absolutely impossible for humans to use this kind of random fighting method. A sudden light of inspiration appeared in the scorpion's mind. If these 2 guys, like my Fei Liuhu and the 3rd generation Feng Ying, are all human puppets, then they must exist to secretly manipulate their bodies. Swish! Its eyes suddenly turned behind it, and on the hills in the distance, they found Nagato and Konan. Ha 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 ha, I've found you! Scorpion showed a hideous smile and rushed towards the hill. Nakaman, he discovered us. Nagato sighed, only he can detect Pen's secret so quickly. So that's it. That's the case, everything makes sense. While running, the scorpion lifted up his robe and exposed the modified puppet body. The scorpion died at the age of 35. At this moment, he was 19-20 years old. The age of the puppet body was 15 years old, so at this time, he has transformed himself into a human puppet. No matter what, you can't surpass me. Just rely on me to transform myself into an eternal puppet. Boom! The scorpion soared into the air, and the waist spiraled open on his back and attacked Nagato. It's over. The ability of the heavenly Dao was temporarily undermined by pain, but Nagato raised his head and a light suddenly appeared in the Rinnegan eye. You are not the only one who can fight with your own body. Shura Dao. Nagato's right shoulder suddenly summoned 2 mechanical arms, one of which strangled the scorpion's throat, cut the wrist, and an octopus claw-like mechanical cable emerged from it, tightly wrapped around the scorpion's body, making it impossible for him to use the puppet mechanism. What? In the scorpion's horrified gaze, another mechanical arm began to break, and the precise mechanical structure changed in dazzle, turning into a mechanical hand cannon, turning close to the scorpion's face, and began to accumulate energy with the sound of popularity. The attack of Shura. From the faint purple light that fluctuated in front of him, the scorpion felt the breath of destruction. What do you think? Scorpion's pupils were shaking. As a performer, he felt the gap in the dimensions in the same field for the first time. He had no doubt that if the energy cannon in front of him fired, the regeneration core in his chest, together with the body of this puppet, would be bombarded so that there would be no residue left. Now, are you satisfied? Scorpion. I lost, you kill me. Without any temper, Scorpion is convinced. Nagato looked at the depressed Scorpion in front of him and said, "You misunderstood, Scorpion. I was not here to take your life, I just wanted to inquire with you." Ah! At first, Scorpion thought preconceived that the other party was Sakai's man to inquire about the whereabouts of the missing third-generation Feng Ying. Later, I realized that the other party's identity was not Sai Yin, so I thought that inquiring about it was just a cover. Tell me, as long as I know the information, I will definitely tell you. Good. Nagato put away the Shuradeo mechanism armor and put down the scorpion. Zhen Sheng asked, "The person I am looking for is Orochimaru." Chapter 7, Hot Spring Time. Orochimaru. When Nagato said this name, Konan's pupils were shocked. Scorpion smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, why did you think of coming to me to find out about that guy? Some gossip. There was a holiday between you and you were investigating his whereabouts. In fact, I don't know if it's true." Scorpion's eyes sank. That guy is trying to use his living body to pursue the power of immortality. In my opinion, he is a wrong way. What qualifications do a short-sighted person who has not even seen through the life and death of the body have to pursue eternity? In my eyes, this is a blasphemy to eternity. How can I tolerate such a person and survive in this world? A gust of wind blew, and Nagato looked at the scorpion quietly. So that's it. Does Scorpion's evil thoughts about Orochimaru come from his attachment to eternal art? Scorpion, the following is just my personal opinion, and does not represent the truth. Life and death are a binary opposition view, like Orochimaru is obsessed with the eternity of life, while what you are obsessed with is the eternity of DEA. Neither of you has transcended life and death yet. Neimen Konan looked at Nagato incredibly, never imagined that he could say this. And Scorpion, because of Nagato's words, fell into thinking for a long time. Your point of view is very novel. Although I cannot fully agree with it, I will use it as a reference. Nagato smiled, "It's good to help you." Scorpion said seriously, "I don't know about Orochimaru's current hiding place. He only knows that he just defected to Konoha not long ago, but..." Nagato was waiting for the Scorpion's following with a calm expression. "Orochimaru, before defecting to Konoha, that guy took a war orphan called Pharmacist and regarded it as a capable subordinate. But he didn't know that Pharmacist Do was actually mine." "Oh? How did he become your person?" Nagato asked curiously. This incident was mentioned in the original work, but did not elaborate on the instinct. Scorpion said, "During the just concluded ninja war, Pharmacist Deo was sent as a spy by Konoha's Danzo. Traveling around countries. While he wandered around the Wind Country, I felt that this guy's identity and ability were useful to me, so he implanted the underbrain sanding sand in his brain in case of emergency. What surprised me was that Orochimaru also took a fancy to him. For me, it was an unexpected gain. By diving into the brain and fucking sand, I can sense Do's current location, in the Kayan area." Konan said, "In other words, is Orochimaru also in the Kingdom of Grass?" Scorpion shook his head and said, "No, Orochimaru's strongholds are all over the 5 major ninja countries. He is not always with Do. But it's certain that Takara must have known Orochimaru's whereabouts. As long as I untie the seal of the hidden brain sanding sand, I will immediately get Do to help me and learn about Orochimaru's whereabouts. So that's it. Scorpion, are you willing to help me find Orochimaru? As a loser, I don't seem to have the right to refuse, right? Nagato smiled and said, it's okay, you can refuse. Besides, in this battle, you didn't use all your cards, right? This guy knows me very much in detail. Scorpion pondered, okay, I will help you with this when you say this to you. Until you find Orochimaru, I just don't like waiting for others, nor do I like to let others wait for me. Let's take action separately. 3 days later, we will meet at Kayentiendi Bridge. Okay, just do it. Then, I'll take action first. The scorpion turned and left. Wait, Nagato stopped him at this moment. What? Scorpion stopped and looked back. The wind and sand were raging, and the atmosphere for a moment, it became a little nervous again. To prevent emergencies, Zionin is also on guard. At this time, Nagato scratched his head, that's the country of wind, is there any hot spring bath? The air suddenly quiet. Sorry, shouldn't I ask you, your puppet body shouldn't feel the heat of the hot spring, right? The desert of the Wind Kingdom is the only natural water vein. There is a hot spring hotel in the village by the Daikin River. It can be booked for 100,000 taels of silver. After saying that, Scorpion added, also, the puppet body can also be used to soak in a hot spring. After saying that, he jumped into the wind and sand. Nagato and Konan came to the side of the 3 generations of Feng-Ying puppets who were about to be buried by the wind and sand. Scorpion hasn't even recycled this. Zionin is more concerned about, Scorpion shouldn't pretend to promise you, just leave like that, right? Nagato smiled slightly, no, he is a real artist and will never refuse the opportunity to sublimate art. Hell Road. Boom. While the chewing of the King of Hell, the 3 generations of Feng Ying's human puppet appeared in a brand new look. Zionin was surprised, can the puppet actually be made into pain? Nagato said, a human puppet is actually equivalent to a corpse. Before I get that guy, let it be my Penshura Taoist for the time being. That's right, that guy, in Nagato's mind, there is already a candidate for Penshura. Konan asked, after that being said, Nagato, why did you find Orochimaru? Nagato looked at the sky of the night and said meaningfully, half of my future lies in that man. Late at night, in the country of wind, the village by the river of the Daikin River, Changman found the hot spring hotel in the mouth of Scorpion. Nanfan Tang Chuan, looking at the hotel's plaque, Nagato showed a knowing smile. This name is really good. Zionin used 100,000 taels to book the venue. Before the watershed of men's soup and women's soup, she smiled and suggested, Nakaman, since she is here, just let Pain take a bar together. The journey through the desert should have been stained with a lot of sand and dust. What made her offer was Scorpion's words, the puppet body can also be used to soak in hot springs. Well, others it's good to say, but there is only one thing that is difficult to make a choice. Pylon walked forward and asked for instructions with a disgusting expression, that Zionin, should I get men's soup or women's soup? Zionin's eyes flashed slightly, well. In the middle of the night, Nagato was lying on the bed in the hotel, tossing and turning, his mind full of scenes in the mist. So Nagato put on a kimono and came to the courtyard, wanting to blow the evening breeze and calm down his heart. But unexpectedly, Zionin also stood in the courtyard wearing a thin middle robe. This he came out to disperse the fire, but now he became angry. After calming down, Nagato asked, Zionin, have you not slept? Chapter 8, The Agreement Between the Heaven and Earth Bridge. Yet. I can't sleep. Konan's side face was very quiet, but Nagato read inexplicably sadness. It's better not to come out of the pain of Yahiko's death. Nagato sighed lightly in his heart, and the distracting thoughts in his mind were completely calmed down at this moment. There is no flower before the moon, now he and Zionin are displaced and wandering in a foreign land. There is not even a place to call it home. Make a living first, then make love. I can't sleep either. He walked to Xionin. Today's fight with Scorpion made me discover one of Pen's big weaknesses. Please accompany me to improve. Xionin looked at him and his eyes suddenly became brighter. The two were in the courtyard, and they set off. When the Scorpion attacked with its original body, my first reaction was to use the ability of the Heavenly Dao to bounce him away, but at this time I found that the ability of the Heavenly Dao was undermined by pain. As Pen's number increases, my ability to be superseded will also increase. Xionin lowered his eyes and pondered, can you be too worried? If Pain's 6 paths were formed, it would be completely invincible in my opinion. Nagato smiled and said, Pen's strength lies in his secrets, but there is no airtight wall in the world. In the ninja world, many capable people emerge, and secrets will always be revealed one day, so it is particularly important to prepare for the future. Xionin nodded with consent, that's true, Nagato, you are so forward-looking now. So, what is the way to get Pen's power back to its original body? Nagato said, actually it's very simple. Just interrupt the transmission. Pain will become a puppet who has lost his ability to move, but relying on this alone will greatly reduce the significance of Pen's technique. So, what I established was to find a way to make ontology compatible with Pain. This sounds a bit difficult. Xionin pondered, it's like looking at the left and looking to the right, it's a bit unrealistic no matter how you think. Her words made Nagato feel refreshed. In the original work, when Naruto was practicing immortal arts, Shen Shen also said this. Naruto was inspired to create a way to collect chakra using shadow clones. If the clone is responsible for transmitting chakra for Pain, will the ability of the original body be unrestricted? Nagato immediately tried to use the shadow clone. But I found that when using Pen's 6 paths, the shadow clone was unavailable. This road was broken. Sure enough, Naruto's path cannot be imitated. I can only find a solution that suits me. He raised his eyes to look at Xionin. Let's attack me first. In the battle, I may be inspired. Xionin raised his hand to make a seal, and his body began to turn paper. Nagato turned around and moved, focusing on avoiding Xionin's attack, and his body and mind entered a state of clear mirror and water. The principle of Pain's technique is signal transmission. Taking mobile phone signals as an example, it is like the ontology that enables hotspot sharing. Pain's 6 paths are the terminals that connect to this hotspot network. No matter what, it is impossible to ensure the traffic on both ends. Still not possible. I can't find any clues at all. Crazy. At this time, Nagato looked at the layers of paper in front of him, but he always maintained a continuous offensive during the breaking and reunion. A ray of inspiration suddenly flashed through my mind. Why should I be obsessed with ensuring the traffic at both ends? As long as I need it, at that moment, use the traffic where it should be used, it would be great. Explanation is based on terms in communication technology, which is the so-called breakpoint continuation. Nakaman, be careful. Surprised by my own discovery, I forgot to avoid the attack for a while, and was scratched by the paper shuriken's cheek. Nagato didn't care at all, and was as happy as a child. I have a way, Konan. I have a way. Nagato told Xionin what he thought. That is to say, when the body needs it, only the chakra transmitted to Pain will be interrupted for a moment and used for the body, and then immediately transmitted to Pain. This is still possible. What you want, Nagato? Xiaonan, I was actually inspired by your paper technique. Is that so? Yes, this is the principle, but in practice, it is not that simple and requires a lot of practice. When I thoroughly master this breakpoint continuation technology, my body and Pain will no longer conflict. In his sight, Xionin walked over. Xiaonan. Don't move. She stood in front of Nagato, stretched out her hand, and put a sticker on his scratched cheek. The cool touch of her palm instantly made Nagato shudder. Xionin retracted his palm, his orange eyes, and looked at Nagato without blinking. No matter how important the discovery is, you can't be so happy that you are distracted in the battle. Also, the first thing you should do after being injured is not to share your experience, but to deal with the wound. Ah, you're right, you're right. Why is your face red? Maybe it may be soaked in a hot spring. That's all an hour ago. This is the momentum that comes up. You are so strange, Nagato. Zionin smiled, pursed his lips and said, but this is the first time I have seen you like this, and it feels a little fresh. How did you say that? Nagato felt a little overwhelmed. Okay, it's getting late, go back to bed. We'll set off tomorrow morning to go to Kayan's Heaven and Earth Bridge. Nagato raised his hand and placed it on his cheek, looking at Konan's beautiful back. Even if you know it does not contain any special meaning other than friendship. But the first time she pursed her lips and smiled at me, I was still fascinated by it. Tonight I probably have to suffer from insomnia. 3 days later, the grass hides the bridge of heaven and earth. Nagato and Konan looked at the scorpion walking from the woods. Scorpion, you are really on time. It's only 3 days. I said that I don't like people waiting, nor do I like waiting for people. Scorpion said seriously, when I entered the country of grass, I untie the seal of his brain that was buried in his brain. He should be coming soon. Should you wait here with me, or wait in the dark first? Nagato thought to himself, the situation is still unclear, I can only be sure of one thing. If Orochimaru wants to escape, no one can stop him. Be safe. Scorpion, please connect with the doe alone, I'm waiting for an opportunity to move in the dark. Then you have to see it right, otherwise I might not be able to help but slaughter that guy Orochimaru first. Nagato and Konan retreated into the woods and watched from afar. The wind blew, and the water surface under the heaven and earth bridge was rippling. I saw on the other end of the bridge, a boy walked slowly, with short silver-grey hair and a pair of black-framed glasses hanging on his harmless face. Zionin sighed, is that pharmacist Doc? It's hard to imagine that he was a spy who once worked in Danzang and wandered around various countries. Nagato smiled, as the saying goes, people should not behave like appearance. Pharmacist Do stopped in front of Scorpion and knelt on one knee. Sir, Scorpion, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Scorpion slowly walked forward, isn't discovered by Orochimaru. Don't worry, everything. Do lowered his head, glanced at the black shadow stopped in front of him, and a ferocious smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was all within Lord Orochimaru's expectations. The chakra scalpel he hid behind him slashed at the scorpion in front of him. Chapter 9 The Pupils of the Snake. History is always amazingly similar. In this situation, Nagato couldn't help but think of Xiaoyuhi on the banks of Daming Lake back then, which was wrong, it was the scare of Daihi at the Bridge of Heaven and Earth. I remember that Yamato used fake wood escape to create fake Fei-Liuhu, and packaged himself into fake scorpion, which was knocked back to its original form by Master Do's move. This is the illusion. Now, the authentic scorpion is here. Humph! He easily avoided the sharpness of the chakra knife and almost kicked out the overnight dinner with one kick. He swallowed back the overnight dinner, struggled to get up, but 5 chakra threads were already attached to his limbs and chest. Personal skills and silk play. The scorpion's left hand had 5 fingers barbs, and the chakra thread pulled the pocket and flew straight forward. At the same time he raised his right hand and turned a poison-tempering sharp knife from his palm. Zionin, this move seems to have the shadow of Pen's Way of Heaven. Nagato, are the tricks to improve after Scorpion's defeat in the desert? It's true. Scarlet Snake Hand. Just as Do was about to be opened, the snake hand that penetrated from the other side of the Heaven and Earth bridge grabbed his body. That trick is... I can't make it wrong. Nagato's mouth curled up a melodious arc, he's here. At Kwoto and Kwoto, 2 shadow-level ninjas used Do as a mediator to start a war. Sir. Don't care about my life, kill the scorpion. My little guy, just shut up. Scorpion said coldly, and his palm shot straight into his chest. At the critical moment, the snake's head wrapped around its waist spit out a white blade and shot down the sharp knife. It turned its head and swung it flexibly, and the 5 chakra lines were cut off at once. Sword. Seeing this, Scorpion had to give up and watched as the snake's hand was taken away from his sight. The wind blew, and the eyes of the light and darkness looked at the other side of the bridge. The man stood in the wind, his long hair moved with the wind, his black and white robes, his long golden pupils, his purple eyeshadow extending to his nose, and his blue magnificent earrings. His temperament was filled with the charm that women could not have. Looking at the Naruto world, who else can be there besides Orochimaru? The snake hand sneaked back to his sleeve. He turned his eyes slightly and asked in a hoarse voice, "Do, is it okay?" Deo felt very guilty and his palms were all in the soil. "I'm so sorry, Lord Orochimaru. It was clearly the one I proposed to be bait to lure and kill scorpions, but I didn't expect that in the end, I'll cause you trouble." Orochimaru smiled and said slowly, "Actually, this result was as expected. I didn't stop you, just to let you see clearly the gap between yourself and top ninjas. We ninjas sometimes, once we make a wrong decision, we will be doomed." Pharmacist Tao learned from his mistakes, yes. Lord Orochimaru. I will definitely learn from this lesson and bring you more useful. Hey, is your disgusting nagging over? Scorpion's impatient urging sounded. Orochimaru turned his eyes and his smile became meaningful. "Scorpion, you are still so impatient. Let me guess what you are doing. Hidden Village, the disappearance of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying is your work. You made him the best puppet, and then you couldn't wait to come to find fault." Orochimaru walked forward in a leisurely manner, smiling, "Okay, I'm a little interested in your body that can move freely after giving up your flesh and blood. You bastard, it's as hot as ever." Scorpion said with a low look, "But unfortunately, the person who came to find you today is not me." Hey! Hearing this, Orochimaru's footsteps stopped in the middle of the TND bridge. Swish! 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 3 black shadows flew out from the forest and stood beside the scorpion. "Thank you for your hard work, let me leave it next." Behind the pharmacist Do was shocked, did Scorpion still find helpers? Before leaving the court, Scorpion looked deeply at the 3rd place pane on the court. Even if his eyes and hair color changed, there was a black decoration on his face. He could still tell at a glance that it was the 3 generations of Feng Ying puppets he abandoned. You Scorpion couldn't say anything after all and retreated to a distance. "Then let me see how much art you can surpass me at the same starting line." "Sir Orochimaru, the situation is not good, let's retreat first." The sound of the scoundrel calls. A scorpion alone is tricky enough. In addition, these 3 helpers of unknown origins, even if Doraemon has a close worship of Orochimaru, he does not think he can get any advantage in this situation. But Orochimaru didn't seem to hear the shout behind him. He stood there, staring at Pen Tiandeo at the front. "I remember, you were the child at that time." Pen Tiandeo walked up to him. "Mr. Orochimaru, long time no see, it's rare that you still remember me." "Humph, yes, I really didn't expect you to be alive, but what I couldn't imagine is Sai." Orochimaru's big tongue licked, and a strong light burst out from his vertical eyes. "The reincarnation eye will actually be on you. I am full of curiosity about your body." Boom! A powerful white storm broke out from Orochimaru, causing the bridge of heaven and earth to shake. "Really? I really want to find out what's going on." After the sound of the sound, Orochimaru suddenly rose up and reached into Pain's pupil. "I'll accept it in the reincarnation eye." In the fierce wind that was coming, Pen Tiandeo closed his eyes. "I'm really impatient." Swish! At a close distance, the sudden isolation of resistance made Orochimaru's expression suddenly change. You still have to let you suffer some trouble. Tiandao opened his eyes and stretched out his palm forward. Shenluo Tianzheng. Nanny. The impact on his face made Orochimaru's entire face distorted. Ah! The guardrails of the TND bridge were all lifted away, and Orochimaru rolled backwards and crashed into the forest at the other end of the bridge. The scorpion covered his face with his hand and was amazed. The scale of this move is larger than that. When he fought with me, he really kept his hand. Wow! Orochimaru tried his best to finally stabilize his body, with a look of surprise, just what was going on. Master Orochimaru can't control her safety and ran to him. Swish! 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 Pen walked 3 times and stepped on the water and landed in front of them. Take it, get out. But do you want to disobey my words? Orochimaru looked back, and the murderous intent suddenly burst out in his pupils. Discouraged Dory, I understand. Orochimaru's eyes turned back to the front, his expression was solemn and filled with uncontrollable excitement. Humph, will you die? Even so, I want to find out the secret of the reincarnation eye. He crossed his hands in front of him and bit his thumb. The Psychic Technique. Chapter 10. Thank you for helping me. Boom! In the huge smoke screen, thousands of snakes appeared, and the snake's body was entrenched, towering for dozens of meters. Wan Shi glanced at his head and said viciously, Damn Orochimaru! How dare you disturb my uncle's sleep? I'm going to swallow you alive immediately. Do said in fear, Master Wan Shi. Please calm down. We will definitely prepare gifts for rewards afterwards. Wan Shi shouted, Who asked you, an irrespectful little guy? Next, just wait for Orochimaru to say something nice, it will be able to borrow a donkey to go down, and it will end with 100 living sacrifices. But today, some people deliberately refused to let it step down. Perlin walked forward and said the most ruthless words in the sweetest voice. Wan Shi, you'll bully Orochimaru's good temper. If I change me, I'll take you to drink in minutes. What did you say? Wan Shi stared at the little guy in front of him with his eyes, and for a moment he suspected that he had heard it wrong. It could not imagine that there was a human being so bold and reckless, who dared to challenge it directly, and said that he wanted to use it to make wine. How dare he do it? I want to tear you apart. Wan Shi's eyes were bloodshot and he directly knocked down with his horned head. Boom! Pylon, who was prepared for a long time, jumped towards the limit of the side direction, and his little hand quickly formed a seal. The Psychic Technique. Boom! The giant centipede emerging from the ground, its winding body quickly wrapped around thousands of snakes. Sir Orochimaru, this is... In the violent shaking, Orochimaru stared at the Perrin cat's face mask, revealing his shiny eyes. Another pair of reincarnation eyes, how is this possible? Do's exclamation came again, Sir Orochimaru, look. Another guy who hasn't taken action yet has the same eyes. 3 people, 3 pairs of reincarnation eyes. Orochimaru's vibrating pupils became much calmer at this moment. It is precisely because of his pursuit of the supreme truth that he deeply understands what that means. Meaning absolutely impossible. What a noble pupil power is the reincarnation eye. How can it be more than 2 pairs of them at the same time? So, this must be some kind of trick. Boom! Wan Shi's body, bound by the centipede, suddenly shriveled. Orochimaru and Dao, who had lost their focus, landed and jumped back quickly. Has shed her skin. Boom! The real body of the Wan Shi snake emerged from the ground, and at a lightning speed, it wrapped around the centipede. The terrifying contraction force squeezed it into the white smoke. The vertical pupil glanced at the Yatta bird that was swooping in the air. The next second, it crawled into the ground with a whisper sound, and then turned up from the ground directly below the Yatta bird, bit it with its sharp fangs. In a blink of an eye, killed 2 psychic beasts in the animal realm. Nagato gained a new understanding of Wan Shi's strength. Yalu Nei, really capable, is the Snake King of Dragon Decave. It is probably useless to use Shenluo Tianzhang directly, because snakes are mollusks. However, the combination skills are a different matter. Pylon made a seal with her little hand and used the psychic technique again. Bang! This time, the one who appeared with Bai Yan was a rhino. There are quite a lot of tricks, but it's just that I'm pounding my teeth. However, I won't go with your rhythm. This time, I'll swallow it in one bite, you skill. 10,000 snakes opened their bloody mouths and swallowed them towards Perlin. Pylon quickly jumped from the rhino, but Wan Shi reacted quickly and changed the direction of swallowing. It's now. Pen Tiandeo quickly took his position under the rhino, raised his palm high, aimed at Wan Shi's chin, and landed his hand suddenly. All things are in the sky. The head of Wan Shi was pulled hard by gravity, and at the same time the rhino raised its horns high. Click! The upper and lower jaws of Wan Shi were unsurprisingly penetrated by the rhino horns. The piercing pain made its vertical pupils widen, but because its mouth was sealed, it could not even scream. Its vertical pupils slowly turned to Orochimaru. Surprisingly, this time it did not take off its anger and spoke harshly. The brief fight just now made it clear what Orochimaru was facing. Orochimaru, this time, there is no need to live offerings, because I will not ask for anything that kills people. Just ask for more blessings. Bang! 10,000 snakes disappeared into the white smoke screen. The pharmacist said anxiously, Sir Orochimaru, retreat quickly. It's true that it's time to retreat, but before that, let me give them a farewell gift. Orochimaru smiled, took out a Fengmo Shurijian, threw it forward with all his strength, and at the same time, 4 fingers quickly interacted in front of his chest. Ninjutsu Shuri Kancheo clone technique. Bang bang bang! The Wind Demon Shuri sword was flying forward in the air with a huge span of thousands of points. Using this as a cover, Orochimaru did not look back and evacuated quickly. Seeing this, the Red Sand Scorpion shouted to the forest, Hey, he is ready to run away. Don't worry, he can't escape. Nagato walked over with Konan. Ding! Pen Tiandeo, using the Shenluo Tianzhang, wiped out all the Wind Demon Shurijian. At this time, the 3rd generation Feng Ying Pen Shureideo, who had made no achievements except as a vision, finally took action. He locked Orochimaru's back with his eyes. Click! He lifted up his sleeves, took off the wrist of the mechanism's hand, and pulled out a string of gourd-like missiles from the cutout. The scorpion's eyes widened. What kind of puppet mechanism is this? Shureideo and 5-finger missile. Boom! More than a dozen missiles were on fire and rushed into the sky. At the critical moment, Orochimaru threw his pocket with all his strength. Orochimaru Lord! As Doc roared at the top of his lungs, Orochimaru was swallowed by the explosion of flames. Konan hesitated and said, Nakaman, are you planning to kill Orochimaru? Nagato smiled and said, No, don't worry, he can't die at this level. The explosion of flames dissipated, and a deep pit was blown out of the forest. Orochimaru lay at the bottom of the pit, motionless. Scorpion commented with a smile, the mechanism just now is indeed very amazing, but compared to the mechanism armor summoned by your body, it is a bit too small to see. Moreover, you don't seem to have used the ferromagnetic escape ability I have retained for the 3rd generation of Wind Shadow puppets themselves. We are equal in this game, right? Nagato smiled and said, Then do you think Orochimaru can't move at all? Hey! Scorpion looked closely and saw Orochimaru trembling all over, as if trying to get up. Scorpion looked at him in surprise. During the explosion of the missile, you mixed in sand iron. This method can't do anything to me, Orochimaru. Orochimaru opened his mouth hard and tried to spit out a brand new self. Nagato said to Scorpion, to be more precise, it is a black stick that is controlled by sand iron. The 3rd generation of Feng Ying and Pen Shura Taoism formed a seal method. Click! The particles of dusty shape instantly condensed into a black rod and stabbed Orochimaru's body. Buzz! In the background of his mind, blurred lines of the reincarnation eye instantly appeared. The stand-in technique was interrupted. Orochimaru was trembling violently. Awesome, what an amazing chakra! Is this the real power of the reincarnation eye? Sorry to tell you that this is not. Nakaman finally arrived late and walked to Orochimaru. Oh? What do you say? Orochimaru raised his eyes with difficulty and met his gaze. Because, the real owner of these eyes is... Nagato squatted in front of him and pulled out the black stick that made Orochimaru very painful. At the moment when the pressure disappeared, Orochimaru's palm was approaching and hesitated to grab Nagato's eyes. Uchiha, Madara. But the moment the name sounded, Orochimaru's fingers came to an abrupt end in front of Nagato's eyes. These 4 short words, the amount of information contained in them, as well as the shadow of truth reflected by the information, are enough to overclock Orochimaru's brain in an instant. At this time, Nagato struck the iron ground while it was hot and threw out the bait. If you want it, take it away, but if you lose the watermelon and pick up sesame seeds, you will miss the truth. It is absolutely impossible for people like Orochimaru to conquer them with just force. Only when you have the courage to give up everything and exchange value with him can you truly return to your heart. But it's just a possibility. What an unpredictable thing is human heart. Who dares to say that he can grasp it 100% of the time? Therefore, Nagato admitted that he had the gambling element. Orochimaru's pupil flashed violently, and finally he gave up the reincarnation eye that seemed to be within reach. Hey! It seems that I won the bet. Nagato breathed a deep sigh of relief in his heart. Orochimaru, thank you. Because I really don't want to use the human world to suck you, throw your soul into the hell, and find an opportunity to reincarnate you in the filthy land, and then turn Zishui into my pen, and forcefully enslave you with his other gods. Thank you for fulfilling my gentleness and elegance in front of Xiaonan. Chapter 11, Nagato and Orochimaru. The final evolution direction of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan. What do you think is a coincidence? Nagato, a few days ago, I just tried to establish this hypothesis. In the underground nest, Orochimaru led Nagato, walking in the dark corridor, showing his excitement at this moment in his words. Nagato smiled and said in his heart, wrong, in fact, Sharingan and reincarnation are 2 independent pupil techniques, and there is no evolutionary relationship. The key is that the combination of Asura and Indra's chakra will trigger the 6 paths of chakra. But Orochimaru's misunderstanding at this moment does not affect the overall situation, and it even only benefits me, but does not harm me. So, he did not interrupt Orochimaru. Nagato, for this, I am ready to put this into practice in the next 10 years, or even 20 years, to verify this hypothesis. And your appearance directly made me step on the shoulders of the giant of truth. It was a wise choice not to kill you in the hidden village of Rain. In front of the door at the end of the corridor, Orochimaru stopped. Here, please come in. He pushed the door and put the oil lamp in his hand on the lampstand, and then took his seat. He supported his cheek with one hand, and amid the flashing candlelight, he stared at Nagato sitting opposite him with his vertical eyes, his eyes full of curiosity. Exploring the truth requires a rigorous attitude. To ensure the purity of the truth, Nagato, I need you to tell me the whole story. A ninja like Madara can entrust his open eyes to entrust his open eyes. What determination and plan does it take? It's unimaginable. Come on, I'm eager to know. Is that true? But before that, there is something to deal with. Nagato looked up at the closed door behind Orochimaru and raised his hand. All things are in the sky. Boom. The door collapsed and Do staggered in. Crack. Nagato grabbed his throat and pressed it to the ground. You guy, your name is Do, right? This unexpected change made Do look horrified. Nagato said coldly, say. Why do you eavesdrop? As if I felt that I was in trouble, I took the initiative, because I want to know, you are close to Lord Orochimaru's intentions. I am not interested in the truth, and all I care about is Lord Orochimaru's vital interests. Nagato stared at his face that was ready to die and smiled slightly. And where are you here? At Do's pupils suddenly shrank. In reality, Nagato is also an orphan, so he can especially understand that he is also an orphan's inner image. I have received love and betrayed by love. I am distracted and helpless in my heart. I play a role outside of myself. I only forgot my appearance and survive for the purposes of others. I only ignore my own needs. I don't know what I mean to this world, and I don't know what the world means to him. But the loneliness deep in his heart makes him long for a place to live. Those who understand his needs are to stay. Once he has gained a place of residence, he will sacrifice his soul's loyalty. If he loses it, he will fall into the paranoia of madness. If you can't control such a person, you will be killed in the cradle. But he is Orochimaru's most valued assistant and cannot be strangled, at least not yet. Moreover, from the personal relationship between Nagato, he was unwilling to kill him unless he had to. If this is the case, it is better to release goodwill and sow the seeds of goodness. If you want to know my intention, just knock on the door and come in. Why bother sneaking touch, do these small moves. Hey, this. Do you think your respected Lord Orochimaru is so weak that you need to secretly check it so that you won't be controlled by others? Do was speechless for a moment. At this time, Nagato let go of his choking palm and smiled, find a small stool and sit aside. Do raised his head suddenly, unable to believe what he heard. You allow me to stay and listen to your conversation with the adults. Nagato looked at him deeply. That's right, but you must keep your mouth shut. Do you understand? It's not a joke to say it. It's going to die. Gudong. The pharmacist swallowed hard, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and said solemnly, I understand. The content of the conversation I heard today will definitely not reveal a word. So, a small stool was added to this room. In the swaying candlelight, Nagato brewed and began to tell in his own language. All this goes back to the Valley of End, the battle between Chihohashimara and Uchiha Madara. Yes, everyone knows that Uchiha Madara died in Chihohashimara's hands, but that's not the case. Madara survived and gained the power of Chihohashimara. From the end of the defeat of the Valley Spot to the death of the spot under the golem's feet. Pharmacist Do was frightened when he heard this, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and he didn't dare to breathe. And Orochimaru was also in silence. After the silence, he asked a key question, Namen, in Madara's plan, you are a person in the game, so how did you break out of his and Obito's control and know these causes and effects? Orochimaru would definitely ask this. So Nagato had already thought of the reason. Moreover, this reason cannot sound ordinary. For example, it happened to be known from Baiju's mind. This will only lower his face in Orochimaru's heart. Yes, Madara's plan is quite thorough. When I was young, I quietly implanted the reincarnation eye. When I lost my parents due to war, I grew up wandering and found like-minded companions. When I was about to show off my skills, I let Uchiha Obito, as his incarnation, appear and guide me to grow in the direction he hoped. For a long time, I did act according to his script, but either he or Obito Uchiha, they all underestimated me. One day, I used these eyes to see something that Madara didn't see. The past preset by Madara and the future that extends backwards under the premise of that preset. Pharmacist Do finally couldn't help but feel shocked. Oh no, you see the future. But that future is the future that I have not interfered with. Orochimaru said seriously, any ability must have its origin and its entirety. Is this ability an eye technique in the reincarnation eye? Can you tell me in detail? Nagato really didn't expect Orochimaru would ask so much. He said quietly and pondered, breaking the established fate, will only awaken once in his life, and the selected one will have the pupil technique. When the pupil technique awakens, it is conveyed in this way. Ha 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 ha, I am really like, such as I has and breaking fate. I will only awaken once in my life. The selected person's eye technique almost burned me, but it seems that it is really like that. So that's it, but only in this way can we get rid of the control of Uchiha Madara at this time. Orochimaru's jade face showed an extremely anticipated smile. Namenjun, what you just told me is the past, so what about the future? It's the future. Nagato smiled meaningfully, please allow me to keep it first. Nonsense, what if I told you all without reservation, you no longer need me? Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be kept, but only routines have won the hearts of the people. Okay. A smile appeared on the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, then let's change the question. Nagato, what do you want to get through me to change that future? Nagato said, well, I don't want much. First of all, it's a pair of wheels that belong to me and myself. Look back. Chapter 12 Blueprint. Do you open your own reincarnation eye? After confirming Nagato's needs, Orochimaru fell into thought. Namen, according to the information you provide, the eye opener of the reincarnation eye needs to have the power of Kyojo and Uchiha. The power of the thousand hands can be solved through Hashima cell transplantation, but, Nagato Junyo, the biggest problem you face is that you do not have the blood of Uchiha, and you do not have the conditions to open your eyes from the source. In fact, it is the power of Asura and Indra that leads to the power of the 6 realms of immortals, which is the key to opening the reincarnation eye. Like in the corridor, he did not point it out in the first place, in order to prevent the most core secret from being controlled by Orochimaru, if he is not on the same path as himself in the future. Secondly, although Sharingan and the reincarnation Anj are 2 independent pupil techniques, the ultimate eternal maniatic Sharingan of Sharingan is used as the base plate and there is no conflict with the power of the reincarnation Anj, which is beneficial or harmless to him. Orochimaru, who didn't know the inside story, had a hoarse voice again. Even if you transplant a pair of Sharingans from the outside and pass through the force opened the reincarnation eye, and you can't be called the original owner of those reincarnation eyes. Do you understand what I mean? Nagato smiled. This is really worthy of Orochimaru. He saw this key. Following his thoughts, Nagato extended. I've already thought of this level, so let's talk about my idea. The one who opens the reincarnation eye may not necessarily be my body. What did you say? Orochimaru's eyes suddenly lit up. Nagato said, I prepared a brand new body. In my conception, this body has the following elements: my appearance, my consciousness, the cells of the thousand hands, Uchiha's bloodline, in short in the 6 realms, the elements that my body currently lacks are complemented through that brand new body. Among the above conditions, he also emphasized my consciousness. This new body must have the consciousness of the Nagato original body, and it cannot be the same as the Shadow Clan, but alone as the original body. The my consciousness that Nagato wants the new body is a consciousness that is completely and synchronized with the body in real time like pain. After hearing Nagato's series of demands, the pharmacist was ashamed. This is too messy, how can it be achieved? Nagato said, I only talk about conception and don't consider how to achieve it. Orochimaru smiled, and the idea of this brand new body coincided with his ongoing reincarnation of an old and immortal. In other words, Nagato-jun, do you want to one day abandon your current body and transfer your soul to a brand new body? Nagato shook his head and said, no, there is everything that belongs to me in this body called Nagato. If I give it up, will I still be me? The reincarnation eye will be opened by a brand new body, and what my body needs to do is to raise the existing power to the limit. Then, one day in the future, when my 2 bodies, according to their respective trajectories, raise their respective strengths to the extreme, Orochimaru, you will find a way to integrate all the power of that body into my body. You can think about it, but I want everything. You must integrate all the complementary elements without conflict and trade-offs. That is, the plan of X plus Y equals Z. Boom! Orochimaru suddenly stood up, and an unprecedented light burst out from his vertical eyes. 170. The body of the vortex, the power of thousand hands, and the eye of Uchiha. If the power of immortal arts is added, all elements are combined into one, which is not just a pair of brand new reincarnation eyes, which is equivalent to the 6 paths. If we integrate the power of all tailed beasts and transform into the 10-tailed human Zulai, it will be the complete body of the 6 paths. But what Orochimaru didn't know was that the complete body of the 6 paths was just the beginning of the power Nagato pursued. He was afraid of scaring Orochimaru and did not reveal his true ambitions. Do you know what you are talking about? Nagaman. Throughout history, from the humans on this land, they have learned to walk upright until now. In such a long period of time, no one has ever done what you said. Perhaps, someone can do it, have 2 bodies at the same time, and grow in different ways, reaching the extreme in different fields, but completely integrate without a choice. Even if there are possibilities in theory, I am sure the actual chance of success will never exceed 1 in 10,000, because there are too many uncontrollable factors, and it is almost impossible for you to end up in a good way. Nagato's eyes were filled with a crazy meaning. Xi Luca, who cares about this kind of thing? If not, how could I gain the ultimate power? How can I be qualified to be able to fight against those monsters who have been born as the end of ninjas and have lived for thousands of years? At this moment, only he knew very well that his real enemy was not in this ninja world at all. The pharmacist sighed in thought, I can't understand that he is so young. As a ninja, he already has a powerful force that even Orochimaru cannot match. Why do he still have such strong persistence in power? Orochimaru had a different understanding of this. I was a little doubting just now that Nagato-jun mentioned Ihashi to be nonsense. Now, it is almost impossible to assert that it is true. What a desperate future he has seen, so he will not go on a stable road and choose this hellish game path. Genes are the art of the creator. It is precisely because of its uncontrollability that it is so fascinating. Suppose I completed Nagato-jun's idea and successfully created another body for him. One day in the future, both of his bodies will grow to the heavy day. I have also successfully developed a technology that combines 2 physical strengths. But even through his and my efforts, the external conditions that can be perfected have been achieved. There are still 3 uncontrollable endings. Elimination, mutation, evolution. X plus Y equals Z. But, at the worst result, Z will become 0, which means nothing. Humph, it's really crazy, Orochimaru said. Yanjun, Namenjun, you have thought about it. Once you choose this path, you really have no way to turn back. Nagato smiled and said, it's the same for you. Orochimaru, if you choose to help me, you have to be aware of it at any time. Oh? What kind of enlightenment? The enlightenment of death. To satisfy me the crazy plan of selfish desires, the enlightenment of devoting one's life to death for the truth. Humph, ha 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 ha, it's so interesting. Orochimaru laughed heartily. Master Orochimaru, at that time, the pharmacist was sweating profusely. At this time, Nagato's eyes turned to him. Doku, can I ask you something? Pharmacist Do could hardly believe what he heard. A monster who makes such a person sacrifice his life for the truth, will he ask him? This made him feel a little flattered. Yes, what's the matter? Yes, can I do it? Maybe, it's precisely you who can do it. Pharmacist, Orochimaru will contribute research wholeheartedly to the XYZ program. And what you want to do is another study. Good dong. The pharmacist swallowed hard. What kind of research? Nagato smiled and said, this is also another purpose of me, to turn this pair of restorative eyes that did not belong to me, into the body of Nagato that truly belonged to me, Nagato. That's right, it's to turn Uchiha Madara's rest oral eye from existence into Nagato's rest oral eye. Yes, Nagato wants to open his own samsara eye, but it does not mean that he wants to return Madara's samsara eye. Why do you want to use Neimen as a pawn to satisfy their ambitions and manipulate his life freely? Since I have become Nagato, I will never let this behavior go. Uchiha Madara, since you have put your eyes in the ninja body called Nagan, you will never think of taking them back. As for the consequences, sorry, that's not what he considered. Chapter 13 Detailed Plan. In the laboratory, Orochimaru said, Neimen, to cultivate your other body, you need to extract your cells as a blueprint. In addition, the cells of the Senju Hashirama and the cells of the Uchiha clan are needed. My cell of Hashirama, I have a ready-made one on my hands. It was taken away from Konoha's Hashirama cell laboratory when I defected to Konoha. That laboratory was founded during the second generation of Naruto, for cell research and forbidden technology development. It was too old, so the purity of the cells was not enough, and it might be difficult to meet your needs. Nagato's eyes became low. I know, where are the most purified Hashirama cells? Oh! Orochimaru raised his eyebrows. Nagato said, during the battle with Shizumari Senju, Madara bit off Hashimura's meat piece. He transplanted the meat piece on his wound. He reserved some of Hashimura's native cells and cultivated them with the help of the heretic golems that are psychic by the reincarnation eye. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly brightened. Where is that heretic golem now? In Uchiha Obito's nest, my samsara eye can be psychic at any time. Nagato's eyes were low and he clenched his fists. The spiritual heretic golem, Obito will definitely notice it. That is, there will be a risk of alerting the enemy. Half a month ago, he finally negotiated and won a year-on-year buffer period. However, whether he can obtain the Hashimura cell at this moment is related to his core interests. In order not to alarm the enemy, he postponed the plan for 1 year, which would be too frustrating. At this time, he thought that in his Hell King, there was also a corpse and soul of Baiju. If he could make good use of it, he might get the Hashima cell without realizing it. Nagato talked to Orochimaru with his own thoughts and concerns. If Baiju can communicate at a long distance through consciousness, if it is recognized by other Baiju, it will be over. That's it. Orochimaru squeezed his chin with his hands and his eyes flashed. Neimen, I have not yet studied what you said about Baiju. Can you borrow the Baiju body you collected to study? Maybe you can find a way to crack that kind of remote communication. That's great. Nagato summoned the King of Hell out of prison without saying a word, and spitted Baiju's body and sent it over. Orochimaru's eyes condensed, so that's it. From it, you can feel the power similar to the cells of Hashirama, but if Hashirama was Hiroshima, they would be as weak as fireflies. Nagato said, what I saw in Ihaji, these guys are the products of infinite moon reading in the early days, and the heretic golems I mentioned just now are the tent-tailed and the body of the sacred tree. I hope this information will be useful for your research. Although Orochimaru, in the later period of the original work, has clearly studied Baiju from his perception to his use of the methods, but that is inseparable from the accumulation of time. To be honest, Nagato didn't expect much. It's good to be successful. If it doesn't work, he is ready to force the spiritual heretic golem. As for how to explain it to Obito? Haha, Pain once said something very well. Things always happen suddenly, for reasons, just look for them later. The so-called 1-year agreement is not absolute based on the development of the situation. But what Nagato didn't expect was that Orochimaru gave him a big surprise in this matter without long, which was nothing later, because it would happen soon. Back to the present, Orochimaru ordered pharmacists to take Baiju's body into a special device for storage, and then the three of them walked out of the laboratory together. That's Mr. Hashimura cell, let's wait for my news here. During this period, Nagato, you can find a way to buy Uchiha cells. The other body I will cultivate for you is a brand new individual in terms of life existence, so if everything goes well, you will open the own Sharingan. That will be a brand new pair of eyes. Unfortunately, those brand new pairs of eyes cannot escape the curse of the Uchiha clan. If the Mainladian Sharingan is opened in the future, they will also face the fate of being destined to be blind. Nagato's eyes were slightly condensed, so, will I go through the same process of pupil power evolution as Uchiha Madara? Orochimaru smiled intellectually. Yes, when your eyes are on the verge of blindness, you need to choose another pair of maniatic Sharingans among the direct blood relatives with you for 3 generations to obtain a brand new pupil power eternal maniatic Sharingan. Nagato said, a life created out of thin air does not have 3 generations of blood relatives. Orochimaru's mouth curled up a charming smile, so, you need to move your hands and feet. Nagato, if you want to transplant someone's eyes in the future, please bring me his serum sample. When making this embryo, I will try to make directional selections of some of your cells to promote the blood-related relationship between you. Nagato knows nothing about technical matters. But he really couldn't imagine he could still choose. Although it was a bit too much, he asked more, supply eyes, can I only choose one? Ah! Orochimaru couldn't imagine that after all, he only had one pair of eyes, then how many do you want to choose? Nagato smiled and said, of course, the more the better. After all, I don't know at this moment what kind of pupil power will awaken in the future of the Mainladian Sharingan. If there is a conflict with the alternate eyes I chose, wouldn't it be a waste of resources? Therefore, the more room for choice, the better. Orochimaru nodded, that's true. Taking your own vortex family cells as a blueprint, coupled with the gain of Hashima cells, it should have an extraordinary tolerance for Uchiha cells. After careful consideration, Orochimaru gave the exact indicator, but even so, for the sake of embryo stability, the samples you use to select the eyes should not exceed 5 people at most. 5 people? Oh my god, Nagato almost lost his composure. He calmed down and kept his high standards and said, in other words, do I need to get serum samples from the 5 Uchiha people? Yes. Nagato stopped. By the way, if it is a child who is already in the mother's body but has not yet been born, how should I choose? Wait until he is born. Orochimaru's eyes flashed slightly. Well, if the child is already in the mother's body, just select the blood sample of the mother. Understood. It seems this is going to be busy. The corners of Changman's mouth were gently raised. At the exit of Orochimaru's underground base, he handed him a scroll. This is the spiritual contract for the animal realm of the reincarnation eye. After signing it, I can use the ability of the animal realm to psychicize you to me anytime and anywhere. Orochimaru thought slightly, can I reciprocate the psychic? Nagato shook his head, no, this psychic is one way, you cannot reciprocate me in reverse. But if you have news here, inject blood into the contract, and I can sense it and communicate to you. I see. After Orochimaru pressed the handprints on, he raised his head and stuffed the scroll deeply into his throat. Gudong, he swallowed hard. Orochimaru licked his big tongue, and a hoarse laughter sounded. Nagato, let's wait for each of us good news. Nagato smiled and said, okay, let's go to the bathhouse together after the work is over. He looked at Dokamai behind Orochimaru. Duo, you will be with you when the time comes. Chapter 14 Nanming. After leaving Orochimaru's stronghold, it was already evening. When Changman returned to the Heaven and Earth Bridge, he saw that the Scorpion was still waiting here, which was a little surprised. Scorpion, don't they hate waiting for others the most? But this time it was Scorpio who took the initiative, and he was a person with a beginning and an end. Facing Nagato, Scorpion was still indifferent and cold in his tone. I have helped you find Orochimaru, and I have paid back the favors I owe you in the desert. Nagato smiled and expressed his gratitude to him. Thank you, Scorpion. By the way, I'll give this puppet from the 3rd generation of Feng Ying to return it to you. The Scorpion looked behind him, and the 3 generations of Feng Ying Ren who had become Shuradeo were ashamed. In the daytime battle, the scorpion had seen its power. He didn't say it, but he admitted in his heart some things are beyond the reach of human resources. However, he has his own persistence and stubbornness. No need, I won't pick up the things I throw away, and it's not my art. The scorpion turned and left, silently saying in his heart, one day, I will prove that the eternal puppet art that entrusts my red sand scorpion's soul and craftsmanship will not lose to your cold puppet power, even if this puppet power is from the ancestor of the six paths, the eye of reincarnation. Scorpion. Looking at the back, Nagato stopped Scorpion and threw an olive branch to him. However, it was not Xiao's olive branch. In half a year, if you don't have a place to go to Yin village. Xiao is just a mercenary organization after all. Put it in the three-dimensional world, it is an existence similar to black water. In order to take care of Xionan's feelings, he may retain Xiao, but the focus of future development will be on the construction of a ninja village. Looking for a powerful ninja like a scorpion early is also paving the way for the future. After pondering for a long time, he felt honored from the bottom of his heart that he was invited by the people behind him, but it was not really anyone who underestimated anyone. Looking at the protection of the Yuyin Rebellion ninja on the Nagato forehead, he said in a deep voice, the leader of Yuyin village, Shanjiayu Hanzo, you won't know what the ninja calls him, right? I know, it's a ninja demigod. Nagato responded with a smile, and the tone of Yun Tianfeng seemed to be just like this. Scorpion looked at him deeply and left a sentence before leaving, if you can really replace him, it's okay for me to serve you. Nagato smiled and said, in that half a year, I will wait for you in Xinyu Hidden Village. After the scorpion left, Xionan walked over from the grass, with worry in his orange eyes. Are you going to fight Hanzo to the death in half a year? Will you be too anxious? It started to rain in the night sky. The sound of drizzle is particularly ethereal in the vast field of grass. Xionan's words are actually not without reason. It was at least 10 years later when Nagato regained Yuyin with Pen's six paths. At that time, Hanzo was already old, not only his body but his will. Therefore, Pen's six paths destroyed Hanzang's power at the peak of the ninja with almost no effort. Beyond the demigod and become a god. Nagato has no attachment to the name of God, it is just a generation of God. All he wanted was a stable strategic rear, and Xionan's stable home. Of course, he couldn't let Xionan know what he was thinking at this moment, so he said. When he was at its peak, he chose Danzo to join forces to persecute us Japancomers. It can be seen that his eyesight and courage as the peak of the ninja world have gradually weakened as he grows older. It will be easy to kill him after a few more years. But how can I be content to eliminate Hanzo like this? Konan, think about it, Yahiko, he looks so much for Hanzo. Yahiko was killed by the person he longed for, so I want to avenge Yahiko's arrow while Hanzo has not fallen from the altar yet. Xionan looked at the person in front of him, his figure in the rain, with complex eyes, Nakaman. Have you reached a consensus with Orochimaru? The secret talk with Orochimaru's stronghold was that she took the initiative to look outside and did not follow the past. She actually wanted to know more than anyone else how Nagatoshi planned it now, but since Orochimaru involved, it would be impossible to be completely open and honest. Who is Orochimaru? She doesn't know? On the contrary, she was the most delicate of the three people. During the first encounter with Sunan, Orochimaru proposed to kill the three of them. So in later practice, Konan once asked Jiraiya several times about the matter about Orochimaru, including his thoughts and personality, ninjutsu characteristics, weaknesses, etc. It is precisely because of a deep understanding of what kind of person Orochimaru is that Konan is sure that if he is present or Nagato may not be able to say something simply. She didn't want to be his obstacle, so she suppressed her curiosity. Yes, he and I have reached a consensus. Even though she learned that the negotiation had been reached, she didn't ask what she was planning specifically, but just asked, what should we do next? In the rain, Nagato turned around, looked at the horizon southeast of Kusane, and smiled, "We will deal with Konoha for a while." Xionnan's eyes were surprised, "Koi?" Nagato's eyes were deep, "To be precise, it is Konoha's Uchiha clan." In the creation of another body, he needed blood samples from 5 Uchiha people. Those 5 people will become his choice of eyes for the future eternal Maniatoscope Sharingan. In his mind, there are already candidates for these 5 people, but it seems that none of them can be easily dealt with, especially the last one. Cao Yin borders the country of fire. Nagaman and Konan Sing trek through the border line, cross the border, and come to the country of fire. It was already late at night, so I found a dangerous place to cover the original situation, set up a tent, and prepared to rest for a night before taking action. Over the years, Xionnan seems to have become accustomed to living in the wild, and fell asleep faster than when he was in a hot spring hotel. But tonight she had a dream. Wow! In the tent, Xiaonan sat up suddenly and gasped. "Hey, ha! Hey, ha!" Sweat soaked her thin middle clothes, and her panicked eyes couldn't calm down for a long time. How could I have such a dream? Xiaonan didn't sleep. Outside the tent, she heard her familiar greetings. Xionnan hurriedly lay down again, closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Sila. The sound of the tent being lifted, even with her eyes closed, she could feel a eager gaze stayed in front of her for a long time. "Good night." After saying good night lightly, Nagato left the tent. Xionnan opened his eyes a little confused and at a loss. If Nagato really had that kind of thought about me, should I obey him? Chapter 15. There is a door to the south. Xiaonan, what's wrong with you? Didn't sleep well last night? In the early morning of the Kingdom of Fire, outside the tent, Nagato stared at the shallow darkness around Xionnan's eyes and asked with concern. The last time I saw Xionnan's dark circles was when she was guarding the cave of the Rain Country and had not been asleep for 10 days and 10 nights. Well, it may be the first time I went to the Kingdom of Fire and I didn't sleep well. Nagato pinched his chin and thoughtfully. According to common sense, simple insomnia will not cause dark circles unless you have any worries. Xiaonan, do you have any worries? Xionnan's expression was complicated. After all, the dream last night was so shocking. The content of the dream disrupted her heart. I was determined to ask clearly this morning. If it was a misunderstanding, then I would unlock it as soon as possible, but the harmless face in front of me made her unable to ask. She could only flash her eyes and asked indirectly, "Nakaman, have you felt uncomfortable with the wound on your head these days?" "Oh. I forgot if you don't say it." Nagato took off his forehead and revealed the scar that had already been scabbed. He smiled and said, "It's been so quick. If you don't believe it, please touch it." If it were before, she would probably have touched it without thinking. After all, it was all out of the care of her friends. The 3 of them had long been accustomed to it along the way. But now, let alone reaching out to touch it, even if you look at each other, Xionnan feels tingling, and it's not annoying, it's an indescribable feeling. "It's so quick then, that's good." Nagato smiled and said, "I feel that Konan today is a little strange." No, I just have a high intensity running around these few days, so I haven't recovered yet." "Yoxi, then tonight, let's settle in the town near Konoha first and take a hot spring to relax." In a blink of an eye it was night. After a day's trek, the 2 arrived at Muhwajan, southeast of the Kingdom of Fire. Muhwajan is an important town in the country of fire. A stream runs across the north and south and flows into the river outside the city. And the tributary of that river will go all the way north, and when it flows through a canyon, it pours down between the 2 sculptures and turns into a magnificent waterfall. That canyon is called the Valley of End. Standing above the head of the sculpture with edges and angularity, looking at the mountains behind the sculpture opposite, and then turning over, it is Konoha Ninja Village. The link that connects the civilians of the Kingdom of Fire and the Konoha Ninja Village is why Kawazuo became an important town. On the street, you can see from time to time that Konoha ninja who came here to rectify after the mission is over, and occasionally you can see the sand ninja who came here to get permission. The Third Ninja World War has come to an end, and countries have resumed diplomacy, but the identity of a rebellious ninja is still sensitive. Before entering the city, Nagato and Konan made some careful disguise. As for the three Pains, they all seemed suspicious because they disguised themselves as they were waiting in the woods outside the city. Anyway, if there is a situation, the animal can communicate with each other. In this atmosphere, Xionin temporarily forgot those messy thoughts and followed Nagato. Looking at the prosperous scene that Yuyan could never see. In front of a grilled fish shop, Nagato stopped and smiled and said, "Xionin, we haven't had a serious grilled fish for a long time." "Yes, I miss it so much." Xionin looked at the plaque of the grilled fish shop, as if he had returned to his former study time. Looking at her expression, Lin Feng said, "I'll let Tiandao come from outside the city." Xionin shook his head gently, "Farewell, we can't always remember the deceased in this way. We have to face the fact that he is no longer here." She knew very well in her heart, even though Yahiko still had a figure behind her, the person who really relied on her was Nagato. "Konan." Nagato looked at her strong back, feeling a little relieved and a little distressed. I had the urge to come forward to hug her and confess to her. But he knew that it was not possible. As long as she had not completely walked out of the shadow of Yahiko's death, he had to carefully hide his little thoughts. "Shop, I'll have a hot pot grilled fish, and I'll need a large portion. The business of this grilled fish restaurant is very popular. Xionin likes tranquility." So, Nagato and her came to a remote location on the second floor. The grilled fish came up. The store also included various snacks, including dried fried tofu. The Changman general got the dried fried tofu in front of him. Because Xionin doesn't like dry fried food. In the pot, in the gurgling soup, a fat grilled fish is adorned with various hebe ingredients, exuding the aroma of catching taste buds. All the tears of incompetence are about to shed. Nagato joined hands and said piously, "I'm starting." I picked up a piece and put it in my mouth to chew it. Ah, the meat is tender and refreshing. The texture and taste of this unknown fish meat in the Naruto world are perfectly blended with the deliciousness of the soup, making it a perfect match. Ah, the taste is simply sabalasi. Is it delicious, Xionin? Well, the taste is really good. Xionin chewed slowly, obviously conquered by the smell. Her attitude of eating was so elegant that Nagato suddenly felt that the taste was even better. He knew Xionin's physical data well. He was 169.4 centimeters tall, weighed 45.3 kilograms, and had a measurement of 88, 58, 85. Official data. Everything is perfect, but such a perfect little Nan, like a girl next door, sat in front of her and feasted. Nagato's heart was unprecedentedly satisfied. He looked at Konan with his quiet eyes, but Konan, who was unaware of this, picked up the miso soup and tasted it, subconsciously raised his eyes and glanced over. Facing the ignorant gaze of Nagato. Xionin's eyes panicked, his hands shook, and the soup in the bowl spilled out. She deliberately disguised the white kimono skirt that she disguised as a civilian, was soaked in a large piece of it in the blink of an eye. Looking at the soup on Xionin's paper clothes, Nagato calmed down, took off his coat cleanly, put it on her, sat down cleanly, and then ate dry fried tofu as if nothing had happened. After dinner, the two of them came to the hot spring hotel in Muhuazu. It's a pity that the place is crowded tonight and cannot be booked. Xionin doesn't seem to like this place. This is, Nagato suggested, common. Why don't we have a hot spring onion? Xionin looked at the night sky and said in a fascination, "It's okay. In an open-air place. Only 1 or 2 people soak quietly is the fun of the hot spring." Well. The speaker is unintentional, and the listener is intentional. Nagato was a little uneasy. In fact, the night when she stayed at the hot spring hotel in Feng's Higuo, Perlin and Xionan got into the girls' soup together. Chapter 16 The battle is expected. That night, although Nagato saw the blood-spraying scenery, but afterwards, he was not very happy. This just shows that in the depths of my heart, Xionan actually did not regard me as the opposite sex, so he would not have the defense between men and women. This bond and friendship is really strong, making people feel powerless. And even if Yahiko's mourning period is over, it will probably be difficult for Konan and I to develop into that step. We have a long way to go, but I will not be discouraged, even if it develops into a tug-of war. At this time, Nagato didn't expect that the relationship between the two will achieve breakthrough progress one day soon. And it is in unexpected situations, in unexpected ways and unexpected postures. There are no difficulties, but heavy responsibilities. The road is not far away, and it has not developed into a tug-of war. If you want to describe it, it is a surprise attack for Nagato. Although it was a surprise attack, but it was so natural and natural. So much so that afterwards, Nagato always recalled that, and he could only use 2 words to describe that experience: that is wonderful. Of course, that's all a story. Xionan also couldn't imagine that what she was thinking at the moment was, next time if Nagato proposes to let Lin in the girl soup, what should I do? If he refuses, will it arouse his unnecessary thoughts? Walk into the hotel. Nagato said, "Boss, open 2 rooms." Hearing this, the hotel owner with a mustache glanced at the number plate in the room, rubbed his hands and said, "2, I'm really sorry, there is only 1 room left in the store." This while Nagato was hesitating, Konan had already taken out his wallet and prepared to book the room. "I've booked this room." At this time, a cold male voice came from the door. I saw a white-haired boy wearing Konoha ninja uniform and Konoha forward guard walked in. "Brother Shuimu, isn't this good? They arrived first before us." Another boy appeared at the door and spoke in a somewhat embarrassed voice to dissuade him. "Irika, it's fine if you don't drink with me, but you have to talk nonsense even when I stay in a hotel? Ninjas have the right to choose first." Irika was even more embarrassed, but the ninja forbiddance clearly stipulates that you cannot drink alcohol before the age of 20. Nagato's eyes flashed. When he looked closely, it was Irika and Mizuki when he was a child. At this time, Irika was 9 years old and was still studying at the ninja school. This time, I came here with Mizuki, who had become a shinen. In the official information book, Mizuki is 5 years older than Irika. "Humph, Ninja 3 forbidden." Mizuki snorted coldly, "You guy, I really can't get along with you." After saying that, he insisted on walking over and asked the boss to give him the only room left. The resources are from the internet and are only used for learning and communication. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. "Oh." Irika sighed helplessly, walked forward and kept bowing to Nagato and Konan. "Brother and sister, I'm very sorry. My elder brother is actually a very gentle person. He only drinks alcohol to do this. Can you not blame him? I am willing to pay for it at my own expense, and ask my brother and sister to live in other hotels." Nagato smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. It happens to be a room, and we two can't live there. We are about to change the place, so you don't have to spend money." Irika bowed repeatedly, "Thank you very much." Shuimu didn't care at first, but when Xionan passed by, his cold and charming face made his eyes shine in an instant. With the alcoholism, he actually blocked Xiaonan's way. He raised his hair, and a drunken and frivolous appearance appeared on the boy's face, saying, "This sister, are you very beautiful? Are you living in this town? Hehe, don't you think I'm younger than you, but I'm Konoha's ninja." Xionan looked at Shuimu with expressionless face. "Do you want it? Come with me to drink under the catalysis of wine." Shuimu actually raised her palm to touch Xionan's face. "Brother Shuimu, stop." This scene was so scared that Irika quickly stopped it. "Ha, Shuimu turned his head coldly and asked, Irika, you want to interfere with me again, right? Irika said in a difficult situation, this kind of thing, but the village explicitly prohibits it. I don't want you to be punished for this. At this time the hotel owner's expression became subtle, and there were more and more people stopping and watching outside the hotel. Shuimu's face changed and she waved to Irika, okay, you're right, you're right. Go back to the village by yourself, don't be with me. In the end, Shuimu made way for Zionin. Irika kept apologizing to Zionin, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. My elder brother has drunk too much. Please forgive his rude behavior. Kong Ma Wan, it doesn't matter, ... Zionin said in cold words. Nagato didn't say anything throughout the whole process, but before he turned around and left, he looked at Shuimu, who was following the hotel owner, upstairs. No wonder ninjas have 3 forbidden things. Alcohol not only makes things worse, but also kills a person. At dawn the next day, Shuimu left Muhwajin and ran towards the village alone in the woods. He also woke up from his alcohol and began to be scared. Irika, after returning to the village, won't you really tell the 4th genealogy about what happened last night? Suddenly, Shuimu stopped. Behind the swaying shadows of the tree, there was a figure standing. Mizuki picked up the shuriken behind him and asked, Who are you? The figure slowly walked out. Shuimu saw a cold face wearing Yuyan's ruthless man's forehead protection. You are not qualified to know who I am. After Pen Tiandeo finished speaking, he raised his palm. Shuimu's body flew out of thin air. Crack! A black stick burst through his heart. Shuimu's eyes were wide open, and she couldn't believe it until she died. Why it turned out like this? In this original work, the guy who killed his injured teammate while performing his post and later encouraged Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, ended his life at the age of 16. Not long after, Nagato and Zionin came to Tiandeo and looked at Shuimu's corpse. Zionin said, Actually, there is no need to kill for this little thing. Nagato said, Killing him is not the main purpose. The main purpose is that the next action requires temporary increase in pain's number. Ka. The broken black stick of the Nagato gate poked into Shuimu's face and body randomly. The king of hell, the hell, rose up. Swallowed Shuimu whole and chewed it. So honored, trash, you can be my human doomed pen in the next few days. In the cold wind, Zionin restrained her face and looked at Nagato's back solemnly. This is what Nagato should look like when facing someone other than her. Where are the other weather of the 2 pains? Nagato looked at the cloud momentum in the sky. It's time to go, so I'll find 2 temporary substitutes, but the candidates need to be cautious. Zionin, maybe you need to use your abilities. Leave it to me. After Zionin made the seal, he stretched his arms, closed his eyes, and his body turned into a beautiful paper butterfly. Chapter 17 Tremblance. Crazy. Paper butterflies pass through the gaps between the branches and leaves, scattering in the vast woods, feeling all the movements of the wind and grass. Crack! In the south of the forest, the sharp blade penetrated, and the birds were frightened with the murderous aura. The nameless sand ninja fell in a pool of blood and died with his eyes open. Crack! Next to the corpse, a man in black dark costume pulled out his ninja knife, pressed the switch of the radio on his right ear, and reported, the 7th branch, Ding Mao, successfully killed the target person. On the radio, a low instruction came, take the 4th generation of Naruto away the documents, destroy the bodies, and do not leave behind evidence of our actions. Learn. Ding Mao closed the radio, leaned over and took out the document from the corpse's arms, and said coldly, if you want to blame me for taking on this chore. The consensus reached by Naruto and Feng Ying will harm the interests of Lord Danzang. Sound. At this time, a strange noise came from the bushes behind him. Ding Mao suddenly turned around, raised his ninja knife to be wary, but saw a hare jumping over. So it's a hare. I thought the 4th generation's direct subordinate to the Dark Tribe discovered the movement of the root. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. He took out a special potion for the corpse to be treated and prepared to destroy the corpse on the spot. Crash! Behind him, the wind was not good. Ding Mao's eyes sank, and he swung his stern sword. As the blade hits, the paper spreads out. What? Ding Mao was shocked. His mask had been washed away by the paper stream, revealing a face full of flesh. The next second, that face was covered with paper surrounded by tightly pasted. Woo-ah! Ding Mao fell to the ground, tearing the paper on his face with his hands, but more papers came up and wrapped his wrists to death. In the darkness, the suffocation pain made Ding Mao's eyes covered with blood. Shalala! Then, the paper was poured on his chest, and it quickly changed shape and turned into a delicate and beautiful face, looking at the man in front of him who was about to become a mummy. Dan Zhang, the leader of his subordinates, also makes us lose our refuge. The accomplice. The paper rolled into a sharp spear held in a slender hand and pierced into the heart accurately. The man's struggle stopped in an instant. Crazy la 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 la. Hundreds of paper separated, and the paper gathered from all directions became Xionan's true body, and her eyes turned to the bushes. Nagato walked to her and looked at the 2 corpses on the ground. Tou leaves, roots, Ding Mao. Sahiko, nameless ninja. You will become my hungry ghost path and hell path respectively. Of course it is temporary. At night, the sky was filled with thick clouds, indicating that heavy rain was about to come. Konoha village, a family of 2. Seeing that the weather was not good, the hostess came to the yard to collect her clothes. Swish! The husband, who was busy in the kitchen, caught this scene and flashed out of thin air, holding the woman's wrist. By the way, he was surrounded by an apron, and in his other hand, he was still holding a spatula. The husband's young and handsome face was full of concern. Kushina, you are pregnant now. How can you do such a heavy job of collecting clothes? The hostess was fenced by the red hair like a waterfall, her face as well as a goose egg turned slightly red. She complained in a tender voice, Mao, really, Minato, you are too careful. Even if you are pregnant, I can do such a small thing as collecting clothes. No matter how I say it, I am a ninja. The blonde young husband still had a serious face. If it doesn't work, it won't work. Lord Biwalake has given special instructions. It is particularly important to pay attention to the first 3 months. You can do it yourself except to go to the toilet, and leave everything else to me. After saying that, he started to collect his clothes without waiting for his beautiful wife to agree. Looking at the figures flashing inside and outside the house, the hostess gently stroked her lower abdomen and murmured gently, Dad is so hard. She has to be the Hokage in the village during the day, and is busy with everyone in the village. At night, she also has to take care of us, mother and son. You must become an excellent person as good as father in the future, okay? Little baby. Yes, the 2 are the Minato couple, and the child in their wombs is the unnamed Naruto. Swish! After a few rounds and turns, all the clothes were packed. Minato flashed back and picked up Princess Kushina directly, flashed out in the bedroom the next second, and gently placed Kushina on the bed. Just lie down and rest. An abnormal noise came from the kitchen. Oh no! The curry rice I made is going to be mushy. Mizuno hurriedly went back to the kitchen. Kushina stroked her lower abdomen, smiled helplessly, you should not learn from Dad's rash personality. After having a happy meal, Mizuno was about to wash the dishes when there was a knock on the door from the entrance. Here you come, please wait. After the water gate opened, Irika stood outside the door with a serious look on his face and said with concern, What's wrong, Irika? Sir Naruto, brother Mizuki hasn't returned to the village yet, I'm a little worried. Ah, didn't you 2 come back together? Actually, we had some conflicts in Muhwajin last night, so I came back first, but he still has no news. I thought today was a holiday and he wanted to come back later. But I just went back to Muhwajan to find him. He was no longer there, and he left early in the morning. I haven't come back for so long, which is really abnormal. Irika tightened his palms. I feel something happened to him. At this time, it started raining. Minato hurriedly let Irika into the house. Go into the house first, tell me about the conflict you had last night. Rumble. In the sky, thunder rolled. Outside the wood leaves, in the highest mountain forest, Nagato and Konan stood in the drifting rain. This rain finally made me wait. He formed seals with his hands. The rain tiger freedom technique. His chakra mixed into the rain. He successfully took over the rain. He will decide when this rain will fall and how it will be. Everything that was washed away by the rain could not escape his perception. Konoha Ninja Village, covered by heavy rain, is the residence of the Uchiha clan. In the rain outside the eaves, the boy looked at the rainy sky and his eyes flashed slightly. For some reason, this rain made me feel subtle. But at this time, brothers Ishui and his father were both out for missions. A gentle call came from the room, "Itaki, hurry up and go into the house. Being wet from the rain is not good for your health." "Okay, Mom." Itaki withdrew his gaze and walked towards the room. "No matter what happens, I will protect my mother, and Sasuke in my mother's belly." At the same time, there is another location in Uchiha Station. Swish! The dark vortex stirred time and space, and the ominous figure slowly descended. He took off his hood, his white face facing the rainy sky, and in the dark hole, the cold Sharingan flowed with a dark light. Chapter 18, Breaking in, Konoha. On the top of the mountain, in the heavy rain, Nagato opened his eyes and said to Konan beside him, "I have mastered the dynamics in the Konoha, but an uninvited guest also broke into my rain." In the cold rain, Xiaonan's face the color is solemn. "Does the spot will you delay the action?" Nagato lowered his head and pondered for a while, and made a decision, "No, this rain is rare. It allows us to clearly sense the ninja movements in Konoha on the outside, so we must not miss it." Outside Konoha, the 6 paths of pain led by the heavenly Dao gathered here. Looking at the high wall standing in the rain, you can clearly see the perception barrier that enveloped the entire Konoha. When there is an invasion of foreign enemies, this barrier can automatically identify the enemy's position and number. Let's use Nagato's tactics here. The arms of the 3rd generation Fengying Shureidao lifted Palin's small body, and a boosting flame appeared on his arms. Boom! Perlin was like a human cannonball, thrown at a height of hundreds of meters. The moment she penetrated into the barrier, ripples fluctuated. Almost at the same time, Konoha barrier class sensed her invasion. At the 4 o'clock direction, the invaders, 1 person in number. Swish! Pylon made a series of backflips, and after landing lightly, her little hands formed a seal and hit the ground. Psychic technique. Bang! 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 As the smoke screen came, Tiandao's eyes were cold. The destination, the Uchiha clan's residence. To cover up the real purpose, we will create riots separately. If necessary, we can kill people. Split! 5 black shadows scattered everywhere. Pylon slowly stood up, and through the rain, her body had sensed a large number of Konoha ninjas gathered towards this position. It's worthy of being Konoha, he acts so quickly. The reincarnation eye under the cat-faced mask rotates with a cunning light. Hehe, play a hide-and-seek game with them. Without rushing to psychic combat, she ran into the dark alley alone. Soon, the first batch of ninjas arrived. This is where the intruders appear. Damn it, where have people gone? We are not perceptual. No, isn't there one here? As everyone was watching, the silver-haired boy squatted on the ground. His sensitive nose under his mask sniffed, his eyes turned to the entrance of the alley, and said, the smell shows that the invaders are heading towards that alley. Oh? Then let's go chase. Wait. The silver-haired boy stood up slowly and said in a low voice, there is not only one smell, but he is heading in a different direction. What? You mean, there are more than one intruders? Kakashi. It's unlikely. Even if you can hide the chakra, you can't hide it from the moment you pass through the barrier. Kakashi hesitated on the spot for a moment. I can't be completely sure, because the rain will interfere with my sense of smell to a certain extent. To be on the safe side, we should not concentrate a large number of manpower in one place, so as not to fall into the enemy's slut. You are chasing in other directions and reporting to the superiors that there are suspected multiple invaders. As for the invaders just now, I'll just go. I understand. After receiving Kakashi's instructions, everyone started to act. Kakashi stood up and looked at the dark alley, with a dark look. For some reason, the smell just now made me feel familiar. Kakashi. At this time, a man wearing a ninja uniform with green tights and his hair shining in the rain fell beside him. I'll go chase with you. Kakashi frowned and said, Kai, aren't you preparing to go on a mission? It's not your turn to worry about the invaders. It's true, mate. Kai smiled and said, but I'm a little worried that you, your close friend, will act alone. You were decadent for a while when that incident was half a year ago. Kakashi hid her face in a gloom. It's okay, no matter how I say it's a ninja, you should hurry up and take out the mission, S-level mission, but... Talk. Before he finished speaking, he was pushed out by Kai. I'm so embarrassed that I don't want me to be punished, so I'll work together to subdue the invaders. If you were the same situation, you would do the same, right? Because you have been changed by another close friend. In the rain Kakashi ran, and Kai, who was running side by side, made his heart, which had already become cold, feel a little heat for a long time. Maybe. Lord Naruto, Kakashi provides the latest information and the number of invaders. There are many suspected numbers. Yamazuhai used the technique of uncensorship to urgently contact Bofeng Shiman at home. Thank you for your hard work, I understand. Hakumizu Gate put the cloak of the 4th generation Naruto and walked to the living room. Sir Naruto. On the sofa, Irika looked nervous. He was still studying in the ninja school. He didn't even count the shinen and could not believe what he was facing. What about God? Is it really possible? The village was invaded. Mizuman said hurriedly, Irika, I know everything about Shuimu. When the troubles in the village are settled, I will form a search force immediately. Irika stood up and said timidly, yes, what can I help me? As soon as he said it, he clenched his palm in annoyance and lowered his head. I am really overestimating myself. I am not even a ninja now. Facing an invader who needs Lord Naruto to take action, isn't I humiliating myself to say such words? While he was waiting for a natural rejection, one hand touched his head. Irika raised her head, Minato's face with a gentle smile. Minato smiled and said, here, accompanying my wife and the little baby in her belly is your task, do you understand? At this time, Kushina stood in front of the door with a fruit plate, smiling, I'm going to bother you, Konoha's little guard. A smile appeared on Irika's face, yes. Then I'll go. Minato disappeared. Hey! Pylon received the sensing of the rain from her body while shuttled, and noticed the two people approaching her. Have you chased me accurately here? The chakras of both of them are quite strong. I am afraid I am not able to deal with it. Let Shuradeo support me a little. Swish! But at this moment the vortex appeared out of thin air in front of him, causing Perlin to stop suddenly. Uchiha Obito came to his face like this. On the white vortex face, there was a black hole. The Sharingan looked at Perlin coldly, and the reincarnation eye exposed on the cat's mask. Yuyu's words sounded, the reincarnation eye, you are Nagato, right? What are your intentions when you break into Konoha in this way? Chapter 19, Crispy. Faced with Obito's questioning, Perrin said nothing. Answer me, Nagato, what are your intentions? Faced with Perrin's silence, Obito questioned again with a heavier voice. Boom. At this time, Shura said, landing strongly beside Pylon. You ask me about my intention? Konoha killed my parents and destroyed my home. What are my intentions? Mari, I promised to join forces with you in a year. So, where I am and what I am doing this year has nothing to do with you. On the top of the mountain outside Konoha, in the rain, Nagato said this in a cold tone with Shureideo on the side. Zionin had a cold sweat on his cheek. She knew very well if Mari was not shocked, the development of the matter would be completely out of control. Namen she couldn't help but look at Nagato with concern, and the latter's face at this moment showed a perversion that she had never seen before. She couldn't help but be shocked. Because she had never seen such a look on Nagato's face. I seem to not fully understand Nagato. In a blink of an eye, the rebelliousness disappeared, and it turned back to calm and deep. Xiaonan, don't be afraid, it's up to people. Zionin's eyes showed determination. Well, I've never been afraid. It's just a fight with that guy to the death. Konoha village, in the rain. Obito's face covered by white rattan was not visible, but his fist under his black sleeves was clenched hard, and after a long time it became loose. Nakamen, I'm very happy that you can talk to me in such a strong tone. This at least proves that pain makes you stronger. Just do it as you wish, but... At this time, the two figures appeared at the end of his sight, making his pupils narrow slightly. Kakashi, forget it, let's use Nagato's temperament first, just treat it as a way to hone his ability in the reincarnation eye. Swish! He fled directly into the vortex of divine power. Hey? That was just now. While running, Kakashi vaguely saw something, but it was not real. Helplessly, he lifted up the forehead protection that covered his left eye, looked closely, and successfully locked the two figures standing outside the alley. Kai, there are two enemies. Is that true? We have two of us, and in terms of teamwork, we will not lose to anyone. Swish! Swish! At this time, Perrin and Shureideo ran away separately. Kakashi frowned, they acted separately. Do they don't want to confront us, Heiden? Kai said quietly, don't be led by the enemy. Our original intention remains unchanged, and the two of them attacked the first enemy together. Kakashi's eyes were locked on Perlin's back. The smell of the masked woman really made me care. Kai, can you deal with that tall man? Kakashi. Kai looked at Kakashi in surprise, with a slightly abnormal behavior. Although he was not very relieved, he vaguely guessed some inside story and said, Kakashi, let's have a long-lost competition. Whoever solves the enemy at hand first and supports the other side will be considered a victory. Kakashi nodded, okay. Before the separate action, Mate Kai reminded in a deep voice, I hope you will win this competition, so be careful. Don't worry, I'm not as decadent as you think in the past 6 months. Kakashi accelerated and ran. His hands quickly formed seals. The explosive lightning roared in his right palm. Mate Kai smiled and said, is Chidori? It seems that Sharingan Kakashi has recovered. Then I can't lose. The green beast with wood leaves. Ha! The green aura lingered all over his body, and Mate Kai shouted loudly and accelerated to attack Shureideo. As soon as I started, I used the 4th wound gate in the 8-gate Dungia, not for anything else, just to end the battle 1 second earlier and support my best friend. Swish! Obito appeared again at the top of the long columnar building. He glanced at the pursuit route of Kakashi, smiled contemptuously, and finally chose to wait and see the other way. You can't be wrong. Yes, the puppet that I just talked to was the 3rd generation of Feng Ying who disappeared from Sandian. In Baiju's information, the 3 generations of Feng Ying were killed by the Red Sand Scorpion, but Nagato fell into your hands. Let me see what you are doing now. Aoa! The strong whirlwind of Konoha. The powerful leg wind rushed into Shura's way. Click! Shuradeo glanced backwards, raised his hand, and the sand and iron instantly condensed into a shield. Magnetic escape sand iron wall. Bang! After enduring this critical strike, the sand iron shield disintegrated, but after the disintegration, it quickly changed its shape. In the air, the free black particles suddenly made Kai's eyes condense. This ability is not good. He suddenly withdrew his legs and burst backwards. The long needles made of sand and iron flew towards them like a sudden rain. It's indeed sand ferromagnetic escape. According to legend, the blood limit only in sand hidden village is only available. Is the invader a sand hidden village? Double attack teeth. Kai pulled out his nunchao, opened and swung it into a stick shadow, blocking the attack of sand and iron Shiu, ready to turn defense into offense at any time. Click! At the end of the sand and iron rain, Shuradeo pulled out his arm, revealing a gourd vine-like missile string, and shot towards Kai. Shuradeo and five-finger missile. What? In the blink of an eye, the rocket approaching from all directions made Kai's pupils suddenly shrink. What kind of blood limit is this? Rumble. The roar of the explosion swallowed Kai's foothold. This also marks that after Pain's 6 paths broke into Konoha, the real battle started. The other block. Kakashi chased Perlin tightly. He frowned and said, "Is Kai's side so intense?" Crack! He held the Kyandu in his hand, the Sharingan locked the enemy, and rushed towards him at a terrifying speed. It's really fast. Even though Pylon noticed the signs, she could not make the seal of spiritual art in time. Not good. Just as Kakashi held Chidori in his hand and was about to pass by his chest, the sad girl's face flashed through his mind. At the last moment his palm was shifted, avoiding the vital points. Click! The light of the 1,000 birds penetrated Perlin's shoulders. Perlin lowered his head, and a large piece of blood flowed down, mixed with the rain, dripping. In the rain, Kakashi's eyes were dark and she said in a cold and complicated tone, "I avoided your vital points, but if I don't treat the wound in time, you will definitely die. Surrender, at least you have not actually attacked Konoha." "You are so gentle," the ethereal girl's voice rang. Kakashi opened his eyes wide. "This voice, you are." At this time, Perlin's head lowered slowly raised, and the tether of the cat face mask was loosened, mixed with rain and blood, and it slid off her face. Bit. The mask fell to the ground, and that face was presented to Kakashi. She tilted her head and opened her eyes, her bangs covering half of her face, and a half smile at the corner of her mouth. Kakashi. Pictures later. A creepy horror attacked Kakashi. Chapter 20 It's worthy of being. Kakashi's pupils collapsed like an earthquake, and the lightning in his palm dissipated. After pulling out of the blood hole in his shoulder blades, his feet retreated in panic. "I'm sorry, you're full of flaws." Perrin made a seal, grabbed it in one step, and slapped Kakashi's unprepared abdomen. The psychic technique. Kakashi's collapsed pupils instantly expanded and widened. Crack! Crack! His back clothes were torn apart. Cry! The Yata bird emerged from the crampedness and flew into the air. Kakashi seemed to have all his strength drained, and his knees fell to the ground with a splash expression, so. As the Sharingan disappeared, his body finally collapsed and he lay on the ground. Perrin reached out to Kakashi's left eye, paused slightly, and finally she withdrew her hand back. Bent over and picked up the cat face mask, put it on his face again, and disappeared here. The 5th door is closed, open. At the critical moment, Mate Kai avoided the attack of the Shuradeo missile with the speed of Duman, and with the help of the explosion smoke screen, he jumped up with all his strength, swirled down, and launched a sudden attack on the Shuradeo. He didn't notice at all succeeded. And at this moment, the Yata bird passing by in the air caught a glimpse of this scene with the reincarnation eye. Crack! Shura Dao's head was like a petal blooming, and a laser burst out from the core brain hole. Shuradao head laser cannon. What? Maid Kai was shocked. With his powerful body function, he adjusted his posture in the air and narrowly avoided the range of the laser. That's also the ability of the reincarnation eye, is its stronghold. While watching the two of them fighting closely, Obito looked at the back block with some sense, and sucked himself in with his power. Swish! After putting it on again, looking at Kakashi who was unconscious in a pool of blood, Obito said in a deep voice, "Even if you get the eyes I gave to you, you are still a veritable waste, Kakashi." After Maid Kai landed, he quickly opened the distance and looked at the movements of the sky. The big bird that just flew over was the enemy from Kakashi. Is it summoned? I have a bad premonition that I must end this battle as soon as possible. Retracting his gaze, Maid Kai crossed his arms against his chest. Please use my strongest trick now. The sixth scenic door is open. Boom! Kai's pupils and skin turned dark red due to congestion, and the green aura rose even more exciting. Use this trick to end this battle. Boom! Maid Kai soared into the air, swinging his fists in a terrifying voice. Ao 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 roar. He roared in a igniting manner. This is the roar of the green beast from Konoha. Feel the heat of youth. At the peacock. Boom 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 boom. The impact of the flesh fist rubbing the air was like a grand occasion of a peacock spreading its tail. Watching through the screen and being able to feel immersive at an elevation angle are completely different feelings. Far dozens of kilometers away, sparks were pounding in Nagato's eyes. This is really hot, I must give him a harsh response. Click! Click! The third generation of Feng Ying and Shuradao leaned forward, combined with sand and iron and limbs to form a base. Its back was opened, and two mechanical armors that were several times larger than themselves were turned out from it. After being put together, they turned into a rotatable double-tube turret, rotating and shooting frantically in the sky. Shuradao back anti-aircraft cannon. Boom 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 boom. The artillery fire and fist fire, the ground to air, the 8 non-human physical techniques, the technology and ruthlessness of the Rinnegan, launched a simple and unpretentious confrontation in Konoha's southern block. Arose. Kai felt the pressure and intensified the strength of his fist in the roar. Boom 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 boom. The explosion of airflow began to destroy the large areas of houses around. Obito carried Kakashi on his shoulders, avoided the fallen wall, jumped to a high place, and looked at the dire scene. The screams of the ninjas on the periphery were heard one after another. The battle over there is so fierce, is it, Kai? Damn, I actually fought back and forth with Kai in this state. Who is the sacred enemy? We can't get in the way. Not good. Although there are not many, there are also civilians living in that area, right? I can only pray that they are fine, and the third and fourth generations have all been dispatched. Obito threw Kakashi in a conspicuous place, slowly pulled up his hood and put it on. It seems that I have to leave. At least it can be seen that Nagato really wants to destroy Konoha. Although I don't think you really have the ability now, you can just make a big fuss. Swish! He escaped into the vortex of divine power and left. Mom! At this time, a child's cry came from a house that was affected below. Maid Kai turned his head in the air and saw a child falling on the road. A falling wall was hitting him. Not good. Kai wanted to forcefully interrupt the trick to go over to rescue, but the pressure below made him feel helpless. When the tragedy was about to happen, the black cylinder suddenly formed on the ground, supported the falling wall. Kai couldn't believe what he saw. Sand iron? Could it be that guy? Boom! The firepower of both sides is over at the same time. In the storm Might Kai fell to the ground sweating profusely, and the green aura on his body was unsustainable. Shuradeo, put away the house. Kai noticed that the base he made of sand iron was missing at this moment. We are now at this level, so how about we come here first? Kai clenched his fists, we have no choice but to decide. Boom! Although Kai was at the end of his strength, he still rushed over with a passion. Wow! The storm of sand and iron blocked his way. When it dispersed, his enemy was gone. In the distance, the medical class had carried Kakashi onto a stretcher, and the latter was not in danger of his life. Mate Kai breathed a sigh of relief and was completely exhausted. He supported the broken ground with his fist, calming his breathing while also wondering, what is going on? I really don't understand. What is the purpose of the enemy? Compared with Konoha district, which is boiling and booming, the quietness of the North District seems a bit strange. A tall figure walked on the street in the rain. Just as he passed the shadow of the telephone pole, his footsteps stopped abruptly. On his face full of flesh, the reincarnation eyes slowly moved towards the shadow under his feet. Then, he looked thoughtfully at the eaves behind the telephone pole, not far away, the rain-covered eaves. Da. Under the eaves, footsteps sounded, and a hair was tied in the shadow of the telephone pole. As soon as the man who was as shaped as a black pineapple came over. The man maintained the sealing method with his hands, his face was calm, and the scars on his right cheek and right eyebrows added some vicissitudes to his young face. The fire is soaring into the sky in the distance, but your footsteps are leisurely like walking. Even wearing Konoha's forehead protection, you cannot hide your invader's identity. It's worthy of being, Narakazusa. Chapter 21 What is coming is coming. Narakazuki said in a deep voice, Oh? If you know me, then you should know the name of Konoha's pig, deer, butterfly. Wow! Wow! Yamakurahai and Akitheo Ding's seat landed beside Ryuju. Dingzo narrowed his eyes and looked at the enemy wearing Konoha's forehead protection. He said in surprise, Hey, is it our own inner demon? Ryuju said carefully, there is little chance of appearing in the inner ghost of Konoha. However, I have never seen his face. Either he deliberately wore Konoha's forehead guard when he was infiltrating, or he was a member of the animal or root, and was manipulated by the enemy with illusions. I have trapped him with the shadow binding technique. Before his accomplices come to support him, take him down first. It's easy. Ding Ziyuabe transformed his arms, clenched his huge fist, and shouted, Hai Yi! Ah, leave it to me. Hai Yi made a sign gesture from the air, no matter who you are, you cannot have any resistance under the shadow binding technique and the turning of your heart. The technique of turning the mind. The tacit understanding developed over the years. The next second, Dingzo rushed up like a tiger descending the mountain. Suddenly, Hai Yi exclaimed, What's going on? My heart turned around, it didn't succeed. What did you say? Even Ryuju was shocked, because this has never happened in the past, never. Hai was shocked and suspicious, what happened? The heart may be resisted by a strong mental enemy, but there has never been a failure. Could it be that this guy has no heart? Dingzo heard Hai Yi's shout, but his sprint still remained unabated. Even if his mind turned around, Ryuju's shadow binding technique is enough to limit him. He jumped high, and his giant fist turned into a bombardment towards the enemy ahead. Pig, deer, and butterfly are indeed an impeccable tactic. It's a pity that Pain's technique and me as an individual are simply your nemesis. Hungry Ghost Realm Sealing Technique to absorb seals. World Weary, June Sheep, 1. 8. 70. Swish. In an instant the shadow wrapped around the feet was absorbed. Boom. He jumped backwards and avoided Ding Zulin's heavy punch. What? Ryuju and Dingzo exclaimed at the same time. When Dingzo was stunned, the hungry ghost landed on the ground and bent his knees and ejected forward, his arm straight into Dingzo's big belly. Hungry ghosts devour. Swish! That terrifying absorption force turned Ding from a fat tiger into a thin dog in just a few seconds. There is no other Dao assistant, thank you for this. Just stop when you see it is good. When Liu Ju reacts, he will immediately think of a way to target me. Boom! He kicked Ding Zhou, who had become a thin dog, and then threw out a ninja smoke bomb and turned around and ran towards the dark alley. Damn guy! Ding Zhou was unwilling to give up and got up and prepared to chase him. Xiu Ding doesn't have to chase him. Liu Ju shouted at him, based on the ability he just showed, if he was a fighter, I might have a way to counterattack him by chance, but unfortunately, this is a very cautious guy and we can't get any advantage. Oh, even Liu Ju said so, that's really helpless. Ding Zhou said solemnly, Liu Ju's technique is invalid, and instantly sucked away the calories I used to double my body. If it was a trick to absorb chakra, then the absorption power would be too terrifying. Maybe that's the case. But Liu Ju looked at it more deeply. What's more difficult than that is the fact that the mind turns around and does not work for him. Hi, you just said he doesn't have a heart, right? Hai still did not recover from the shock of his special skills. He had a cold sweat on his face and replied, yes, I can't help turning my heart around, so I can only understand this way. Liu Ju's eyes were deep. Hai, think about it, what does it mean without a heart? This after thinking about it carefully, Hai couldn't help but take a breath, pugground. Ah, maybe that's the case. Liu Ju didn't say it, and a twowered word that appeared in his heart, which was even more terrifying and cold than puppet. Ding Zhou was immediately indignant, damn it! The puppet's words. Is the invader Xie Yin? He is really a guy with 2 faces and 3 swords. He also sent representatives during the day to reach a peaceful consensus with the 4th generation. He can attack him at night. Damn it, it's really hateful. Liu Ju said, it's too early to make a conclusion at this moment. Hai Yi, first pass on the ability of the man just now, along with the information that the enemy might be a puppet master to the 3rd and 4th generations. I understand. Hai Yi did not dare to delay, even if he used the science technique. Swish! In Konoha Central City. The civilians in the attacked southern neighborhood had just been evacuated. On the same day, they met here, and the two received a message from Hai Yi at the same time. What is this happening? After hearing this, Rich Hen's face suddenly became serious. If it's really planned by the Sand Hidden Village this invasion, then, Minato, we must carefully consider the strategy against the enemy, because this may involve the 2 ninja villages and the diplomatic relations between the 2 countries. After saying that, he looked at Minato seriously and waited for the latter to express his opinion, because Minato is Konoha's Naruto now and the final decision maker. 3 generations Minato was also in a dilemma for a moment. I want to keep my opinion first, and then make a decision after the crisis has been calmed. Hina said solemnly, be sure to capture alive, never kill. The Third Ninja World War has just ended. Although Fire Country and Konoha are the winners, they have paid an extremely heavy price. At this critical moment, we must avoid all seeds that may trigger the war. Besides, so far, Konoha has not experienced any substantial casualties. 3 generations of adults. 4 generations of adults. At this time, a Zongnan hurried over and reported, our warehouse where we store the Book of Seal was invaded. What? Hizawa seemed to feel relieved in his nervousness. So, is the purpose of Satsuki just for Konoha's forbidden technique? Minato raised his cloak, let me go, 3rd generation, this is faster. His uninstructed, please, remember be sure to keep a living. I'll do my best. After saying that, Minato had disappeared from its original place. As the guardian of Konoha, Minato left behind the Flying Thunder Kuno in almost all the strategic locations of Konoha. As a road sign, he ensured that he could enter at any time at critical moments. There are 3 territories that Konoha cannot get involved, the resident of the Hyuga clan, and Konoha police force, Uchiha Station. Behind the warehouse of the Book of Seals the water gate shuttled out from the tree shadows Thunder God's Kunao. It was raining heavily, and he stood up looking at the man walking out of the warehouse with the Book of Seals. Stop! Da! The man stopped, turned his eyes and looked at the person coming. On the mountain outside Konoha, a clear curve rose from the corner of Nagato's mouth. What should become? It's still. Chapter 22, What should I leave? Can I leave? In the clouds, thunder rolled, and through the broken line rain, the water gate stared at the man on the steps, and his expression became solemn. The hair color has changed, and there are some strange decorations on my face, but this face is undoubtedly Shuimu. His eyes drooped slightly, and when he looked up again, he said something astonishingly, "Are you a red sand scorpion?" Shuimu was speechless. Naoki Mizuno said in a deep voice, "The latest information is that the invader is suspected to have a puppet body. The puppets made by manipulating living people are plural and can hide their bodies in invisible places. All I can think of is the famous genius of sand hidden, the red sand scorpion. It turns out that he is keen intuition. If it weren't for Payne's technique, this would be almost the only answer." Nagato smiled through the mouth of the human doctrine, Mizuki, and said, "Sa, who knows? Compared with these." Minato's face was slightly stern. She raised her palm and said in a serious tone, "Can you give me the things you are carrying behind you? That was the hard work of Konoha's predecessors. If you take them away like this, I will be very troubled." The human Taoist glanced at the huge scroll behind him. "Wow! The rain swelled, and the blonde figure was already in front of me. So fast!" He just shook his body lightly and surpassed Kakashi's full speed. Fortunately I was prepared for it too. He suddenly turned sideways, passed by Mizuno, jumped down from the steps, landed on the open space, and smiled and said, "Just rushing over like this, you are too unwilling to see me." Minato turned around and said calmly, "Next time, I won't let you avoid it." Swish! On his raised palm, the azure chakra condensed, rotated, compressed, and turned into a round sphere. The pupils of the human Taoist opened. "This trick is..." Swoosh! Mizuno arrived instantly, and his thoughts were flowing. If it was not made into a puppet by the red sand scorpion, but was manipulated by others with illusions, Mizuki might still be alive, so this blow should avoid the vital points. He turned around in the air and aimed at Shui Mu's left shoulder. Rusuen Wan. If you can't avoid it, then don't avoid it. Boom! Luoseng Guan hit the arm of Ren Jiandao. Almost at the same time, the latter poked out his right hand and pressed it on Mizuno's chest. His 5 fingers were closed inward, and his pupils suddenly condensed. The way of the earth. Swish! What? What is this feeling? Mizuno's pupils suddenly shrank, and at this moment, he felt extremely dangerous alert. Swoosh! In front of the 5 fingers of the Renjiandao, a white light appeared, and the water gate disappeared from the spot. It's so alert. Ren Jiandao glanced at the vortex scar left by the spiral balls on his shoulder. The scar itself was insignificant, but the black curse patterns on it made his pupils condense deeply. Is it the mark of the flying thunder god? He smiled helplessly. It's a waste, this pen. He took off the Book of Seal and stood aside. Although this is not the main purpose of this trip, it is a rare spoil. Before this pen dies, we must find a way to transport it to the body. He raised his eyes to the sky at the end of the rain curtain, and 8 circling in the sky the bird of the closest bird shook its wings and swooped towards this place. Hope can catch up. Konoha, a abandoned house far away from the residential area, fell on the Kyushu who was thorning on the muddy ground, and recalled the thrilling moment. He was still scared. A moment just now, something like a soul came out of my body, accompanied by a sense of strength loss. It's so dangerous. For another second at night, I'm afraid I can't even escape with the flying thunder god. He sat up from the mud and fell into deep thought. After that being said, is this ability really something that ninja can do? At least, I don't think the puppet technology of the red sand scorpion can do this. Who would it be if it wasn't the scorpion of red sand? The second generation of Feng Chao and Sarman who created the puppet technique, or the first generation of puppet technique, Mensa Iman. No, those two should have died very early. Perhaps, I shouldn't have preconceivedly determined that the other party is a puppet master from Sakai. There are many talents in the ninja world. Where I don't know, there are always existences that cannot be judged with existing common sense. Through the fight just now, I judged that his ability to pull the soul was activated by touching his palm. As long as you pay attention and don't be caught by him, this enemy will not be difficult to deal with. He held the flying thunder god Kuabai beside him, stood up, looked at himself, and a helpless smile appeared on his handsome face. The cloak was stained with mud. Even during Kushina's pregnancy, I had all the housework, only this Naruto's cloak, she would help me wash it with her hands in person every time. I'm going to cause trouble for her again. Putting away his smile, Minato looked at the distance with a solemn look, quickly calm this riot and go back to Kushina. At this moment, for the human way, it is a battle of every second. Quick! Fortunately the Yata bird successfully flew to the ground. The human world held the Book of Seal and threw it to the sky with all its might. The Yata bird spread its sharp beak and bit it. Swoosh! The water gate rushed out and was glimpsing this scene. Do you want to use air support to take away the Book of Seals? Don't expect to succeed. He threw the flying thunder god Kyo into the air with all his strength while holding it with his sharp beak. He swooshed out and grabbed the scroll. Swoosh! The next second, he jumped back to the ground with the Book of Seals. Seeing the crack in the Book of Seals, he looked up at the sky, and there was something in the mouth of the Yata bird. Minato said in a narrow eye, "How many pages are there in the last volume was it pulled off with its beak before I flashed back?" On the back of Yata, Perlin looked at him from a distance and then turned around and flew towards the sky outside Konoha. Mizuman did not chase after him, but turned his eyes to Shoemu. In his mind, compared with the forbidden techniques in the village, the safety of his companions was more prioritized. Shoemu, no matter whether you are being made into a human puppet or being controlled by other means, I can't leave you alone. Sorry, I may make some heavy moves, at least to make your body unable to get up in a short period of time. Mizuman carries the Book of Seals and condenses the Rusuen again, punches the kunao in his hand into the ground at his feet, swoosh. Shuttles out from the flying thunder god mark on the shoulder of Shoemu. Come here. Then it's time to say goodbye. The Renjiandeo Mizuki smiled and pulled off his upper robe, revealing the detonation letter that covered his whole body, sniffing the flames. What? Mizuman's pupils suddenly contracted. He never expected that the other party would actually use the means of dying with him. Of course it's not about dying together. This is Nagato asked Konanka for insurance. If Pain encounters a situation where he will die if he cannot escape, he will use self-destruction to completely destroy it, so as not to allow Konoha to interpret Pain's core intelligence through research. Rumbling rumble. In the bursting fire the human path and water and wood are crushed to pieces. Swoosh! Mizuno jumped out of the kunao behind. The fire dissipated, looking at the pouring rain, the mottled forward protection in the pit left by the explosion, the water gate's gaze became heavier. Swish! He clenched his fists and cast his sharp eyes on the back of Yata bird. No matter who you are, I will never let go of the guy who hurts my companion. He bit his finger and made a mark with blood. The Psychic Technique. Chapter 23 Water Gate, Perlin, Offensive and Defensive Battle. Bang! The psychic smoke screen rose high, the big-toed Wenta was holding a giant pipe in his arms and descending in the mist. The huge tonnage made the forest clearance look extremely narrow, and even the cottage storing the Book of Seal was squeezed out. When Taishan said, "Guguagwa! Jiraiya, you old boy, summon me in such a narrow place again. Believe it or not, I will throw you off your head. Mr. Wentai. A polite title came from above. Qua. Wentai paused with laughter and looked up. Ah, it turned out to be you, Minato. Its expression suddenly became serious. I urgently summoned me. Is something wrong in the village? Minato looked at the Yata bird that was galloping towards the end of Konoha, and said concisely, the village was attacked. Among the enemies, there were guys who were good at using psychic combat, carrying the seal book of the book, about to leave. Hey? Strange isn't the book of seals carried on you? Ah, I blame myself for not expressing it clearly. This is the book of seal that I took back. During the competition, part of it was taken away by the enemy. The most important thing is that the part that was taken away is the content of the last volume of Book of Seal. The techniques recorded are extremely dangerous. Once lost, the consequences will be unimaginable. That's how Wentai took a deep breath of the pipe, and the toad's pupils narrowed. I can't even watch you completely. It seems that the other party is a pretty amazing guy. Minato said respectfully, that's it. Can you please? Mr. Fumita, the enemy is in the air. If you don't have your help, I may not be able to achieve it. It's okay, let's cover it with me. After saying that, Wen Tehazang's body shot out like an arrow from a string, stepping on the woods inside the KOH leaves, jumping, and several rounds, shortening the distance with the Yata bird. On the back of the Yata bird, Perrin looked back at the huge creature that was approaching quickly below and murmured, the Hungry Ghost Path and the Shura Path are entangling with the third generation of Naruto. If they are psychic, Uchiha's side will lose the cover of the periphery. Do you want to summon the body? No, it's too early to meet now. Pylan's little hands formed into seals. Just rely on this animal path. Psychic Hellhound. Bang! In the white smoke, a hellhound fell from the sky and attacked Wenta, who was speeding rapidly, with his teeth grinning. Minato was surprised. Is there more than one kind of psychic beast? Humph! The societal Wenta spitted a smoke gun, as if he regarded the other party as little Karami. Boom! It jumped high, and its heavyweight body stepped directly on the hellhound, trampling it into the smoke screen. Pylan sighed, Sanchu is really strong, but unfortunately I still can't get the amplification in hellhound, otherwise it would be enough for it to drink a pot. The little hand started printing again. Psychic technique Hell Crab. Bang! Looking at the big crab falling from the smoke screen, Mizuno exclaimed, it's flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the water. Can he use the THREEMer psychic beasts in the sea, land, and air to fight? Wow! The hell crab spit out the foam like waves in the air. Mr. Wentai, the enemy is trying to use those bubbles to stop us from chasing us. Humph! A little trick of carving insects. Wentai Frog's palms formed a seal, his cheeks contracted, and a condensed water bomb that concentrated the Myomushin magic chakra in one mouthful, and blasted it up. Water escape water iron, H. That is a perfect move to the wind escape and practice air bullets that Sand Guardian Crane. Rumble. The iron and water pierces the foam and bombards the abdomen of the hell crab. Even if there is a shell defense, its power is still unstoppable. With a bang, it disappeared into the white smoke screen. Humph! Pylan put down her little hand and snorted. The Yata bird swirled in the air, aimed at the toad Wenta, and continuously sprayed bird eggs in her mouth. Guguagwa, it's ridiculous, this idiot actually used the egg-laying method to mock me. Look at me slashing your egg with one knife. Wentai laughed 3 times, then drew his knife and slashed at the egg that fell towards him. It split easily. Gugugugugugugugu, it's really vulnerable. Suddenly the dazzling light reflected Wentai's vision. Nanny is so tiring? What is this? At the critical moment Mizuno squatted and pressed his palm on Wentai's head. At the same time a kunao fell in the bushes in the distance. The Flying Thunder God's technique. Boom! Wen's huge body came out of thin air, crushing the huge trees. Countless birds of prey ran in fear, and the birds flew away in shock. Rumble rumble! The explosion of fire behind the explosion formed a whole lot. Wen Tai's face turned red. Are all the eggs it dropped? Damn it, I almost made me look ugly. Indeed, if you don't know in advance, you can't be careful. Mizuno used the Flying Thunder God to transfer Wen Tai in a hasty manner, and it also consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, sweat was also seen on his face, but it was mixed with rain, and he couldn't tell it. Wen Tai glanced at the Yata bird hovering above her head and said in anger, "Damn it, I'll kill you now." The pursuit and attack and defense begin again. Boom! 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 Wen Tai jumped left and right and flexibly avoided bombing. Since you know that those are bombs, don't think that the same trick will work. Seeing that the Yata bird was about to fly out of Konoha airspace, Minato said urgently, "Mr. Funta, it is approaching the Konoha barrier. Once it leaves Konoha, it will be difficult for us to pursue it." "Ah, I understand, this will end it." Crack! Wen Tai bit his pipe, the frog's feet accumulating strength, so he soared into the air, and the big knife slashed. "What can you do?" Pylon controlled the Yata bird to pull up and narrowly avoided Wenta's big knife. Swish! Wen Tai's body began to fall, and the next second, it exerted force in the air and threw the big knife in its hand out. Nanny! This step was really beyond Perlin's expectations. Bang! The Yata bird was pierced by a big knife and disappeared into the white smoke. Pylon lost her focus and fell in the storm. He stretched out his hand with all his strength and grabbed the remaining page of the Book of Seal floating in the air and fell heavily beside the Konoha wall. Bang! Toad Wenta landed heavily. "Minato, I can only help you get here. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fun." Bang! Wen Tai disappeared into the white smoke screen. Under the wall of Konoha, Perrin held the fragment of the seal book and covered the hole on her left shoulder, which was penetrated by Kakashi Chidori. "You are already at your end," Minato said quietly. "The wound on your left shoulder was caused by Kakashi with Chidori. I heard Kakashi was seriously injured and had been taken away by the medical class. And you, after being injured so seriously, did not treat the wound, and dealt with me all the way and persevered until now. This is simply incredible. No matter who sacred you are you in front of you also a puppet?" Swish! Minato's palm condensed from the spire ball, and towards the lonely Palin under the wall, he launched a sprint. "At least, please let me see what you are looking at under your mask." Spire Noid approaches the cat face mask. Boom! What? Minato's pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 24. I'm very happy to see you. Boom! The spire ball in Minato's hand hit the wall behind. The white smoke surrounding my eyes dissipated, and the opponent wearing a mask disappeared. Vanished. This shocked Minato. Does the enemy also say that the time and space ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God? Click. He withdrew his palm from the depression of the wall, and his face returned to calm in shock. No, this white smoke is more like a simple psychic. Is it a psychic to people? In my understanding, only 3 holy places can do this. If there is a power beyond this, it is a power beyond common sense. The enemy who just wore a cat face mask has a height and body shape, and it is more likely that he is a girl. Are the fragments of the Book of Seals taken away with the psychic? What I don't want to see the most is still happening. Boom! 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 The sound of explosion came from afar behind me. Mizuno turned around in the rain, looked at the place where the war was ignited, and disappeared. On the mountain outside the leaves, it was pouring rain. Hey! Nagato put down his sealed hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Zionin saw the Perrin who was getting up from in front of him and said in surprise, "Nakaman, is this?" Nagato smiled and said, "That's right, what we tried in private practice before, cutting off pain's transmission signal in an instant, allowing the ability to return to the body, and then resume transmission, a technology called breakpoint continuation. I succeeded in desperation, otherwise something really would happen. He took the fragment of the Book of Seal from Pylan's hands and sighed sincerely, this spoil is really hard won. Although Xionan did not see the process with his own eyes, the empty on Pylan's left shoulder and the expression on Nagato's face all illustrate everything. She asked, "What's the situation in Konoha now?" The human path explodes and dies, and the hungry ghost path and Shura path are at a disadvantage in the face of the third generation of Naruto. After the fourth generation intervenes, it will probably take a minute to do it. Nagato held the pages tightly, and his eyes gathered light. It's time to close the net in hell and heaven. Konoha, the Uchiha clan's residence. The village was attacked, and the police force also dispatched its forces to rush to provide assistance. The guard against staying here is not strong. At least the infiltration of the way of heaven and hell did not suffer too fiercely. Ah! Ah! Two left-behind Uchiha tribe members hit the wall with their backs and lost their combat ability. Tiendao put down his palm and disappeared at the entrance of the alley. Hell Road walked forward, slamming the throats of the two of them with both hands, and lifted them in the air. Hell Road. From behind him, the King of Hell was ignited with the purple fire. What is this? The two Uchiha tribe members looked at this strange scene beyond common sense and showed a look of horror. Nagato's turn of ecstasy, my rainwater has never been detected by Shishui and Fugaku's chakra. At first I thought they were not outdoors or involved in my rainwater, but after so long the riots, they have never appeared. It seems that they are not in the village. It is impossible to wait for them to come back. It is impossible for a second time to penetrate the KOH leaves like this. So before those two people return to the village, finding their whereabouts and going to block them is the right way. At this time the two Uchiha tribe members opened their mouths uncontrollably, their tongues became thicker and longer, and they emerged in front of them. Two purple tongues with hands appeared from the mouth of the King of Hell, and grabbed the two of them. This is the judgment of the King of Hell in the Hell. The technician asks out the information he wants. If the judge lies, he will suffer the punishment of tongue pulling out and then lose his life. Nagato is facing a situation at this moment. If the other party is detected to be lying, it means that he is knowing the intelligence, and then taking his life with judgment will also lose its meaning. Except for a few rebellious people like Mizuki, Konoha and Uchiha clan are mostly backbone guys, and even if they know, they won't speak. Using the human way it seems much more convenient. Unfortunately, the Tao of the earth and the water of the earth are dead. But the meaning of using the hell path is not without it. Nagato is a person who makes good use of psychological tactics. Next, I want to ask you a question. If you lie or don't answer, your tongue will be pulled out. Believe me, it will be very painful. There is only one prerequisite for survival, that is, you really don't know. Their faces suddenly became nervous. Then I asked. Without giving the two of them any psychological preparation time, Nagato asked through the mouth of hell, "Do you know the whereabouts of Uchiha Shimizu and Uchiha Fugaku?" Knowing the consequences of lying, the subtle expressions on the two of them were enough to express everything. Before the two of them could speak, Penhell's way lifted the judgment of the King of Hell. The tongue retracted into the mouths of both of them. Penhell put down the Uchiha tribe on his left hand, punched his abdomen, and knocked him out. Looking at the person holding his right hand, he said in a deep voice, "Even if there is no trial, your expression will betray you. Okay, let me say it now, let me let you go." Ha 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 ha. The Uchiha tribe laughed, and then he spitted on the face of Penhell made with the nameless ninja of Sandu. "If you want to kill, kill. What are you talking about? The Uchiha clan has no cowards. But I want to warn you, if I die, wait to accept Uchiha's most terrifying revenge. Uchiha is the strongest of Konoha. Nagato smiled and sighed, sure enough they are all people with backbone, but you can't help it. Penhel's path 2 fingers stand upright. This nameless ninja of Sandun is a master of using illusion. Relying on Nagato's powerful chakra, the power of the illusion is enough to make the powerful Uchiha clan fall into it. Say, come, tell me. The Uchiha tribe member was speechless in his eyes and said dully after saying that, he fell into a coma and lost consciousness. Let go for a moment. Cold words came from behind Pen's hell path. I saw led by Uchiha 8th generation, a group of Uchiha young men, all of the Sharingans were shining with a faint light, and their faces were solemn and cold. It was the police force who returned to the clan's resident after symbolic help. Looking at the sand village protective that Pen wore in Hell Road. The 8th Daya said coldly, Sahi village is a kid, dare to attack our people. Have you thought about how to die? Pen turned around in hell, laughing meaningfully, die? Your 3rd generation of Naruto seems to have given orders to keep a living, right? A young Uchiha man behind the 8th generation shouted sternly, who cares about this kind of thing? Those who offend our Uchiha clan will be sentenced to death. Is that true? Pen said hell, throwing Uchiha in his hand forward in a flash, running towards the shrine with all his strength. The situation of death is bound to be dead, it is a moment, and the right master has also been found on the other side of the heavenly Dao. Boom! Thunder rolled in the heavy rain. The boy, standing under the rainy eaves, turned his eyes to the dark corner, come out, I know you are there. Day. Pen Tiandao walked from the corner of the rain, and a warm smile appeared on his cool face. I'm glad to see you, Uchiha, Itaki. Chapter 25 Itaki, do you want it? In front of Pen Tiandao was Itaki, who was only 4 years old. After seeing the tragic situation of the Third Ninja World War, he showed calmness and maturity beyond adults. There is a fierce battle outside, but you run to the Uchiha clan's base. You can also call out the name of me, an unknown child. Your target is my father, right? You wear it. In the past, in the Ninja War, it became the main battlefields of various countries, and the guard of the rebellious Ninja War. Are you looking for revenge for your target? Did he ever kill one of you or multiple important people? As soon as Itaki opened his mouth, he showed extraordinary intelligence. But his tight fists and his shoulders trembling slightly in the rain still betrayed his panic. After all, he is a child who has not even attended ninja school and has not yet mastered the usage of chakra. And inside the room it was his mother who was pregnant not long ago. Tiandao approached with cold steps and said calmly, if so, what would you do? Under the oppression from the face, Itaki forcibly restrained his instinct to retreat and tried to say in a calm tone, my father is not here. But you spend a lot of effort to break into Konoha. If you come here and return without success, you will definitely not give up, but staying here for a long time will obviously be unfavorable to you. So what is most beneficial to you is to hold me, Fugaku's only son, and use it as a bargaining chip to force him to submit in the future. I will follow you and become your hostage. The condition is to let my family go. Oh! Hearing this, Tiandao raised his eyebrows. He stopped in front of Itaki, looked down at Itaki, whose head was only at his knee, and said, in this situation, it turns out that you would make this decision? It really surprised me. Itaki stood in the shadow of the man in front of him, looking up at the face that was showing coldness in the cold rain. Without saying a word, he knew very well that the only bargaining chip he could negotiate was himself. A cool smile appeared on the corner of Tiandao's mouth. It's raining heavily here, can I invite me into the house and sit? Itaki paused slightly and nodded, yes. Crack. The door is open, and the lights in the room are closed, and there is only a dark corridor connecting the living room. At the entrance, the heavenly Dao took off his shoes stained with rain and entered the house barefoot. Itaki wanted to reach out to turn on the light, but Tiandao glanced at him, the light, there is no need to turn on it. Itaki withdrew his hand and followed Tiandao without saying a word to the living room. The living room without lights is full of dimness and depression. Tiendao stood on the tatami in the living room, looking at the two cushions. Itake, who grew up, ended his parents' lives in this place. Before traveling through the growth gate, Lin Feng was an orphan who was abandoned by his parents since childhood. Orphans like him often went to two extremes, either hating their parents who abandoned them, and showing extreme indifference to family affection, or they were more eager for parental affection than ordinary children. He is the latter. He does not hate abandoning his parents. He subconsciously believes that his parents had their own difficulties back then. Therefore, after he became sensible, he refused the opportunity to be adopted by a loving couple, and firmly believed that his biological parents would appear and take him back. Unfortunately, until the end his wish was not fulfilled. There was also a disheartened moment. During that autistic period, he learned to talk to himself in the mirror, live in his own world, and taste the loneliness. I thought I wouldn't be lucky if I got used to loneliness. But when he saw other children talking and laughing with their parents, somewhere deep in his heart was still empty. Gradually, he developed a strong sense of estrangement and alienation towards the real world. After getting in touch with Naruto's anime, the encounter of the protagonist Naruto gave him a place to rest in reality. But Naruto's excessive optimism and strength only exist in the world of the two-dimensional world. Lin Feng is a rational person in his bones. Naruto's distorted optimism cannot resonate deep in his soul. This is the most fundamental reason why he traveled through time to become the Nagara. Both were orphans and were also the son of prophecy. Nagato's personality may have flaws, but flaws are more realistic. Back to the core of the problem, he has an obsession with his parents' affection that is beyond ordinary people. The text is for personal learning and trial reading only. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. If you like this resource, please purchase the genuine version. Thank you for your cooperation. So for Uchiha Itake, he can marvel at his talents, his mind, and his encounters, but he cannot agree with his approach. He also knew Itake had great difficulties. Itake's destined limitations in his position as a Konoha ninja and Uchiha clan, which made him decide to kill his parents and clan members. However, Nagato just cannot accept it in terms of emotion. No matter how legitimate, just, great, and unscrupulous it is not the reason why it can kill his parents and family. How many people are extremely eager to give everything they want to have a complete home, but they can't get it. But Itake destroyed a complete home for peace for his own hands. To take a step back, really, is there no other way to save Sasuke except to exterminate the clan? Well, maybe the Uchiha coup came too hastily. Itake failed to get out of a limited perspective when it was in power. Put the matter of extermination aside. After that, Itake was almost merciless in Sasuke's life. He chose to use the cruelest way to spur the young Sasuke to grow up in the way he expected. Even if the starting point is love, the background color of love is too dark and depressing. When Naruto had not yet established a bond with Sasuke, I really don't know how Itake planned to cure Sasuke after his death. What he expected was that Sasuke continued to protect Konoha with his eyes after knocking him down. He ignored Sasuke's own feelings from beginning to end. Facts have proved that if his only protected younger brother Sasuke had not been illuminated by Naruto, he would have completely sunk into the darkness and destroyed the peace he protected. Itake, who knew it later, realized this and decided to find Naruto before his death and gave Naruto the God of the God Eye technique. Unfortunately, that starting point is still manipulation. In the original work, it was not until the moment before the reincarnation of the filthy land was lifted that Itake truly realized the right path. Unfortunately, Sasuke's inner darkness at that time could no longer be erased. Finally, Sasuke reached a heart-to-heart reconciliation in Naruto's battle. The iron fact is irrefutable. Itake's talent as a ninja is impeccable, but in terms of extermination of genocide and manipulation of Sasuke's life, it is wrong and undesirable. Back to the present, at this moment in this dim and depressing room. The heavenly Deo said in a deep voice, he said, "Come here." Itake stepped forward and walked over. Tiendao grabbed Ataka's small arm, took out Kowloon, and cut open his forearm. The pain made Ataka's lips tremble, but he didn't move, letting the blood flow. Tiendao took out the blood-collecting vial, caught the blood flowing from it, filled it and closed the bottle cap, and put it into his sleeve. The wound is not deep, bandage it yourself. Ataka was surprised, but he still pulled off his sleeve and quickly bandaged the wound with his teeth in the dark. Then, he waited for the person in front of him to take the next move. Nagato would not be here, and he would take Ataka's life. After all, from the perspective of interests, he still needs Ataka's spare eyes. But he still needs to do it if he feels despair and horror in his young heart as if he is to his younger brother Sasuke. It is not for Sasuke's childhood to seek justice, but for the beautiful expectations of his parents and brotherly affection in his heart. Ataka, you just said outside that you are Fugaki's only son, which is not appropriate in the indifferent words. Tiendao's eyes turned to the closed door. Ataka's pupils suddenly widened. What do you want to do? Boom! The lightning illuminated the dim room and also illuminated the grim smile on the corner of Pen Tiendao's mouth. Ataka, do you want it? I'll take care of you, your unborn brother Sasuke. Chapter 26. But Ataka. The smile of the man in front of him and what he said made Ataka feel a chilling horror. He asked in horror, what are you going to do to my mother? What are you doing? Isn't that obvious? Tiendao stepped forward and walked towards the bedroom door in the dark living room. Ataka shouted in horror, Mom, run away quickly. In the bedroom, Uchiha Mikoto, who was resting safely under the help of rain outside the window, was awakened by Ataka's shouts. Ataka, has he in danger? Dong 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 dong. She didn't care about thinking at all, picked up the flashlight placed on the tatami, and rushed to the door quickly. With the light I saw a strange man standing in the living room. Her beloved son Ataka was standing behind the man at a loss. Mikoto, who has a gentle personality, showed her courage to be a mother. Who are you? Why did you break into my house? Ataka shouted, Mom, run away quickly, he is going to be unfavorable to Sasuke. What? Mikoto's face suddenly changed, she stared at the face of the man in front of her. Do you know that the child in my belly is Fugaki's enemy? Pentien said, who knows? Mikoto's face was covered with cold sweat. Calm down, he can break through Konoha and the clan's numerous guards and break into this home, proving that his strength is unfathomable and I cannot escape. Besides, even if I escape, what should Ataka do? For the safety of the child, Mikoto calmed down and tried to negotiate. Whatever you want, I can cooperate with you. Let me and the children in my belly be your hostages. But I only have one request, you can let Ataka go. Oh. Tiendao raised his eyebrows and said, it's really a mother and son. Your son, you must be my hostage, let me let you go. Mikoto used her nails and pinched the flesh in her palms hard, allowing the pain to maintain the calmness of her brain. How can that be? How can I think? A pregnant woman who is powerless to resist has more bargaining chips than a lively child, right? Seeing that the other party seemed to hesitate, Mikoto hurriedly said, and don't look at Ataka, his mind is quite meticulous. If you take him away, be careful of being plotted against him. While speaking, Mikoto took the flashlight toward the entrance, intentionally or unintentionally. She was signaling Ataka to escape quickly. This kind of small plot, of course, it can't be hidden from Tiendao's eyes. He glanced coldly to see how Ataka reacted. I saw Ataka's face turned abnormally calmed down at this moment. Afterwards, he discovered something. Just now he cut my arm with kunao, then collected my blood in a container, and asked me to bandage the wound. Is his purpose not to seek revenge? When I first saw him, I preconceived that he was looking for revenge for his father. But it looks not at this moment. What is related to blood? Could it be that the other party's purpose is the power of the Uchiha clan and the blood resistance limit? And he saves my life, it means that I am still useful to him, at least, I am now. A bold idea emerged in Itaka's mind, this is the only way to make the other party retreat. If the other party does not submit, he will do it because there is no choice. Itaka took a deep breath and said strongly, "You can't hurt Suzuki." "Oh? This is, why?" Swish. Itaka pressed a kunai against his neck, "If you hurt Suzuki, I will break it by yourself, so that you can't pass me and achieve your ulterior motive." Mikato's face suddenly changed, "Itaka. Oh, he saw through my intentions, this is really not simple." Seeing that Pen's heavenly Dao was unmoved, Itaka used Kawai's blade to cut a trace of the skin on his neck. "Now if you leave here, you will have the chance to get what you want in the future, but if I die now, you will be very troubled." Maybe. The afterglow of the heavenly Dao symbiosis eye glanced at Itaka coldly. Nagato's cold thoughts flowed. "But Itaka, you are not my only choice. At worst, I can take off your eyes and find another suitable person to open these eyes for you. Although it is inevitable that I will take a lot of trouble, but I am better than taking you to force me to death. If you want to die, just die." Tiendao raised his palm indifferently and pointed it at Mikato. Swish! In Itaka's horrified and terrified eyes, the latter was captured by gravity towards the way of heaven. "Stop, stop!" Ignoring Itaka's scream, a black stick fell from the cuff of the heavenly Dao, and with a click, piercing into Mikato. Blood made the tatami stain, and it also made Itaka's pupils suddenly lose its focal length. Pen's cold words floated towards him, "Once upon a time, like this, my parents were also killed by Konoha ninja. Itaka, you are already used to the death of ninjas, but is there any difference in the fact that your relatives are killed in front of you?" Tiendao said, took out the blood-collecting bottle, squatted down and began to collect blood samples. A few days ago, the conversation between Nagato and Orochimaru was vivid in my ears. By the way, if it is a child who is already in the mother but has not yet been born, how should I choose? Wait until he is born. Well, if the child is already in the mother's body, just select the mother's blood sample. Use Mikato's blood to get Sasuke's blood sample. Among the 5 target candidates, Sasuke's blood sample plays an important role. Because he is the reincarnation of Indra. The power of Indra is an indispensable element in opening the samsara eye. Although I don't know if this blood sample is enough to meet the Indra elements required for opening my eyes, it is always right to start first. After collecting, Tiendao put the blood bottle into the cuff and stood up. Swoosh! Behind him, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly came. The sleeves of the heavenly Dao waved. Kyuuba, who was flying towards him, was bounced to the wall. Tiendao turned around and saw that behind him, Itaka's eyes were filled with tears, and in his blood-red eyes, there was a shining single magma. "Oh? Is it just 4 years old? Is it just open my eyes? It was 4 years earlier than the age of 8. Well, this is another unexpected gain from this trip. Pu. Itaka knelt on the tatami. Who, he breathed heavily because of the sadness of losing his closest relative and the feeling of powerlessness about the status quo. Now he is too weak, even if he opens the Sharingan he can't change anything. Pen Tiendao pulled out the black stick from Mikato's shoulder, walked past Itaka, and put on his shoes in the entrance hall. Before opening the door and leaving, he said, "Itaka, hurry up and stop the bleeding for your mother. If you still want to see your brother born safely." Itaka suddenly raised his pupils and rushed to Mikato, confirming the latter's life reaction and injury. He immediately moved Mikato to the tatami with all his strength, took out the medical box from his home, and bandaged Mikato with Sharingan assistance. I avoided the vital points and the wound was not pricked deep. Why, was he trying to stimulate me and let me activate the power of the Sharingan? Itaka. Mikato opened her eyes tremblingly and murmured at his name. Itaka knelt on the tatami, holding Mikato's palm, put it on her forehead, and said warmly, It's all ready, it's okay, Mom. Outside the Konoha, on the top of the mountain, in the rain, Nagato sighed. During the Heavenly Dao action, the Hell Road, the Hungry Ghost Road, and the Shura Road were all killed one after another. Konoha of this period is a stronger group. Nagato raised his chest with 2 fingers. I finally got what I should get, so it's time to retreat. Chapter 27 I'm ready to move. Outside the headquarters of Konohagen, rains hit the eaves. The man in a black robe had half of his face covered in a white ribbon, his right arm was wrapped under a black sleeve robe, and his left hand held a crutch, quietly listening to the white-clothed man kneeling in front of him, reporting to him about the situation. This is the situation. There are suspected enemies who invaded, and the eyes we have seen in the Rain country. After listening, he closed his eyes and pondered, recalling the scene of the Golem heretics in the country of Rain in the war. For the first time he saw a fledgling red-haired young man in the first place when his companion's life was threatened, before earlier than the beginning of this work, and the original animation appeared. The shock that hits the soul is still engraved in this man known as the darkness of the ninja world, Shimura Danzang's bone marrow. That kind of power does not belong to this world. Danzo opened his eyes. The reincarnation eye is not such a cheap power. Immediately, I wrote a letter to Hanzo, the leader of Yuyin village, telling him that the escaped Akatsuki thief who escaped during the last encirclement and suppression appeared in Konoha and gained new power, so that he could pay special attention. Yes, the member of Gen asked carefully, that adult will Gen take action this time? The enemy? No need, this ninja world is not as strong as the new and old Hokages, and they cannot be solved by joining forces. But the remains left by the enemy must have the value of exploration. Why does the reincarnation eye appear again? I must grasp this secret in hand. Rumble, thunder and lightning flashed, and a dark smile appeared on the corner of Duanzang's mouth. Because, the Samka eye surpasses the first generation of Naruto and Uchiha Madara, is the power of the 6-path immortals. Even if I can't get it, I will destroy this power. The eastern block of Konoha turned into ruins in a fierce battle. The Shura path and the Hungry Ghost path were both killed here. The one who defeated them was Hizawa, but the one who ended them was Minato. Sarutobi Hinasar was in his battle year. He was wearing armor and holding a Ryuji stick in his hand. He stood in the rain with a slightly sharp corner of his eyes and glanced at Minato. Minato, you shouldn't kill, this will bring about diplomatic problems. Minato explained the love story in a respectful tone. 3 generations of adults, I have to do this. The enemy who stole the Book of Seals self-destructed himself in front of me. I am afraid that the same will be true for both of them, hurting the innocent. If this causes diplomatic problems, I will take responsibility. Oh, there's nothing I can do about this. Hiruzen sighed lightly, hoping that this matter was the non-narration behavior of Sakura village or other ninja villages, so the other party would not be able to take the opportunity to attack Konoha. At this time, Ryuji opened her eyes on her stick, and the ape demon said deeply, by the way, the abilities of these 2 people are really difficult. The absorption ability of that big man makes all your specialty ninjutsu invalid. As for the other guy, it's even more difficult. It's just that I can use the ferromagnetic escape that is as strong as the 3rd generation of Feng Ying. My body is filled with strange things. If it weren't for my Vajra body, I'd probably not be able to bear it. The ferromagnetic escape of the sand, as strong as the 3rd generation of Feng Ying. This sentence attracted the attention of Ridgen. He walked forward, used the Ryuji stick to push away the stone rubble buried in the Shura Dao, and looked at the face that he could not look closely during the battle. What? Why is this happening? It doesn't matter when he sees it. His pupils suddenly contract, and his 5 fingers hold the Ryuji stick tightly. He is the 3rd generation of Feng Ying. What? Minato and Konoha Kanon present were all shocked. During the reign of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying, the relationship between the Fire Kingdom and the Wind Kingdom was tense, and there was almost no mission communication. During the war, the 3rd generation of Feng Ying was in charge of the rear, and there was no Konoha ninja. He had seen his true appearance. The third generation of Feng Ying is the strongest Feng Ying in the past dynasties, and his mysterious disappearance directly led to the surrender of the Sand Village, becoming a symbol of the end of the Third Ninja World War. This strongest Feng Ying who is missing actually attacked Konoha after the war. This isn't it too incredible? Minato was the first to recover his calmness. He said to Hisawa, the body of the third generation of Lord Feng Ying was made into a puppet body. Compared with other enemies suspected of puppets, his structure is more inclined to our traditional understanding of mechanical puppets. So I think he was killed when he attacked Konoha and made into a puppet. His death has nothing to do with us. Fourth generation, you are too naive. Even if the facts are the case, Satsuki knows it, but he won't think so. At this time a dark and low voice rang. Minato looked at it, Mr. Danzo. B. H. 943-6. Uchiha Station is located on the school ground far away from the residential area. Members of the guard troops headed by Uchiha Yama, surrounded the deep pit, looking at the tragic death of the Hell Road corpse. I really don't understand. This guy obviously has no ability. How did he subdue the smell of medicine in moment? I feel strange, too. After pondering, the 8th generation made a rational analysis. Can he have helpers? After seeing us, he ran away without thinking. He ran to this place far away from the residential area with a very purpose. It can be understood as covering the helper, right? It's true otherwise, let's search quickly. At this time, after following the crowd of police forces, a young man with long hair jumped out of the pit. There is one more thing worth confirming than his helper. Rice fire. People looked at the talking boy. Uchiha Inawo, who was 9 years old at the time, had already opened the Sharingan and became an alternate member of the police force. Daohuo looked at the eyes of hell with tender single magma, and said in a low voice, Brother 8th generation, don't you think his eyes are strange than his helper? The 8th generation looked closely and said, that's right, the background color and pattern are not like ordinary eyes. The Uchiha clan, who also didn't know the information about the reincarnation eye, discovered it first before the Konoha clan. Pen's eyes were abnormal. Daohuo said quietly, this corpse will be handed over to the village sooner or later. I mean, if this eye is a certain kind of eye technique other than Sharingan and rolling eyes, it will be detrimental to our clan, right? The 8th generation asked, what do you think? Daohuo clenched his fists slightly, and a bold idea emerged from the bottom of his heart, why not, let's take off this eye and hand over the corpse to the village. If the village asks, it will say that his eyes were destroyed during the war. This matter is very important, and the 8th generation has some concerns. The idea is not without reason, but it is not easy to make a decision on this matter without Captain Fujiao's decision. Daohuo smiled and said, one of the purposes of the police force is to handle special matters. I think Captain Fu is here, so he will definitely consider the interests of the clan. It's really difficult to deal with. Just let me do it, I'm a kid anyway. As he said that, Daohuo leaned down and was about to dig out the eyes of hell. Swish! In the rain, a slender black shadow fell into the bottom of the pit and held his small wrist. Pen looked down at the rice fire. Young man, your thoughts are very dangerous. Is it true that there is still a helper? Let go of the rice fire. The young men of Uchiha drew their swords and jumped up one after another. The heavenly Dao whispered coldly, Shenluo, Tianzheng. Boom! The powerful repulsive force expanded the deep pit by dozens of meters. Ah! The unprepared Uchiha members all shot out in a mess and hit the guardrail of the school grounds. You Daohuo looked at Tiandao's face in horror, and his face was filled with cold sweat. Nagato recognized the face of the child in front of him through Tiandao's eyes. This face is him. In the early stage of Uchiha's rebellion, he became suspicious of Itaka because of Shimizu's death. 3 masters from the police force came to ask questions. The young man with long hair is the Uchiha Inewo in front of him. In addition to another rising star named Uchiha Ironhuo, there is also the 8th generation who is quite prestigious among Uchiha young people at this moment. Although Ataka's weapon was denied by Ataki, he was undoubtedly a genius at this moment, but his halo was not as dazzling as Shishui and Ataki. Just one blow, let the 8th generation brother and the others. The overwhelming power displayed by the heavenly Dao made Daohuo tremble all over. If his arm was not grabbed by the other party, he would have been so scared that he would have collapsed on the ground. At this time, Pen Tiandao raised his palm to cover Daohuo's face full of horror. I am not interested in your blood sample, however, the Sharingan that can be opened at this age may also contain considerable possibilities. I'll write down you. If you die in the future, I will come and take your eyes away. Nagato smiled and reserved a pair of eyes first. Of course, he didn't like these eyes for him. Boom! Tiandao's knee was pressed against Daohuo's abdomen. Wuoe Inao curled up and knelt down, losing consciousness. Damn it! How dare you attack our Uchiha Jr.? It's simply unforgivable. The Bada and others, regardless of the pain in their bodies, got up one after another. The Sharingan turned to Sangyu and rushed over. The heavenly Dao sighed in a complicated way. The Uchiha clan's attachment to blood ties is really respectable and lamentable. It's a pity that you are not my relatives. The appearance of Danzang made the Konoha people at the scene change their qualities and retreat to the distance at the same time. Danzo didn't care about this, and walked straight to Minato and Hizawa, staring at the body of the 3-generation Feng Ying on the ground and said, "This matter must be strictly blocked. According to me, it is worse than the remains of the 3 generations of Feng Ying and the bodies of other invaders. We will be responsible for handling it, so we can ensure that the water is not leaked." Chapter 28 Success, Retire. Danzo's proposal made the good-looking gentleman Minato's face slightly sank. During his practice with Mr. Jiraiya, he heard about this man who was known as Konoha Darkness during the same period as the 3rd generation of Naruto. He thought to himself, when he learned that I became a Naruto, teacher Jiraiya specifically warned me to be extra careful with Danzo. The teacher's worries are not unreasonable. But this is my first time dealing with this person, and I have to carefully talk and be able to live up to my face. After Minato carefully said, he said kindly, "Mr. Danzang, if this practice of trying to cover up is unfavorable to the village after it is exposed, isn't it? It's hard to explain what has nothing to do with us now." Oh wow! Danzo was stunned. Coincidentally, it was his first time dealing with Minato on the scene. "I only know that he is young and has extraordinary ninjutsu. I didn't expect that he would be in absolute and vague at all. But he would not give up." Danzo stared at Minato seriously and said, "4th generation, I did this for you. You have just been crowned Naruto, and your foundation is unstable. At this time, if the news of you killing the 3rd generation Feng Ying spread wildly and aroused the hatred of Segi, you are involved in the dispute yourself, but it is too small to involve Konoha, right?" Minato said, "I don't care what people outside think, I only know that it is my unshirkable obligation as Hokage to repel invading enemies and reduce casualties in the village." Humph! Danzo snorted coldly, turning his gaze to Hizun, who looked embarrassed. Bang! At this time, Ruyi Bang turned back to the ape demon and said tactfully, "If there is nothing to do, I will go back first. Oh! Go!" After the ape demon left, Hizawa glanced at the Konoha community around him and whispered, "Many Gate, this matter is not small. Even if we are not wrong, we should avoid suspicion. I think it will be left to Danzo to deal with the matter of the body. Of course, your decision is in your hands in the position of Naruto." Hearing this, Danzo showed a long smile on his lips. Of course he is not without. I came here for no reason to clean up the mess for Waterman. As someone who had planned to xiao with Hanzo not long ago, he had long known Akira's Nagato has the power of the reincarnation eye. But he knew such important information but did not report it, which shows his ambition. 3 generations of adults. His aunt's gangster's face became darker. Deep in his heart, the elder who valued himself and gave great trust to him, pushed him to the position of Naruto, was very respectful. He was even able to understand the difficulties of Hisawa making such a decision. The saying of Danzang is actually quite reasonable. The 3rd generation must have done this against their hearts to protect me. If something else is changed, I will definitely not go against the wishes of the 3rd generation, but this time it is a matter of principle. Once I set a precedent, I will inevitably restrain my Duanzang in the future. The Konoha I want to build is the open and honest will of fire. I don't want to dominate the ninja world, just because no one dares to bully it. So, Hakusuk Mizuno raised his head and said solemnly, "Sorry, the body of the invader cannot be handed over to Mr. Duanzang's roots. The body of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying will be collected by Konoha Anbu, and will be handed over to Sai Yin on a date, and will be truthfully given to the 4th generation of Feng Ying, and will be revealed to the love for the 4th generation of Feng Ying. As for the remains of other invaders, we will hand them over to the Konoha medical unit. I dare to assert that the real invaders are still threatening us behind the scenes. We must unravel the information of the enemy's skills and prevent problems before they happen. The above is my decision as Naruto. Mr. Danzo, do you have anything else to say?" "Ka." Danzang held the crutch's head tightly and angrily shouted, "Rizan, see what you, a disciple who is not good at ease, are talking about." Hina innocently said, "He is not my disciple, he is Jiraiya's disciple. It's all the same, there's no difference between your innocence." Danzo also wanted to make the final effort, 4th generations. "The corpse of Feng Ying in the 3rd generation will be handled at your own risk. But the other corpse must be taken over by Kian." Minato asked in confusion, "Why is this?" Because Danzang's eyes turned quietly to the corpse of Pen Hungry Ghost Road in the distant ruins. "He is a member of the 7th branch of my route, codenamed Ding Mao." "What?" Another shocking reality, Mizuno flashed to Ding Mao and looked at him carefully. He has a hair color just like Shoimu and his body is decorated with strange decorations. What is the connection? Why, it needs to be made into the same style. Could it be? Mizuman leaned over and wanted to pull out the black stick on Ding Mao's body. Day. Danzo blocked his palm with a crutch. 4th generations, since its establishment, have been separated from Naruto and must not interfere with each other's internal affairs. I cannot interfere with your decision-making, but I have no right to interfere with my own subordinates' bodies. Minato withdrew his hand, sighed lightly, and stood up. Okay, please bring the body of Ding Mao back. Humph. Danzo raised his lips, there is something that you will get the news sooner or later. I will tell you in advance. The mastermind behind this attack may be related to the Uchiha clan. Minato looked at him and said seriously, Mr. Danzo, this matter was not something that happened at once. Danzo sneered, of course not. I always have someone in the dark, paying close attention to the movements of the Uchiha clan. When the village was attacked, there were war sounds in that clan, but why did no one in this clan report on the movements of the invaders from beginning to end? Minato clasped his palm tightly. Okay, I'm gone, 4th generation, just think about it carefully, how to explain this to Lord Fengying. There was a dark smile on the corner of his mouth. When he turned around, he glanced at the body of hungry ghost Dao Ding Mao. In this way I will take the lead and peek into the secret of the reincarnation eye. Bang! Suddenly without warning, the hungry ghost path and the Shura path disappeared into the white smoke screen. What? Danzo fixed on the spot, under the bandage, his face full of pleated face, his expression was extremely difficult to see, and then he sank. It's no wonder that he dared to invade Konoha with great fanfare. Akatsuki's behind the scenes leader, Uzumaki, Nagato. Swish! The heavy rain continued in the sky for a night, and it gradually stopped at this time. Minato followed the dripping rain with his hands, looking at the clear sky, and sighed helplessly, "Mr. Danzo, it seems that this time, there is no plan to leave anything for us." Put down his palm, Mizuman's blue eyes looked at the white sky in the east, with a bright light that was eager to try, "From the future, please give me more advice." Outside the leaves, on the mountain, under the clear sky after the rain, Perlin put down his sealed hands, and pen gathered again on the 5 paths. Hell Road. Nagato personally summoned the King of Hell in the Hell, resurrected the 3 dead bodies, and repaired Perlin's wounds. Of course, the water and wood of the human world that have been crushed to pieces cannot be resurrected. Humph, goodbye, Water Gate. The King of Hell disappeared, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of Nagato's mouth. Then, his eyes turned to the person in front of him who had been raining all night, and a warm smile as warm as the morning light appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Let's go, Zionin. Journey of Konoha, retire yourself after success." Chapter 29, The Resting Night. After a day of twists and turns, it was night again, and the moon hung high in the sky. Menon and others settled outside a valley in the south of the Kingdom of Fire. The branches collected along the way were put down from his arms and said with a smile, "Zionin, let's take a break here. I see that you are tired along the way." Konan said, "It's okay for me. We'd better go find Uchiha Shimizu immediately and Uchiha Fujio. This is related to your plan. They can't be delayed. The place they went to can't get away for a moment." Nagato squatted down with a smile and began the project of building a fire rack with branches. Zionin then asked curiously, "Where did they go?" "Kankyo Mountain." Hearing this place name, Zionin's face changed slightly. "That is the end of the Third Ninja War, the most tragic battlefield. It is said that tens of thousands of ninjas were killed in various countries. What are they going to Mount Kikyo?" "It's said that I'm going to clear the traps left by the ninjas during wartime. The specific inside story is unknown, but it's undoubtedly a huge project. The fire rack is finished." The strong pen-hungry ghost Deo put down the wild boar caught by the whistle and retreated to the distance, acting as a warning view. The bonfire is lit and the wild boar is on the shelves. Nagato sat on the ground, waiting for the space for a delicious meal, and took out the fragments of the Book of Seal. This is... Just opening the book made him feel restless. Zionin came behind him, looked curiously, and was also surprised. "The Flying Thunder God's technique? Is Konoha's yellow flashing special skill?" "Yes. What a pity, this page is just a split page with the main body of the Book of Seals, and it is not complete." Nagato's Rinpoche swept the pages of the book and praised it, "It's so exquisite. The one who created this technique, the silver hair, thorn, hedgehog, what kind of structure is it in his head? If it is incomplete, can it be learned?" "Yes, but there must be flaws. It is difficult to achieve using high-intensity practical combat, but it should be enough for daily application." In the firelight, Zionin looked at Nagato's focused side face, his eyes flashing. Recently, she often observes him so unconsciously. "Xiao Nan, look at it." When Nagato turned around, he almost looked close to Zionin and looked at him. His face blushed. Me. Zionin smiled and said, "Isn't there something, do you want to show it to me?" Yes. Look. This technique. Is it very suitable for you?" He rushed to her the Book of Seals. Zionin did not rush to take it, but sat down beside him, gently stroked his hair, grabbed the other side of the scroll, and looked at it. "Is this page?" The shoulders of 2 people are close together. Nagato could feel the change in his heartbeat. "This is not possible, I have to stay calm, otherwise I will have to reveal it." "Yes, that's this page." "Let me see." "This look, it doesn't matter." She was completely shocked by the principles of mutual detonation talisman recorded on the pages of the book. The orange eyes trembled, and sweat slid down from her cheeks. I can't believe that the detonator has this way of using it. I understand why Konoha is called the strongest among the 5 major countries. Ah! She suddenly realized something. Sorry, Nagato. Nagato said wonderingly, why do you want to apologize to me? Zionin said with some guilt, because, your parents, after all. Nagato said, ah, that's it. It's true that my parents died at the hands of Konoha ninja, but Konoha's strength is even more true. One code is the same as one code. Not wanting to be destroyed by this topic, his fingers slid to the page of the book beside him. Xiaonan, let's take a look at this technique again. The technique separated from the detonation talisman of interpersonal revealing is called the Flower of the Night. The principle of art is very similar to Orochimaru's curse seal, but Yaming Ren Changhua is the power of the curse seal displayed in the dark. The craftsman will show the form that only exists in the dark, an unprecedented power. When Nagato was curious about the technique of such a high degree of taboo, it was not displayed in the original work. I saw the footnote on the last page and knew the reason. It turns out that the technique of Yaming Ren's Hang Lily is not perfect. It is more suitable for women in terms of characteristics and poses great risks to users. In theory, it is necessary to learn immortal art and cooperate with it in order to control it in the true sense. Woman, immortal arts, these 2 points alone are enough to extinct it into the ninja world. Nagato was deeply curious, when it comes to immortal art, is the developer of the technique also Senjutsu Bima? Why did he develop a forbidden technique that specifically allows women to practice? Well, if you have the chance in the future, please ask him in person. Zionin seemed to have become interested in this Yaming Ren's Hang flower. The immortal art, is it what Mr. Jiraiya once mentioned, is the inheritance of the Holy Land Miyamu Mountain? It should be. Nagato smiled and thought, there is more than Miyamu Mountain, not only Miyamu Mountain, but also the Wetbone Forest and Dragon De Cave. But Zionin should not have a chance with Zion Z. What Nagato never expected was after that, Zionin gave her the black to her in order to completely grasp the Yaming Ribasan flower. The form of butterfly is really going to the most dangerous one among the 3 holy places, to practice immortal arts. For this she even experienced life and death. Of course, that's all a story. On the fire rack, the roasted pig was burning with sizzling oil and water. The scent that came to his nose made the taste buds of the 2 of them move. Xiaonan, let's start eating. Yet, in ninja survival subjects, raising fire in the wild is a taboo. But Nagato did it on purpose, and he wanted to be discovered. Just in time, the lost human way can be supplemented. But until the end of this meal, no ninjas came to disturb their peace. What a pity, what a pity. Xiaonan set up a tent and asked, Namen, don't you rest? Nagato was sitting cross-legged, looking at a page of the Book of Seals in his hand. Well, this technique is very restrained in the eye and may come in handy in the next battle with Uchiha. Zionin said with a complicated expression, no matter when, don't force yourself too much, you are not alone. Well, I understand, Zionin. After entering the tent, Zionin lay on the simple bed. She didn't sleep well for 3 days and 3 nights. It's time have a good night's sleep. With the glimmer of candlelight, he looked at the back that made her feel at ease through the gap in the tent, and said softly, good night, Nagato. Good night. Outside the tent, Nagato's gentle response came. Zionin closed his eyes after blowing out the candle. No one can tell what the future will be. Cherish the present and let it go. 100 miles away, the border of the Kingdom of Fire, the Kodan Mountain, 2 different figures stood, looking at the desolate scene in front of you. Since the end of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, the 3 parties involved in the battle, Huo, Yun, and Seigo, and the bodies of the dead ninjas, took a full 10 days and 10 nights to complete. Because Kikyo Mountain is located in the Kingdom of Fire, Lei and Sa will not kindly deal with Konoha after the aftermath, and after recovering the bodies of the dead on their own side, they will evacuate them completely. leave countless traps, waiting for Konoha ninja to go after the aftermath. This task was accompanied by a great danger of life. Minatune took over as the Naruto queen and was also in trouble for whom to send to carry out the task. Among the figures of the next generation, the younger one was a boy with a little curly hair. He looked at the elders beside him with his bright Sharingan. Uncle Fujio, why did you take the initiative to volunteer to take on this task to the fourth generation of Naruto? Chapter 30 Fujio and Shisui. Faced with the boy's question, Toyogata held his arms in front of his chest and said in a deep voice, Yoshi, you didn't participate in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. Shimizu replied, Yes, Uncle Fujio, what I am participating in is the Battle of the Upshui River between Konoha and Blood Mist. The battle was tragic, but the Battle of the Immortal River with Konoha, the Battle of the Kenmubi Bridge, and the Battle of the Kiriko Mountain with the Sunsha and Yun cannot be compared. Pictures later. The specific age of Shimizu in the original work has always been a mystery. There are scenes of Shimizu and Itaki in the animation, but there is no in the comics and it does not meet the main settings, so this work is not for reference. Now we follow the original master's settings, that is, Shimizu became famous in the name of Shimizu in the Third Ninja World War. According to the memory silhouette of Ching rolling eyes during the Five Shadows meeting, Shimizu's age is set to be 12 years old in this work. Fugaki's eyes fell down. In this battle, I witnessed the death of my most important close friend and the deaths of too many tribesmen, but after the battle, I couldn't even bring back their remains. Shisui hesitated and asked, So, is your trip to retrieve their remains? Fujio shook his head and said, It's too late. As the most precious blood resistance power, the Sharingan of our tribe is coveted by many people. I can almost certain that their eyes have fallen into the hands of ninjas in other countries, and even are our own. Is it my own person? Shisui lowered his head and quietly clenched his palm. He had a clear and thorough heart, so he was one of the few who knew the inside story. The darkness of the village has always been spying on the light of the clan. Shimura Danzang. This man, in his ninja path, carries Konoha's fear and covetation for the Uchiha clan since his inception. Fugaki's face was also covered with a gloomy look. Your ancestor, Uchiha Jing, once taught me as a child that I should not forget the hard-earned peace, abandon the prejudices of the clan and live in peace with the village. But ironically, shortly after saying this he died in the reconnaissance mission in an unknown way. I really can't imagine that with his strength, he can be plotted by an enemy ninja. The only one who can plot against him is probably the one he trusts the most. Shisui murmured, the ancestors the most trusted person are both second-generation Naruto disciples, Konoha seniors. After Takagaki remained silent, he said in a deep voice, the third generation of Naruto Sarutoki Hinata, he has a rare Naruto talent and treats people with kindness, but his kindness must rely on a tough iron fist to ensure implementation. Further, the third generation is concerned about the overall situation, so it is difficult for him to make decisions on local sensitive issues, and he is easily influenced by hardliners to make compromises, causing the accumulation and intensification of contradictions. Same. It is precisely because he takes into account the overall situation that he makes the decision to abandon the local area and protect the overall situation when local contradictions intensify and cannot be alleviated. At this moment, Fugaki's eyes suddenly became sharp, so. Shimizu, I dare to assert. If the third generation of Naruto is in power, at most 10 years, our clan will inevitably face the barrier of life and death. Shisui raised his gaze in surprise and looked at the elder's serious side face for a moment. He could not refute. The sharpness in Takagaki's eyes was hidden. Fortunately, the third generation also understood the shortcomings of their own rule, so they chose an heir early, hoping that Konoha could embark on the road to Zhongxing under this new wind. His choice is wise. Heifeng Minato, like me, participated in the final battle of Kikyo Mountain. First of all, I can't feel any prejudice from him, his prejudice against the Uchiha clan. I thought it was just a Huiru inherited from the third generation of Naruto. Until something happened later, I completely changed my view of him. Zishui asked, "What's the matter?" Fujio recalled her eyes. At the critical moment of the war, Union's ninja actually held Daming's relatives from the Fire Kingdom to threaten Konoha ninja surrender. In that case, everyone, including me, was timid, but he took action without hesitation. Kill all the enemies and save Daming's relatives. I know very well that his decision is not only confidence in his own strength, but also what consequences will be caused by being controlled by others at the critical moment of life and death. Even if he can't save Daming's relatives, he will also take decisive action. This incident also made me see clearly the courage under his soft coat. That was the courage that the third generation of Naruto would never have. If Habuki Mizuno, he will definitely not be shaken by the dark side of the village. From this I see hope to resolve the conflict between the clan and the village. As long as the Nakamoto Mizuno is in power for one day, the clan will not be pushed to the brink of rebellion. Fujio raised her head and looked at the sun that was looming in the clouds. So Shimizu, I decided to place your grandfather's hope on this young Hokage. I will lead the clan and fully support his Hokage status. Shimizu's eyes shining, so that's how it is, Mr. Toiyaga. Fujio said in a low voice, but the young people in the village will probably not obey willingly. So, I can only show this determination to you first. Because, whether it is ninja talent or vision, you are the best genius in the clan. I want to put the hope of changing the younger generation of the clan on you. A bright smile appeared on Zishui's face. Is this the reason why you volunteered to take on this mission, and why you took me to perform this mission alone? That's true. I will also become the newborn father in a year. That young Naruto should be able to feel my determination as a father. Zishui, there is another thing, which is my personal request. Fujio looked down at Shimizu and said solemnly, that child Itaki is young and has an outstanding vision and delicate heart like you. But what worries me is that he saw the cruelty of war and the coldness of death too early, which leads to the tone of his heart being dark and depressed. Even if he has love, it is also a greatened love. I worry that premature maturity will largely affect his future affairs. In the future, I want to ask you to guide that child more. Zishui turned around and said solemnly, thank you for your trust, that's my honor. Fujio put down his hands on his chest, rolled up his sleeves, and smiled for a long time. Okay, I'm fine, let's start working. It's here. After a while, Nagato stopped. Zionin glanced behind him. Is there no supplement to the human world? Isn't it okay? It doesn't matter, the 5 battles against the 2 heroes should be more than enough. A look of ambition rose at the corner of Nagato's mouth. Shishui, Fujio, my future is also in you. Chapter 31, A Violent Encounter. In the heart of Konan Mountain, a steel wire that cannot be seen clearly by the naked eye is buried in the weeds. Stand up at a high place, use Sharingan to see through, shoot out the kuna, and hit the wire accurately. Click! The detonation trap buried deep underground instantly jumped to adult height, and after the explosion, it sputtered out the hidden weapon in all directions. Zishui swung his knife to block it, shooting down all the approaching hidden weapons, sighing, it's just for jumping into thunder, but it even comes with a sputtering hidden weapons triggered by the explosion. His Sharingan moved toward the hidden weapon nailed to the stone wall, and the purple color appeared on it made his eyes narrow. Has the hidden weapon even been severely poisonous? It's so hard to kill people, it's all out to do anything. Fortunately, this trap was not triggered during wartime, otherwise the casualties would have been heavy. Boom! After eliminating another similar trap not far away, Fujio walked over. In this way, in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, all traps left by the 3 parties in the war will be eliminated, and this area can be lifted. Zishui took the ninja knife back into the scabbard, jumped off the mountain wall, and said with relief, yes, I worked hard for 3 days and 3 nights, it was such a huge project. Fujio said, let's rest on the spot and go back to the village to report at dawn. Boom! Thunder! The sky was filled with thick clouds that had been built up for more than a month, and it could no longer be covered. The drooping rain seemed to be about to wash away the wounds of war. However, the two pairs of Sharingans, looking at the rainy sky, their respective masters looked solemn. The chakra mixed in the rain had nowhere to hide under the eyes of the two of them. Fujio and Shishui looked at each other and reached a consensus. It seems I can't get some rest. In the dense forest at the foot of Konan mountain, rain hits the leaves, making a crisp sound, and the air exudes the unique atmosphere of moist soil. Nagato and Konan, wearing raincoats, stood side by side. By the way, Konan, you take this. Nagato took out a crystal ball he bought along the way and handed it to Konan. His hands formed a seal, covering the crystal ball. Honey! I saw a scene of Fujio and Shishui walking in the rain appearing on the crystal ball. This is Zionan's eyes could not hide their shock. Nagato put down his sealed hand and said, this is the teleoscope technique used by the third generation of Naruto to spy on a long distance. This technique is recorded in the fragments of the Book of Seals that I bought, and I have mastered it together with that technique. Zionan asked, in any case, can this technique be directly peeked at? Nagato smiled and said, no, you must be familiar with the other party's chakra characteristics before you can do it. I confirm the other party's chakra through the Yahoo free art, and then use the telescope technique to show the image. This is the perfect match. This technique should be the technique that Mr. Jiraiya dreams about the most. Zionan asked, where is the distance? Can you see how far you are when you are familiar with the characteristics of chakra? Nagato said, of course not. The further away from the target of observation, the greater the chakra it will consume. Conversely, under the premise that the chakra is strong enough, you can see the distance at any distance. Zionan thought to himself, is this true? As for Nagato's chakra, he should be able to see very far. Her expression moved lightly. Can I learn this technique? Can I also learn it? Nagato smiled and said, of course, if you want to learn, I can teach you. However, now you can still use the crystal ball in my hand to watch every move on the battlefield. But after a moment of silence, Konan handed the crystal ball back to Nagato. She said seriously, Nakaman, I want to participate directly in the battle than watching the battle by your side. Xiaonan feeling Xiaonan's determination, Nagato was not easy to shirk her, which was disrespectful to her. Then you go, I'll give you a mission, which is to use your ability to collect the blood they shed in battle. After all, no matter how strong Pen's ability is, it is unimaginable that he can press the two people to the ground and collect blood directly. With Konan, Nagato can fight without any scruples. Understand? Zionan said. Also, one thing that Konan had to pay attention to when he joined the war was that Nagato had to pay attention, that was the pupil power of Tokugaki and Shisui. On the eve of Uchiha's rebellion, Shimizu and Togaki both opened the Maniatoscope Sharingan. But their specific eye-opening time has not been revealed by the original work. The death of close people, or equal mental stimulation, is an opportunity to open your eyes to the kaleidoscope. The Third Ninja World War has just ended. To be honest, the probability of these two people opening their eyes is really not small, especially Fujio. If they had already opened their eyes at this time, Fugaku's pupil strength is unknown, so I won't talk about it for now. However, Zishui's pupil power don't go has to be guarded against, especially for Zionan, a living body. Nagato instructed seriously, Konan, in this battle, you must not look at Uchiha Shimizu's eyes under any circumstances. Ah, I understand. Don't say it's Zishui, I won't look directly at any of them. That's good. Nagato closed the crystal ball. Bang! At that time, the beast Taoist Pylon summoned the Yata bird and headed towards the foothills in the rain. Kodan Mountain, halfway up the mountain. Did you feel it? Shishui. Ah, the air became anxious. This feeling is so strong that the enemy's chakra is very strong. In the village, there are very few people who know that we will take this mission. Apart from the senior management of the village, there are only members of the police force. I believe that the fourth generation will not add to the insult, and I believe that the tribesmen will not betray us. Apart from that, if you want to say whoever is likely to target us, after thinking about it, there is only that person. The person in Fujiyo's mouth goes without saying that, Shimura Danzo. Under the premise of intelligence isolation, this is almost the only answer. Both of them were on the marching and were more alert. Suddenly a sharp shadow came. Here you come. Fugiya and Shishui stopped, looked at each other, and jumped backwards at the same time. Boom! The mechanical wrist blazing with fire bombarded heavily in the place where the two of them had just stood, leaving a terrible pit. Ka! Shuradeo took back his weird wrist and closed the machine. Swoosh! 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 Black shadows flashed alternately in the rainy sky. Fujiyo and Shishui are swimming on the highway moving, the Sharingan in the pupil swayed red light from left to right. The number of enemies, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Swish! Swish! The two of them put their backs together again. On the 6 raised hump peaks, there was a figure standing on each of them, forming an encirclement, looking down at the two people behind back to back. Is there actually 6 people? Cry! The black shadow shrouded in, and the Yata bird roared from the sky. Fujiyo and Shimizu made seals with their hands at the same time, and at the same time, they used their best family ninjutsu to face the arrival of the shadow. Fire escape and how fireball! Boom! Combined with the strength of the two pillars of fire ran side by side, and the spectacular fireball burst into the air. The terrifying heat evaporated the large-scale rain, and also scattered the Yata bird into the white smoke. Since Xionan has joined the war, use this move to fight quickly. Pen's heavenly way, your hands are sealed together. The magic of darkness. Chapter 32, 5 Ways to Fight Two Masters, 1. The magic of darkness. Developed and used by the first Naruto, the vision can cause hallucination and take away all the light, and specifically restrain the Uchiha clan. The animation is used by the second generation of Naruto, and the comic setting shall prevail. Swish! In front of Fugaku and Shimizu, they both fell into darkness. This is. On the hump facing Shishui, Xionan waved his sleeves and the paper shuriken roared at high speed. Ding 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 ding. But seeing Shimizu in the dark, she drew out the ninja knife, waved it at high speed in front of her, blocking the paper shuriken. Fujiyo turned his eyes in surprise. Shishui, can you see it? I can't see. Shishui closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, the clan is overly dependent on his eyes in battle. In order to overcome this, I have conducted targeted training and learned the eyeless flow sword technique that is used only through listening to the sound, but Yalu Nei, there is a set, on the hump on the side, Shuradeo and the third generation of the human puppet exclaimed, formed seals with both hands, drifting the surrounding sand and iron, and began to operate. This sound Zishui's ears caught the slight rustling sound of the iron flowing, and his face suddenly changed. Not good. He put away his ninja knife and quickly formed seals with both hands. The psychic technique appeared at his feet, and the crows swarmed out of it, swirled around him and Fujiyo at high speed. At the same time, he spit out flames from his mouth, ignited the crows, creating a grand flame storm. Fire escape crow hunts red lotus. Boom! The attack of sand and iron rain is blocked and isolated by the flame storm. Although Fujiyo couldn't see it, she felt the heat around her body and sighed in her heart, this child Shishui has grown to such a level, so I can't get in the way here. He closed his eyes, extracted powerful spiritual energy, and gathered towards the optic nerve. The storm of crows hunting Red Lotus, as the crows sacrificed, heading towards decline. Looking at the figure reappearing in the firelight, Pen Tiendao raised his palm. All things are in the sky. Swish! In the darkness, the unexpected gravity pulled Zishui over. What's this? Even Uchiha's strongest genius was really shocked. But his excellent combat instinct allowed him to make amazing responses based on his intuition alone. I was pulled over by some kind of enemy's trick, but I used this pulling force in turn. The hands become seals, and the fire is in the chest. Fire escaped the art of the dragon and the fire. Boom! From his mouth, the fiery dragon that erupted violently, under the pull of gravity, attacked the heavenly way. I like you more and more with this perverted stress resistance, Shishui. Swoosh! The hungry ghost Tao, who was adjacent to the heavenly Dao, flashed over. He bent his knees slightly and his rough hands spread the boundary of the open sealing technique in front of him. Hungry Ghost Realm sealing technique to absorb seals. Swish! The fire dragon was hidden in nothingness before it was ignited. What the hell is this? What is it? At this point, even though Zishui had a look of despair appeared on his face. The black stick fell from the cuffs on the palm, and the heavenly way stabbed towards him. Even you are helpless. Suddenly, Tiendao suddenly withdrew his arm and jumped backwards. Boom! A dark red skeleton fistbone enveloped, and the hungry ghost who could not dodge in time was caught in his hands. Click! The other skeleton gently grabbed Zishui in the palm of his hand. Untie! As Fujao raised his hand to untie the seal, Shishui's vision restored the light. Uncle Fujao, your eyes! Fugaki's eyes had turned into the Maniatoscope Sharingan, and the power he opened at this moment was the Susanoo. This is the Maniatoscope Sharingan. During the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, I witnessed the death of my best friend and opened these eyes. Thanks to this power, I can break that dark illusion and save you. I wanted to use this power as the trump card for the Guardian clan, but I didn't expect it to be exposed early. In Fujao's pupils, murderous intent suddenly appeared. Click! Susanoo's fistbones suddenly clenched tightly, using the pen-hungry ghost path made by the root member Ding Mao was directly clenched into blood and flowed through the gaps in the fist bones. So awesome! Fujao put Shishui down beside her and said, Shishui, please take advantage of the time to relax. I can't maintain this power for too long. Ah! Zishui did not dare to neglect, so he took out the military food pills and took them, concentrating and closing his eyes, restoring his chakra and physical strength. Fujao stood in Susanoo, his eyes scanning the surroundings, and his expression was solemn. No one is the face I have seen. The root of Danzo's subordinates should not show it to others in their true face. Who are they? Swish! Pen jumped to the hump that fell on Zionin. That's it. Uchiha Fugaku's hose power, according to Orochimaru, that thing should be called Susanoo. Susanoo. Sweat fell on Konan's cheeks, and she thought to herself, the eyes of the Uchiha clan are indeed tricky. Can you use that too? Don't worry, Zionin, he can't use it for too long. Tiendao noticed it. In just over 10 seconds, there was cold sweat on Fuyu's face and his body was trembling slightly. It was similar to Sasuke's reaction at that time. It seemed that Fugia had just tried to activate this power. Give him some pressure. Since the puppet of the third generation of Feng Ying was made into the Pain Shuradeo, that trick has never been used yet. Swish! Pen Shuradeo, the third generation of Feng Ying, his hands formed a cruel seal. Magnetic escape sand and iron realm method. Boom! The entire venue was vibrated. Endless iron exploded in the air. After the explosion, it was reorganized and turned into a terrifying barrier. The long thorns of sand iron thorned violently on Susanoo's bones from all directions. Click! Click. Click. Fujio felt the pressure and his expression was extremely solemn. He squeezed his pupil power. On Suzanu's palm, the long sword condensed, swept and slashed, and shook the slamming iron. Boom! 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 In the forest at the foot of Kikyo Mountain, Nagato looked at the battle with Pen's eyes and turned around. The Iron Realm law is just like this. The reason why its power is exaggerated is because most ninjas are glass cannons with high attack and low defense. They are extremely afraid of tricks such as the Iron Realm law that have a large range and are extremely lethal to the body. And Susanoo can make up for the weakness of the ninja's physical weakness and make the fault tolerance rate unbelievable. Well, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't be rushing to Uchiha's pupil power. The weakness of Susanoo in that form is at his feet, using the Sand and Iron Realm law as a trick. It's time to move his real killer. On the battlefield, Pen Tiandao said, Xiao Nan, be ready and collect blood samples. Shureideo the ground-burning bullet. Boom! Looking at the bullet that emerged under Susanoo's feet, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 33 5 Battles of Two Masters, 2. At the critical moment, Toyo kicked Shishui out with all his strength, so. At the same time, his right eye released a red light. Rumble! The explosion of flames filled the interior of Susanoo. It can be seen from the naked eye, and it quickly collapses. Zishui's pupils trembled, Uncle Fujio. Besides Zionin, paper pages were flying, waiting for the moment when the fire disappeared, collecting Fuyu's blood. Hey! Unexpectedly, after the fire dissipated, Fuyu was squatting in place safely, and he covered his right eye with a heavy breath. Pen Tiandao's eyes were low and he murmured, in Susanoo's almost completely closed interior, it can still be unharmed under that kind of explosion. Is it his zipid power? Crack! But then a more shocking scene happened. Penshura's body was quickly collapsed. The unmanipulated Sand Iron Realm method has also turned back to free sand iron and scattered. Tiandao smiled and said, Ha, I'm sure it's Epitor technique, and is it from the right eye? Fuyu raised his exhausted face, and in the gap, the pupils of his right eye were shrunk and turned back to the Sanguyu. He murmured in a low voice, if it weren't for this heavenly body, I'm afraid it would be a lot of luck. At this time, Shishui exclaimed, Uncle Fujio, be careful behind you. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Fugaku's figure was lifted into the air. If this resource inadvertently infringes on your rights, please notify us to delete it in time. The chameleon in the animal realm showed his body, and his tongue tightly bound Fujio. Before now, Zionin. Xiao Nan waved his palm. Swoosh! 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 The sharp piece of paper passed through Fugaku's body, stained with blood, rolling backwards. I want to buy his kaleidoscope eyes now. Boom! Heldeo jumped down and reached out to Fujio, who had no resistance at this moment. Hey! At this time, Fugaki's left eye suddenly focused. But nothing happened. The pupil power of Yuji's soul life is invalid to him. Just your chakra gathers towards the meridians of the left eye. Obviously you used the pupil technique. If it doesn't work, the pupil technique is either a kind of illusion, but it is targeted at the soul. Bar. I'll accept the eyes. The palm of the hell path has reached in front of you. Fugaki was completely disappointed, is it over here? Crack! The sharp sword light flashed through the air. Even if the vision of the reincarnation eye has already noticed the signs, it is still impossible to make effective avoidance under that incredible moment. The chameleon's tongue was cut off. The Way of Heaven raised his eyes and looked at it. Stop water, all directions are all stopped. The Shishui who had just taken action carried Fujio on his shoulders and landed behind the crowd of Shishui. Si. Fugaya's power has been exhausted, even the Sharingan cannot maintain it. Shishui, don't worry about me, run away quickly, the Uchiha clan needs you. Shishui said solemnly, Uncle Fujio, let me refuse. I can't let your child who has not yet been born lose his father like this. Pen Tian said, it is an illusion, it is also an entity. The illusion and instant body technique. Is this the name of the instant body stops water? Standing on the field, looking at the hungry ghost path that had been cleaved into blood, and the Shura path that was retaliated by Fuyu's mysterious eye technique and turned into a slag. These two paths could no longer be resurrected. This hungry ghost realm is irrelevant, but it's a pity, this Shura realm of the 3 generations of Fengying. But that's fine, after this battle, we will join forces with Orochimaru to reorganize. It's time to go to Union and take the Shura path I like most. Once the Shura Dao is completed, it will become the main attacker among the 6 paths of pain, which is comparable to the heavenly Dao, no, or even more powerful. Swish! Zishui's pupils condensed, and all the phantoms attacked the Hell Road at the same time. Boom! Pen Tiandao airborne the Hell, stretching his hands, don't be too arrogant. The repulsive force field of blurred light and shadow turned into a ball and repelled to all sides. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom! The flat ground quickly collapsed into a ravine, and the power of the ravine pushing flat and venting violently all the phantoms on the field, as well as Shimizu himself, who was supporting Fugita, flew backwards. Is this power the same system technique as what sucked me up before? The phantom disappeared. Tiandao smiled and said, even if the phantom entity that claims to not disappear, can it not be maintained if the original entity is affected by a considerable impact? Behind Zishui, Pylon made a seal with her little hand. The psychic technique. Bang! In the smoke screen, the rhino was coming. Fujio said in surprise, Shishui put me down, hurry. But Uchiha Shimizu closed her eyes at this moment. So. When I opened it again the dazzling 4-cornered hook jade appeared in my pupils. Then the faint green Susanoo ribs covered his body, click. Click. Next to the ribs, an arm condensed, pressing against the rhino's body. Fuyu looked at the scene in shock, Yishi, you. Zishui said quietly, Uncle Fujio, Maniatoscope Sharingan, I have also started it. I witnessed the death of my relatives and friends in the Battle of Shangshuliu. Thanks to your demonstration, I can control this Susanoo's pupil power a little. Click. Near the wrist of Susanoo's bone palm, a small bone palm grows, holding the rhino's horn. After the main bone palm is liberated, a curved blade sword is generated and crack pierces the rhino's eyes. Ayo! The rhino screamed and disappeared into the white smoke screen. Nagato murmured, sure enough Shishui opened his eyes too. Susanoo, Shimizu turned into a scattered spirit and told Fugaku about his idea, the 2 killed enemies, the enemies on the field have similar characteristics, and their eyes are very special. Although I don't know the exact details, in my offense and defense just now I can at least confirm one thing, their sight is interconnected. The only difference is the blue-haired woman and her actions just now. When Uncle Fujio was bound by a strange psychic beast, she had the opportunity to directly attack your vitals, but what was she doing? Fujio looked at the hump, silent Konan said, it's really strange. I initially thought her attack was missed, but now it's hard to imagine that an enemy of this level would make such a low-level mistake. Zishui said quietly, at least it is certain that she is different from other enemies. Susanoo threw the sword in his hand towards the hump standing on Konan. Boom! The hump collapsed in the roar, and Xiaonan jumped backwards. Let's talk about the enemy's purpose for now, but that woman is undoubtedly a breakthrough. Whether we can break through this killing situation, or, we will know the enemy's conspiracy in the future and take the lead. Fujio said, if you have any ideas, just practice them, don't worry about me. I understand. Shimizu's eyes shone, and Susanoo outside his body quickly transitioned from his ribs to his skeleton form. Bang! He threw a ninja smokescreen under his feet, leaving Fugaku and the skeleton Susasaka. He rushed out of Susanoo with full speed and rushed towards Konan. The chance to escape is only once I wanted. Oh her, use the power of don't beyond God. Chapter 34 Airborne. So fast. Looking at Zishui who was approaching quickly in his sight, Xionan decisively formed a paper dance seal. Xiaonan's latest skills do not require seals, but at this moment, she is still young. This distance is paper like it's too late. The Marleidoscope Sharingan has insight into the sensation of the skin. The technique that can turn the body into a physical medium is a change in the nature of chakra. I have to stop her. Use that trick. During the sprint, he made a seal with one hand and poked his right palm out from the air. Thunder escape and thunder hanging palm. Crack. On Zishui's palm, the azure blue lightning spreading into a tree-like branch, hanging on Xionan's body, which was not yet completely paper-like. Ah! Xionan let out a painful cry. Oh no, my body is paralyzed, I can't make it smoothly. The thunder of water hangs in the palm of his palm, jumps up in the air, the Marleidoscope Sharingan appears faintly, and the chakra, who is ignorantly hiding, is quickly focusing on the left pupil covered by his left hand. After this farewell to the god, this left eye will not be available for decades in the next few days, so I will bring you back to Konoha and let you take the initiative to explain all your wealth and wealth. Please take the call. Bang! Suddenly Xionan disappeared in front of him. What? Zishui's pupils swayed red light, and he suddenly looked back and suddenly he saw that Xionan actually appeared next to the beast path out of thin air. Can that masked woman communicate with human? At this moment, Xionan was slumped on the ground, his body still in a state of paralysis. This is a good opportunity. Zishui didn't give up, so he turned around and rushed towards Xionan again. His speed was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he got closer. Crack. The lightning light in the branches of the palm spread again. Xionan wanted to struggle to get up, but her legs were out of control. She said urgently, only the way of heaven can deal with him. No, Pain's battle is over. Under Pylan's mask, a dark voice made, and her little hands made a seal. The psychic technique. Bang! The one who came with the white smoke was Nagato. His palm was covered with a halo, and he grabbed the lightning light coming towards him, and pulled it back. The lightning light on Zishui's palm was pulled down and absorbed in the blink of an eye. What? Zishui stopped suddenly and retreated. Swish! But when Nagato raised his palm, Zishui was forced to thrust forward. Click! Nagato grabbed Zishui's right hand and turned his wrist hard. The reincarnation eye, which had no emotional turmoil, ignored the power of other gods' pupils, looked straight at Zishui's pupils, and said angrily, "Don't be proud, little devil." Boom! Swish! Zishui made a seal with one hand, spitting fire against his face, but in a blink of an eye, he was absorbed by his face against his face again. He can indeed absorb ninjutsu like the guy who was killed before. Shuradeo. Ka. A mechanical arm was born on the shoulder of Nagato, clamping Zishui's right shoulder blade, and a bully twist. Crack! Zishui's entire right arm was twisted off. The severe pain of the separation of flesh and blood caused his pupils to shrink suddenly, but for a moment of life and death, he endured the severe pain, drew his sword with his left hand, and stabbed the person in front of him. Swish! When Nagato's Rinpoche opened his eyes, his repulsive force burst out, his ninja knife broke, and his body, which was bleeding from the water, flew backwards like a broken kite. Zishui fell heavily to the ground, and his bones all over his body seemed to be falling apart. The bones of Susanoo, who were protecting Fugaku, collapsed in a blast. It's slow to speak, everything happens between lightning and fire. Zishui. Fujio climbed up regardless of herself and ran towards Zishui with all her strength. And Xionan looked at the tall back in front of him, his eyes flashed. It is obvious that the heavenly way can rescue you, but Nagato will not hesitate to reveal his true body and also protect me. That kind of uncontrollable anger is not affected by so-called rationality at all. It is not right or wrong, good or evil, that can be shaken. She is not a girl who has just fallen in love, so she knows it well. This is a preference on another level beyond friendship. Nakaman, he really treats me. Nagato ignored Takagaki who was passing by, and looked at the broken arm that was bleeding from his hands. I have got all the things I should get, and there is no need to get them. At that moment just now, I was really impulsive. Never mind. Things have already happened. Zishui, bear it. Fuyu took off his forehead protection, let Shishui bite it in his mouth, and took out the tourniquet to bandage the wound with his broken arm. At this time, Nagato's faint warning came from afar. Don't reveal a word about what happened here today. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan will be in a catastrophe. I'll tell you the truth. Ha, Zishui's dissipated pupils tried hard to maintain the focal length, staring at the blurred red-haired figure in his sight, and asked, who are you, what is your purpose? A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Nagato's mouth. You may know one day in the future. He turned around, helped Xiaonan up, and glanced behind him. It's based on May would like to give you some advice on my personal appreciation. Uchiha Shimizu, cover your eyes, a person who plays with crows, don't be pecked by crows. There will be a date later. Wow! The storm waved his sleeves, and the storm rolled up. The blurry air was visible again, everything disappeared without a trace. Only Kikyo Mountain, a messy land, records the tragic battle just now. Of course the tragic thing is for Fugaku and Shisui. Zishui's consciousness gradually dissipated, and he grabbed Fuyu's epaulette with all his strength. Uncle Fujio, please don't tell anything about that man after you go back. Fujio said, are you afraid of his threat? Shishui tried hard. No, it's not just a deterrent of combat power. I have a strong premonition. He must know some inside story, our Uchiha clan, and the inside story is of survival and death. After saying that, Zishui lost consciousness. The autumn wind after the rain came a bit of solemn coolness. Actually, I feel this way. Fujio murmured, scanning the desolate and bleak Kikyo Mountain, as if he wanted to engrave every grass and tree here in his eyes. He put a soldier food pill into his mouth and helped Zishui up. I probably will never come back to this place. Xionin followed Nagato with complex eyes. Before the war, I took the initiative to fight side by side with Pain. Although he helped Nagato collect Fugaku's blood. But at the same time, I also became a burden to him in the battle. My strength at this moment is too weak to be a pillar that supports Nagato. I have to become stronger. In her beautiful eyes, she made up her mind. Nakaman. As if she had guessed what she wanted to say, Nagato said, do you want to learn that art? Xionin nodded and said, yes, the detonation talisman of mutual writing and the flower of the night. Nagato pondered and said, it's okay to say the mutual writing detonation talisman, but the night mirror ridge, the ninjutsu version of this technique, and the conditions for practice are too harsh. Konan, I'm afraid of you and I can't stand it. Forbidden techniques Yeming Ren's hang flower, the conditions for practice. From the moment the seal of practice is formed, it will last for a year and you will not fall asleep. If you fall asleep, all your previous efforts will be wasted and you will never be able to practice this technique again. Swish! Xiaonan made the seal of practice without hesitation and said calmly, so, I will get used to the night next. Okay. Nagato smiled slightly, I will accompany you. Chapter 35 The Candidate for Shuradeo. The nameless land is located deep underground, a nest without seeing the sun. On the experimental table, Baiju's body is filled with complex techniques. The head is cut open and the incision is fixed with utensils. The pharmacist operated carefully with a knife attached to the chakra. Sweat slid off his face, and he ignored it, but from time to time, he pushed his free fingers to the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Orochimaru sat not far away, holding his cheek with one hand, staring at the beating data on the instrument with his upright eyes, and an intellectual smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the direction I assumed is correct. Baiju is used as a communication medium by the soul. Even if the soul is confined in a container like this, it can still detect the interlaced mental waves that are constantly intertwined. It's just that without a living body as a relay station, information cannot be vividly expressed. Hey! Orochimaru's expression moved slightly. This feeling is Nagatoken summoning me. Slide body technique. Swish! The colorful phantom of Orochimaru's body flashed in front of Nagato and Konan. Oh, Mr. Changman, don't be fine, what's this place? The Kasadagarba Temple in Tianziguo. Why don't you use the reincarnation eye to directly communicate with me? I'm afraid of delaying your business, so I'll say hello first. How about it? Is there any progress? I think I will be able to deliver you the first answer soon. Thank you so hard. I'm pleased. How is your progress? I have bought 4 blood samples, and it's just that true master. It's such a terrible efficiency. Just when I get results, together with Hashimura's artificial somatic cells on the golem, and your true master, can be carried out at the same time. About how long will it take? Oh? Could it be that Nagato, there are still things outside the plan to be executed? That's right, I want to see if I can see it. In 3 days, my results will be released. Are 3 days enough? Then we'll go all the way north. Is the land of thunder? Your target is not the one who died in such a horrific way in the ninja war not long ago. Do you know the whereabouts of his body? You really asked the right person, Nagato. Swish! After the slide body disappeared, Nagato said to the people around him, Konan, I wanted to take a hot spring on the spot. It seems that it is important that we have to hurry up first. It doesn't matter. When the business is done, it's not too late for us to take a break. Xionan has already made the mark of practice in the flower of the night, and today is the 2nd night she wants to endure, and she feels good. So, the 2 of them didn't bother to continue to rest and continued run north. There are 2 small and unknown countries between the Kingdom of Tien and the Kingdom of Thunder. Even if you ride the Yata bird through the empty road, it will take 1 day. During this period Fujio and Shishui also returned to the village. During the Third Ninja World War, a genius known as the Ninja World instantly lost an arm outside, and the entire Uchiha clan was in an uproar. After returning to the village, Shishui was admitted to Uchiha's hospital. Members of the police force came to hear the news. Fujio leaned against the wall outside the ward, with his arms ending in front of his chest, and said without changing his face that Shishui was injured by accidentally touching a trap while performing a mission in Kikyo Mountain. I was injured by accidentally touching a trap? Hello? Captain, are you not kidding? Shishui, will he make such a mistake? This reason is not tenable at all, but Fujio insists that it is so, they can't say anything. Damn it, it's at this critical moment. The village was just attacked. This happened to Shishui. Hearing this, Fujio frowned. You said the village was attacked. Yes, 2 guys even broke into the Uchiha clan's residence. One of them was killed by us, but the other guy was so strong that it was simply outrageous. Fugiya asked in a deep voice, does the enemy have any characteristics? After listening to the description of the tribe, Fujio shed a cold sweat because those 2 people were all in line with the enemies he encountered in Kikyo Mountain. What's even more terrifying is that the invaders who were killed after being killed were also one of the enemies he and Zishui encountered. Does the other party even have the ability to resurrect the dead? Although Nagato appeared in the battle, Pain's secret was so confusing that Togaki thought about it all the way. His scalp was broken, but he didn't think of it. By the way, Captain Fuguya Itaka seems to know something, but we ask. He just won't tell me if he lives or not. Fugaki's back left the wall and his hand, which was held in front of his chest, slowly lowered it. He said in a quiet voice, "You go back to your respective posts." When I got home, Itaka sat in the entrance hall, as if he was waiting for him to come back. "Father, my mother has just fallen asleep." Fujio glanced at the direction of the bedroom, "Then let's go outside and talk." Itaka nodded and changed his shoes. The father and son came to the corridor outside the house to sit down. "Father, the real reason why Brother Zishui was injured was not because he accidentally touched the trap, but because he was given to those with special eyes." Fujita's eyes were low, and he had no choice to hide from his biological son. "Yes. It's already a blessing to lose an arm when facing that kind of existence. Almost, your brother Zishui and I were unable to come back. So Itaki, you have to tell your father, what do you know?" "So." Itaki raised his head, and in his eyes, Agiyama appeared. "Transfer it with his eyes, so it's faster." Fujio looked at Itaka, who was only 4 years old. The magma of Sharingan in shock, stood there for a long time, unable to say a word. After watching after the incident between Itaki and Mikoto that night, Fujio sweated coldly on his back. Unexpectedly, the other party's target was not only him and Zishui, but also his wife and children. If the other party takes a desperate move, he can't even imagine what the consequences will be. The Sharingan disappeared. Itaka clenched his fists and said with guilt, "Father, I failed to protect my mother, and I hurt her." "Itaki, don't blame yourself. With your age, you've done a good job." Afterwards, the tribesmen who were aware of it asked me for a question. I kept silent and did not report it to the village. For such a big thing, I would like to ask my father for instructions. Your approach is correct. Dong dong. At this time, a knock on the door came from the yard. "Itaki, wait a moment before talking about it." When they arrived at the door, members of the police force reported to Fujio, "Captain, the 4th generation of Naruto, just went to the hospital of the clan to express their condolences to Shishui. Then I have to go there too. He has left, but he has left some condolences. He told you to have a good rest tonight," and the police force member wanted to speak but stopped. Fujio asked, "What do you say?" The man said, "He also wants to invite you to attend the emergency meeting of Konoha tomorrow night to discuss about the village invaders not long ago." Fujio thoughtfully said, "I understand, I will attend." "Close the door." Itaka walked up and said, "Father, do you want to take this opportunity to take matters about the enemy?" After pondering for a long time, Takagaki solemnly reminded, "Itaki, no matter who asks about what happened that night, you will bite it to death and say it, 'I don't know.'" Itaki asked, "I want to know why, father." Uchiha Fujio, this man didn't even have the courage to use Sharingan to let Itaka see the images on Kikyo Mountain. "Now, it's not the time. Wait until you grow up, Itaki." The Kingdom of Thunder, Yunmen Valley. The thunder is suppressed, and the thunder is sad. The spirit in heaven. The 4th generation of Lei Ying Ai, kneeling in front of the grave, was crying so loudly. Behind him, the Union also followed him as if he had lost his parents. On the mountain above them, Nagato and Konan looked at each other, laughing and crying. "I didn't expect I caught up with the grand funeral. Yes, Nagato's favorite candidate for Pain Shura was the one who had the strongest spear and the strongest shield. In the just concluded Third Ninja World War, he fought against 10,000, and fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and stood firm the third generation of Thunder Shadow AI. Chapter 36 Entering. Do you want to do it now? Zionin said, aiming behind him. Pain's 6 paths have gathered again. It turned out that after knowing the burial location of the third generation of Lei Ying from Orochimaru, the two of them rushed to the road and encountered 3 Iwi who were conducting intelligence activities in the territory of the Thunder Country. So he helped Yunyan clear them, and by the way, he added Konoha and Kikyo Mountain to the Lost Human Way, Hungry Ghost Way, and Shura Way, to prepare for the battle that may be encountered in the future. However, the purpose of this trip is to dig the grave and retrieve the corpse. The battle can be avoided as a rule. After all, the corpse will not stand up and run away by itself. Nagato said, wait, Lei Ying is a filial son, let him finish his father's funeral. Well, this is the best. Zionin also agreed. Nagato's eyes glanced at Yunyan who was following Lei Ying's funeral, and he recognized a familiar face at a glance. Kneeling behind Lei Ying, with sad faces, but not crying loudly. It's him, Yunyan's elite, Yunin's Tutai, was once affectionately called Rubber Uncle by Naruto, but he is not yet an uncle's face. His IQ is also quite high, and he can be called Yunyan's Luju. Others, there is nothing familiar. Hey. Suddenly, Nagato's eyes were staring at the children kneeling behind the team. This perspective is not very real, however, the hair color and outline look familiar. He thought to himself, the ones who took the lead in Yunyan later should be such children at this moment. My heart said, by the way, 8-tailed Kirabi didn't come. He and Lei Ying are called brothers, and it is not appropriate not to attend the funeral of the previous generation Lei Ying. Nagaman stroked his chin, his head tilted, and he said to himself, are you afraid that he would sing improvisational rap on such a tragic occasion? From this point of view, it is really possible. Zionin looked at Nagato and thoughtful for a while, and suddenly realized that there was a bit of a funny look in the transition back and forth. Nakaman, what are you thinking? Why don't you talk to me? Oh. Nagato opened his mouth and said, I'm thinking the ninja villages of these great powers seem to have will inheritance. Konoha is the will of fire, Yunyan has the will of thunder, and Iwian also seems to have will of stone. When we take back Yunyan village, should we also want to create a will inheritance, such as the will? Is it a bit too sad and petty? Pucci. Zionin couldn't help but smile. What, it turns out you are thinking about such a thing, I thought. For some reason, Nagato was a little nervous. Why? A hint of blush flashed across Zionin's face and he said, I thought you wanted to go and make some more convenient, so I'm sorry to tell me. Nagato scratched his head, that's it. Ninja not only has 3 forbidden things, but also 3 urgent matters. Nagato and Konan are of course no exception. When they encounter 3 urgent matters while on the road, they all act separately. They are not able to go to the toilet together. At present, Nagato and Konan, after this wait, it was the second half of the night. Kuang. 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 The Thunder Shadow was already dissatisfied with expressing his cry. He began to ram the land in front of him with his weak arms. Every time he rammed, the earth would stir. Damn it! Iwi's bastards, I will give them to. Behind him, Tutai raised his chin slightly, looked at the muscle lines behind Lei Ying in front of him, which were constantly moving like a dragon, and said to himself, it seems that Lei Ying has just entered the state, and this funeral must last until dawn. He thought to himself, although the war is over, the relationship between the village and Iwi is still at a freezing point. Tokugawa Oniki is very scheming and cannot completely rule out the possibility. He will ambush the possibility at this critical moment. so, he turned his head and whispered to his companion in Shangnan around him, Yunzi, to be on the safe side, use your perception ability to confirm the surrounding environment. I understand. After Yunzi agreed in a low voice, he raised his torso, held the ground with his hands up, and formed a seal on his chest. At the same time, he closed his eyes and felt it. Swish! In an instant, the chakra sense from the mountain above his head made him suddenly raise his head and shout, "On the mountain! Someone is spying on it!" What? Yun Yinsong, who was mourning, suddenly raised his head, followed the rain in the sky, and looked at the top of the mountain. No, I was discovered. Nagato pulled Konan and quickly retreated. Zionan asked, what should I do now? Retreat? Nagato was thinking, if they retreat here, they would definitely transfer the bodies of the third generation of Lei Ying and be more vigilant. It would be very difficult to start again at that time. What's more, if Lei Ying was cruel and reimbursed his father's body, it would be. There is no choice but to do it. Among the 6 paths of pain, the Shura path, the human path, and the hungry ghost path, 3 paths jump out. Nagato's sleeve robe waved and said, the terrain below is narrow, let the Iway 3 Dao go first. 3 figures fell rapidly crack. Shura Dao pulled off his arm, revealing a missile string like gourd vine. Let's get some meeting gift first. Shura Dao and 5-finger missile. Boom 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 boom. The missile swayed the long fire tail and interspersed from midair. Then, that's... Tu Tai's pupils shrank suddenly and he shouted in surprise, hurry, spread it away quickly. Yun Yinsong, who had come back to his senses, hurriedly avoided. Boom! Explosive fire mushrooms bloom at the bottom of Yunmen Valley. Thanks to Tu Tai's timely reminder, only a few people from Yun Yinsong were injured, and no dead appeared. Someone lifted up the earth and rocks, covered his injured shoulders, and cursed angrily, damn these 3 ignorant bastards. No, it's not them. The chakra I feel is also Yun Ziyi's speech came to an abrupt end, and her facial features became frightened. Because the person behind him suddenly grabbed his head with his hands. The pupils of the reincarnation eye were filled with a cool tone, and said quietly in Yun Ziyi's eyes that were trembling with fear. As a perception ninja, you are excellent, and at the same time, it is also a hindrance. Goodbye, the strange and respectable Yun Ninyo. The Way of the Earth. Chapter 37 Fierce. Swish. Pen Renjiandeo, he drew Yun Ziyi's soul and soulless corpse, and fell at his feet. This scene made the Cloud Yin people around him suffocate instantly. Damn it! But their first reaction was not their fear of this shocking ability, but the anger of unity against the enemy. Bastard! Come on! All kinds of ninjutsu came towards Pen's human path. Whoosh! At this time the hungry ghost Dao arrived instantly, unfolding the blockade of the arts and absorbing the ninjutsu. But he absorbed the ninjutsu of the pioneer, but he couldn't absorb the slash that Iwaki swung his sword. To be honest, Yun Yin's cohesion is really strong. Swish! Pen Renjiandeo formed seals with both hands and sneaked into the ground directly. Pain, hungry ghost Pow, jumped up hard, avoiding the first wave of slashes, and forming a seal with both hands. Ninja method and camouflage hidden technique. His figure turned into camouflage and disappeared in full view of everyone. What? This is awakening technique and camouflage hidden technique. Damn it, all of them are Awaken's specialties. Hey, look at it, the enemy who just launched the missile was also wearing the Awaken village guard. Everyone's eyes were all focused on Shura's path. Click! Click! Shura barrage! At this time, Shura Dao stepped on the mountain wall, his arms turned into machine guns, his tongue of flames tilted downwards. In just a moment the 5 Yu Yinzang in front were shot and fell down. Long-range ballistic attack of the machine armor? When did I master this technology in Iron Hidden Village? Before Tu Tai could think too much, he shouted, the Earth Escape Ninja builds defense, and the rest retreats and keeps alert. Those two enemies will launch a sneak attack. In the clouds and hidden, ninjas who mastered Earth Escape came forward one after another and made seals at the same time. Earth Escape and Earth Flow Wall. Boom! The earth wall built in front of him temporarily blocked the barrage attack Ka. But under the continuous release of missile bombardment of the grenade launcher, the earth wall reached the verge of collapse. At this time, after the earth platform formed a seal, he strode forward and slapped the ground with both hands. Fusion and escape Hu mobile. Gu. From the ground in front of his palm, fluid rubber emerged, surging forward in the gurgling, tightly fitting behind the soil flow wall, strengthening its offensive, and finally barely blocking it. Yun Yinzong exclaimed, "Oh! It's worthy of being a tutai. That's all I can do. Next, I'll leave it to you, Lord Lei Ying." Looking back at the tutai, I saw the man, the fourth generation Lei Ying Ai, stood up from his father's grave, with tears that had not yet dried up on his face, and shouted, "I'll dodge it all, I want to tear Iwei's bastard to pieces with my own hands. Lord Lei Ying, you're going to take action. Get out of here." Yun Yinzong retreated in a hurry. Crack! The fierce thunder escape chakra was covered with burly body. This kind of chakra even those who are not perceived ninjas Zionin was shocked. No says that this chakra is really stronger than Nagato but, from the senses, it is very ostentatious and exciting, and it cannot be ignored. Nagato said, Thunder Escape Chakra mode gives Thunder Shadow unparalleled speed and power, as well as a powerful body that can withstand all attacks hidden. In terms of attainment in this model, his father, the third generation of Lei Ying, should be stronger. Not to mention the speed, but at least in terms of attack power and defense power, he should be stronger. Zionin said, "Is this why you chose him as the Shura path?" Nagato said, "The choice of Shura Taoism is nothing more than two key points. First, it is a relatively strong and burly body, so that more Shura weapons can be included in the body. Second, it is powerful explosive power and defense, so that it can effectively threaten the enemy in the middle, near and long range. The third generation of Thunder Shadows can fully meet the above 2 points. Moreover, the Thunder Escape Chakra mode he possesses can make the weapons of Shura Deo go further. According to my estimate, as the Shura Deo ability displayed by Pain, it is expected to surpass the original body." Zionin showed surprise, "Can Pain surpass his original body?" Nagato smiled and said, "Of course it's just an outstanding single path ability. I can use the sixpathy ability at the same time and switch freely. This is an advantage that Pain will never have. I will always be above Pain." Boom! AI swung his strong punch in the sprint. The simple and unpretentious Thunder Fist, with just one blow, hit a gap in the defense formed by the protective arm and the soil flow wall. After he broke through the gap, his small round eyes glared at Shura Deo hanging on the mountain wall. Shura Deo greeted condescendingly, "Hello, lazy eye." Boom! What greeted him was Lei Ying's punch in the air. Boom! The mountain wall is shaking and falling down the rock. After the Shura Deo landed, he pulled off his upper robe. "Let's play with lazy eye." Gu. He squirmed all over his body, and 3 heads and 6 arms sawed tails were born. Tutai shouted, "Be careful with the 4 generations, the enemy's body structure is different from that of ordinary people." Humph! Lei Ying snorted coldly, crack and twisted his neck left and right. Boom! The next second he stomped the land, his knife-like arms were squeezing Pen Shureideo's steel neck. "Stop underestimating Lei Ying." Thunder Corridor Magpies. Pen Shura's pupils shrank suddenly, "It's so fast, really so fast. Even if the eyes of the hungry ghosts are watching in the dark, they can't avoid them at all." Boom! Shura Dao's back was driven by the Thunder Shadow's arms and hit the mountain wall hard. Crack! Crack. The mechanically constructed body began to disintegrate from the bottom of the neck. Click. At this time the serration at the tail of Shuradeo was swirling around Lei Ying's neck. Not good. Lord Lei Ying's neck was wrapped around by steel serrated teeth. Don't worry, with that, I can't break Lord Lei Ying's thunder escape armor. Tutai said, turning his eyes to the side. Hi, has he sensed it? Surround him was the 9-year-old man who was the escort of Thunder Shadow with Darui in the original work. He is now a Shinen and is trained as a perception ninja. Xi closed her eyes and tried to sense, although I can't be as outstanding as Senior Yun Ziyi, I can sense that the enemy who was hidden in camouflage is approaching Lord Lei Ying from behind. Tutai shouted, Lord Lei Ying. The enemy wants to launch a surprise attack from behind. The Thunder Shadow glanced at him and his arms swept behind him. Swish. Pain, the hungry ghost Pao was forced to appear and retreat quickly. What can Lei Zi's subordinates do? Ailang said, Humph, after finishing the one in front of you, it will be your turn and another guy who sneaked into the ground. Bosaizi. The volatility of the sound attracted Ai's attention. His eyes turned back and saw that Pen Shura in front of him, a light surged in his open mouth. Yun Yinzong exclaimed, Zero distance. Shuradeo oral laser. Chapter 38 Digging the Grave. Boom. The light burst out from the laser, engulfed Malta's body and swept backwards. The fan shape radiated into its end, flattened the fortifications formed by the soil flow wall and protective film wall. In the world-weary novel, Transfer Site 179943164. Lord Lei Ying. During the storm, the Union and others stared at the end of the light wave in fear. Tutai blocked the face with both hands and murmured, although the attack is amazing, it still cannot hurt the 4th generation with the thunder escape armor. What really makes me care about is that the enemy who sneaked into the ground with the rock hidden technique has not appeared yet. Will his technique of killing Yun Ziyi threaten the 4th generation? Yu Guang looked at Xi, who was protected by him, and said urgently, Hi, has he sensed it? I hope to maintain the sealing method of the perception technique with both hands, and sweating on my little face kept coming, I can't sense it no matter how I can't sense it, that enemy sexist. He must have dived deep into the ground, and my perception ability cannot be penetrated. Tutai withdrew his gaze and said in a low voice, Do you snorkeling in the earth? If you dive into such a deep underground, at least, he will not threaten less than 4 generations. Boom. After the light waves subsided, Ai's figure appeared. He was wearing thunder escape armor and stood straight in front of the mountain wall, without any hair being injured. Ai looked at Pen Shura coldly and said, Are you satisfied? Miscellaneous. Pen Shura said, Thunder. Click. Without waiting for the following text, Lei Ying's hand knife slashed Hedon, directly splitting Shura Dao's 3-in-1 head and the entire body in half. It's really unreasonable. The split open head stared at Ai's face above and said the following. Boom. Mori's feet stepped down, stomping Shura's head. Then, he stepped down one by one, rubbed the soles of his feet until he stepped on Shuradeo to pieces and could no longer find a complete part. Spit. He spitted, and turned his head to look at Pen Hungry Ghost. Next, it's your turn. Crack. A flash of lightning, he had already reached behind the Hungry Ghost path, locked him with both hands, and raised him high above his head. Pain Hungry Ghost said, I was lifted high by Lei Zi. Arose. Ai Yang Tian roared, and the thunder escape armor outside his body burst out violently. This momentum scared the Union crowd around him. That position is Lord Lei Ying's thunder bomb. Hurry up, go away. If you are caught in it, you will die. When Ai Gang was about to fall down, his expression suddenly changed because his thunder escape chakra was losing at high speed. But he didn't have time to think too much and fell heavily. Boom. With a loud bang, the ground sinks, and the cracks spread to all sides, but the lightning arc that I imagined exploded. Yun Song, who retreated to the distance, was surprised and suspicious. What's going on? Although the power is amazing, it is not as great as imagined. Has it been Lord Liang who showed mercy? No. Tutai looked at the figure hugging in the sunken ground and said, "Look carefully." The thunder escape armor on Lord Liang's body disappeared. Just a moment before the thunder bomb fell. Ah! Why is this happening? Tutai said, "That enemy once invalidated our ninjutsu. From this point of view, the essence of that ability is absorption, and the efficiency of absorption is quite terrible. In just a few seconds of contact, he absorbed the thunder escape armor condensed from Lord Liang. So he saved his life from the thunder bomb, but even so, Lord Liang's physical strength was enough to break the bones in his body." Tutai's voice became deeper. "It's ruined, that guy." AI looked at Pen in front of him with expressionless expression. "You have this ability, that stinky old man Onaki shouldn't have sent you to die. Before I get rid of the stingy body, tell me his purpose. I can make you die more happily." Ha ha ha. Pain-hungry ghost dowager grinned. "Tell me." Thunder. Boom. AI Shah's big fist hit the hungry ghost's face, and his head fell into the ground. "Explain." Thunder. Boom. "My head fell deeper." Thunder. Boom. 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 After connecting a few punches, the hungry ghost's head was already deeply embedded in the soil, and his neck could not be seen. Under the pull of the limbs, his upper limbs stood tall, and the arc between the hips and lower limbs was pulled into an arch. Tick. AI fist dripped with blood, squatting beside the pit, and said coldly, "You'll call me another word." The hungry ghost can no longer make any sound. However, his hand slowly moved, groped, grabbed the black stick that fell on the side after it collapsed from his face, picked it up, and knocked on AI's forehead. Ding! A crisp sound. There is no harm at all, but it is extremely insulting. "You are so annoying." AI blew up and the thunder escape armor reattached, attacking the hungry ghost Pow with heavy punches, venting his anger. Boom 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 boom. For a moment, the stone and soil were radiant, and flesh and blood were flying. Yun Yenzong was stunned. "It's so cruel." Tutai asked, "Xi in the end, have the enemy moved?" Xi's face was strange. "It seems yes, and it seems, no. Lord Liang's side makes me unable to concentrate." Tutai said, "Concentrate. As a perceptual ninja, you must maintain absolute concentration under any circumstances." "Yes." Xi's face tensed to the extreme, and suddenly the faint perception became clear. "Now, over there, the grave of the 3 generations of adults is approaching." "What?" Tutai suddenly looked back. "Is his purpose?" Click. Infiltrate the underground. Pain Human Dao appeared in front of the grave of the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadows. "I buried it deep enough, but I finally found it." His hands quickly formed a seal and slapped the earth. "Thanks to the chakra who has the body, this technique can come in handy. Earth escape and earth movement core." Boom. The ground was shocked. The coffin buried deep in the earth rose toward the ground with the roar of the earth. Tutai stood firmly and exclaimed at AI, who was still whipping the corpse and venting his anger. "Lord Liang, the tomb of the previous generation has been dug." Chapter 39. A critical moment. But in the face of the sudden change, AI was abnormal this time and did not get furious. However, his eyes were cold and terrifying. He threw away the terrible half of the hungry ghost in his hand, covered with thunder and lightning armor, rushed towards Pen Human Dao. On the mountain, Nagato said with a serious expression, "Success or failure is here." Swish! 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 The way of heaven, the way of animals, and the way of hell, jumped down the valley. Pen's heavenly way airborne in front of the human way. Tutai was shocked. What, there are more than 3 enemies? Lei Doren must spit out a sword when he encounters it. Boom! Ai's fist came to him in the past, only his old enemy, the man called Yellow Flash. Pain Tiandeo, of course he can't avoid it, but he can bounce it away. His pupils suddenly widened. Shenluo Tianzheng. Swish! Under the extremely powerful repulsive force, Ai's body instantly retreated backwards. Tutai was shocked. What ability is that? But seeing Ai regressing, his eyes widened. Don't underestimate the thunder shadow. With a roar, the thunder escaped chakra mode, and further, Ai's hair stood up like a spike. I just learned that advanced state. Lord Lei Ying had a lot of burden. Is it forced to such a point? Boom! Ai stepped on the ground, his retreating momentum suddenly came to an abrupt trend, and even showed a tendency to advance against that force field. Tiandeo's pupils were trembling, and he was secretly shocked. In this state, his explosive power of physical skills is no less than that of Naruto, who had exploded 6 tails. But the trend of advancing failed to maintain. What a pity, you were unable to penetrate into the ground and fix your tail like a stake. Therefore, even if you are as strong as you can't stand the Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom! This close battle ended with Ai being bounced out and plunging into the distant mountain wall. Boom! Finally, the coffin buried deep underground was lifted to the ground by the moving core. The heavenly Dao controlled the force field and lifted the heavy coffin. Perlin rode the Yatta bird and dived down from the sky. He wanted to transport the coffin of his predecessor through that bird. Absolutely, this kind of thing cannot happen. Before the Tutai could speak, Yunyan and others rushed up desperately. Even though I know it is as powerful as a thunder shadow, I can't stand it from the front. They have put life and death aside. The way of heaven looked at them solemnly, without showing any contempt because of their insignificance of power. Yanqi/H. Cars are specially occupied by 8. 2. 0. Because they are all a group of respectable people. When manipulating objects with force fields, it is impossible to use Shenluo Tianzheng and Wangxiang Tianyan. Tiandeo jumped away from the Kun and Shuriken flying in. But then, Yunyan Song, who was leaping high, waved his ninja sword and slashed. This is really a bit troublesome. Tiandeo twisted his body with all his strength, avoiding the oncoming slash, and lifted his palms with force. Swish! The coffin was lifted several meters high, and Perlin's bird hovered near the ground and successfully caught the coffin. Yunyan and others changed their postures and slashed again. Finally, after removing the burden, calmly respond and stretch your arms. Shenluo Tianzheng. The powerful repulsive force, all the approaching clouds and hidden people flew out, and the sand and dust raised by the repulsive force blocked their sight. Crack! It happened that at this moment, a leopard transformed from black lightning fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, biting the body of Tiandeo. Crack! The black electric arc spread throughout the body of Tiandeo, making him unable to move. Black thunder escaped. Tiandeo's eyes turned. I saw that in the distance, the boy with dark skin, short white hair, and left and right shoulders, with thunder and water respectively, was looking at him fiercely with his sharp eyes. 3 generations of Lord Lei Ying, but the person I admire the most, how can I allow you to disturb his peace after his death? Tiandeo smiled at the corner of his mouth. So that's it. That young man was Darui. He used the secret technique of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadows, Thunder Escape and Black Spot Bat. Your technique of bounced out all the enemies and ninjutsu is indeed extremely tricky, but your body has been completely paralyzed. If you can't use that technique, you can only be slaughtered. Darui tore the sword, looked at the blonde girl beside her with ease. Sammy, leave it to you to solve it. Clear. Sammy held the ninja knife in his hand and rushed out towards the inactive Pen Tiandeo. Click. But suddenly Darui's face changed suddenly. He felt that his invisible hands firmly bound him from behind. Who is it? Whoosh. The camouflage hidden technique was unlocked, and Pen-hungry Ghost Deo, who should have died so much that he could no longer die, showed his figure. Darui's pupils shook violently. This is impossible. You have been given to him by Lord Lei Ying. In the distance, Pen put away the King of Hell in the hell and murmured, this hungry ghost path that can use the camouflage hidden technique is quite useful. Pain-hungry Ghost Deo put away his frivolous posture when facing the thunder's shadow and smiled, Daru, I admire young people like you are the hope of the future of the rain-hidden village. Follow me, I will never let you become a waste. Swish! The hungry ghost realm instantly devoured Darui's chakra. No, hurry, stop, Sammy. Darui fell softly in the arms of the hungry ghost. Bang! The dark spots that bind the way of heaven are decomposed and disintegrated as the craftsman loses consciousness. Swish! He avoided Samai's blade, and the black stick fell from his cuffs pierced Samai's unprepared belly. In an instant the powerful chakra impact that poured into his body made Sammy lose consciousness instantly. Looking at her chest that was flat at the moment, he smiled and said, it seems it is quite valuable to cultivate. He curled his smile, glanced at the distance, and raised his palm. All things are in the sky. Beside Tutai Xi was captured by gravity. Master Tutai. Damn it! On the palm of the earth platform, the rubber rope made by melting escape was heading towards Sheila. Pen flashed out of the world, and the black stick in his hand pierced, and the rubber strand instantly dissolved on the ground. Xi was grabbed by Tiandeo, and he fainted with just a look of courage. Zionin said, do you want to make those 3 children Pen? Nagato smiled and said, that sounds like a good choice, but it seems more meaningful to let them survive. After taking back Yuhang village from Hanzhou, we also need to cultivate some new forces, right? Zionin looked sideways and said, so, you have considered it for such a long time. Boom! The explosive lightning shook the rocks pressing on her body. Ai looked up and saw that Yada was carrying his father's coffin and rising into the air. Boom! Ai stepped on the rocks and soared into the air. The next second he had jumped to the height that even Perlin was about to look up. Under Pylin's mask, her eyes trembled. I was careless. I almost forgot that this man is a person with strength comparable to yellow flashes. Ninjutsu in the world is only fast and cannot be broken. In the ninjutsu world, this is also a famous saying. The terrifying thunder escaped chakra condensed Ai's feet and slashed down with terrifying pressure. Even if you beat my father's body to pieces, you must not let him fall into your hands. Yiliai's angry thunder axe. And, at this critical moment. Chapter 40 I recognized you. Swish la la la. At the critical moment, countless pages of paper emerged under the shadow of thunder. The paper pages were stacked together, soft and hard, greatly cushioning the strength of Ai's kick. Boom! In the roar, the paper page exploded, and then reorganized, turning into Zionin's stunning face. Wow! The paper spear rolled into her arms, rushed towards Ai too. Crack! Without any suspense, the spear tip bent the moment it touched the thunder escape armor. The thunder shadow fell on the Yada bird, and the hand knife swept across. Although Konan avoided it in time, his left cheek was still covered with a blood mark by the sharp thunder lightning in front of the hand knife. Boom! Pylon stepped on the coffin, flipped her to the top of Ai's head, and made a mark on her hands and hit her out. Psychic Stone Panda Rock falls. Bang! The stone panda falling from the sky pressed heavily on Ai's elbow that was raised. The huge weight made the Yada bird tilt. The moxa was pressed down and fell from the bird's back. After the Yada bird flew smoothly, Perrin's little hand flew. Bang! 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 Pen's 5 paths, the fragmented Shura path, the hostage Darui, Samai, Xi, and Nagato's original deity all gathered on the back of the bird with the white smoke. Boom! AI Dolly rammed the gravel panda, turned his head and looked at the scene of being psychic, and was shocked to the cold sweat of the earth platform. Go Tai, use your technique to create a foothold. I want to jump higher and pull him down hard. Tutai said in surprise, Master Lei Ying, are you serious? All the opponent's combat power has been gathered. If I read it correctly, there is another unknown enemy. They snatched the bodies of the previous generations by using cell technology and other things to replicate the power of the previous generations. But the solid strength of the previous generation is not only a talent, but also a result of countless trainings and practical combat. It must not be easily replicated. We should not pursue it again when weighing the pros and cons. Lei Ying clenched her fists tightly and said loudly, this of course I know what happened. But Tutai, do you think I can watch it? Will they take Union's future away? Union's future? Darui, Samai, Xi, the growing next generation is the sustenance of hope. Feeling AI's determination, Tutai was in awe and respectful. I understand, Lord Lei Ying. Melting and protective film mother. He made seals with both hands, pressing the chakra desperately, and the wriggling fluid rubber gathered in the open space ahead like a hill. AI was ready to go, and he could only jump on the stage and shaped it, and jumped with all his strength. Zionin, who was kneeling on the Yata bird, suddenly changed when he saw this scene. Oh no, he still doesn't give up. Don't move. Perlin walked to her side, her little hands covered with green light, approaching her scratched cheeks. This was the medical ninjutsu that Lin was good at during her lifetime. If you don't cure it quickly, it will leave scars. That guy, I'm dealing with. Nagato stood in the wind, and the Shureideo mechanism arm that was born from his shoulders was cut, and the precise mechanical structure changed in dazzling ways and turned into a mechanical hand cannon. This move was fortunate to see in the desert of the Wind Kingdom, but the Scorpion had never seen the final power. Before the completion of the third generation of Rei's Hado Pen Shura, it happened to use its original body to show the power of Shureideo. Stop it! Amid the terrifying fluctuations, energy storage began. Nagato murmured coldly, this is a trick that can penetrate the core of the earth-blasting sky star. Whether you can survive depends on your ability. From the perspective below in the sky, Nagato's figure was covered by dazzling cross light. But the terrified chakra made the earth platform that was not a sense ninja, and all the souls of the dead emerged. How is this kind of chakra possible? Does he want to catch us all? If that move is done, except Lord Lei Ying, who can escape with absolute speed, I'm afraid everyone, including me. Lord Lei Ying, please leave here immediately. Looking at the dazzling cross light in the air, AI's pupils also trembled violently. But he made a quick decision and shouted, Tutai, stop jumping on the platform, make protective mask jade immediately to protect everyone. Tutai was surprised and suspicious, the protective film jade will definitely not stop that. Lei Ying shouted, if you let you do it, you can do it, move quickly. Ming, I understand. Melting and protective film jade. The earth-based printing method changed, the rubber stopped flowing, and turned into regular spheres, attached to every stunned union present. In the air, the energy accumulated Nagato aimed at Yunmen Valley below. Take it! The attack of Shura. Boom! The purple beam that was enough to penetrate the core of the earth-breaking sky star and shot straight down. Lord Lei Ying. AI raised his low face, and the next second, he stepped on the remaining protective mask and jumped up with all his strength, facing the beam of light that could destroy him. In the gap where the protective film jade has not yet closed, Tutai's eyes trembled. Stop! Even your thunder escape armor will definitely not be able to stop that one. But AI made an amazing move next. He concentrated all the thunder chakra on his body on his right arm, then turned around in the air, raised his right arm, and crashed into the beam forward with a certain inclination angle. Pi zi. Light spots splashed around. Tutai suddenly realized, so that's it. Lord Laiying, using his arm attached to Thunder Escape Chakra as a smoothbore, has the trajectory of the beam deflected. But, in this way. Swish! The beam of lightning rubbed against Laiying's shoulders, and the trajectory shifted, sweeping towards the forest behind Yunmen Valley Mountain. Rumbling rumble rumble rumble. The terrifying light mushrooms blooming from the ground swallowed the entire forest, and then it was the backing of the forest. The mountain was leveled, the storm swept with rocks and ravaged in Yunmen Valley. But fortunately, the impact of reaching here can only be regarded as an afterthought, within the range of protective jade. When the explosion completely calmed down, Yunmen Valley has turned into ruins. AI looked up at the sky and said in a deep voice, "It is definitely not the work of 2 Libra Onaki. If Iwaki mastered this kind of technique, we would have been defeated in the battle that had just ended." Everyone crawled out of the protective jade, looked at their figure standing on the top of the ruins. "Laiying sir, your arm." AI's right arm has disappeared, and the fracture has been coke due to high heat. Crack! He clenched the fist of his left hand, with a deep pain on his face. "I feel even more heartbroken than the pain of breaking my arm, and I have lost my future left and right arm. Damn it!" Tutai gritted his teeth unwillingly and walked forward. "Lord Laiying, let's go back to the village first." AI said, "No, go and meet Daming first. Use my broken arm to make him understand. It is not until the war is over, but I can enjoy peace. I want to get more military funds, make the Union more powerful. Everything that can't kill us will only make us stronger. AI, will remember today's shame in the name of Thunder Shadow, and then one day, I will ask you to give it back twice as much." In the flying sky, Nagato looked at the changed terrain below, with a solemn look. "I agree with you, let's meet at the top." 4th Generation Essence Laiying AI. Chapter 41 Pei AI, Born. After the battle in Yunmen Valley in Thunder Country ended, Nagato returned to the Kasadagarba Temple in Tianzi Country with his dream spoils accompanied by Konan. Boom! The heavy coffin fell to the ground, and the sound of the sound shook a few pieces of rubble above the head. Pentiendeo stepped forward, raised his palm, click. The coffin lid was lifted up, rolling and landing on the side. After confirming that there were no traps, Nagato and Xionin walked forward together. In the coffin, 3 generations of Thunder Shadows, AI, fell asleep quietly against the backdrop of the heroic and heroic dendrobium symbolizing flower language. Nagato laughed and said, "It doesn't look like it's anti-corrosion, but the body shows no signs of corruption, which I didn't expect. There are only 2 reasons. First, the 3rd generation of Laiying had just died shortly after he was killed in battle. Moreover, he has developed an extraordinary body and can greatly delay the process of corpse decay. The degree of rot can be equivalent to the degree of aging, and it is an element that cannot be restored by the path of hell. If the body has already started to rot when it is made into pain, the degree of decay will be retained after the finished product is made from Hell Road. Not only will it affect the impression, it will undoubtedly have an impact on pain's power. Fortunately, it's time to buy it." At this time, Xionin noticed the lightning-shaped scar on the right chest of the body and said curiously, 3 generations of Thunder Shadows are known to be unharmed for all battles and have a body that is hard to match even if a tailed beast is hard to match. So how did this wound come about? Oh, Xionin's observation ability is quite detailed, and he noticed this so quickly. Nagato pondered slightly and said, "I think it was probably he accidentally injured himself. He has the strongest spear and strongest shield at the same time, but the strongest versus the strongest, there is always a difference between the superiority and the inferiority. The spear may be stronger than the shield. Only he can hurt him. This is the answer I can think of. I wonder if the truth is like this. After Zionin thought about it, he nodded with great reason. It sounds very reasonable. Offended. A black stick fell from the cuff into Nagato's hand and stabbed it on the shoulder of the third Raikage. Crack. Unexpectedly, after a crisp sound, the black stick actually broke. Damn it! Zionin leaned over, picked up the broken black stick, looked at the sharp at the break, and said, I have never had this situation in the past when I made pen. Nagato sighed, yes. It seems that even without the protection of Thunder Escape Chakra, this person's body is extremely strong. To deal with ruthless goods, you can only work hard. Crack. He summoned the mechanism arm on his shoulder. After prying his wrist, a golden drill bit turned out. It seems that you have to punch the hole first. This is the diamond of Shuradeo. Zionin, please avoid it first, the scene may be a bit bloody. Zionin put the broken black stick in his hand into his cuffs and looked at the wreckage of the former Shuradeo recovered from the Yunmen Valley battlefield, saying, I will help you deal with this abandoned Shuradeo to avoid Pen's intelligence leaking. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Zionin used a piece of paper to roll up the remains of Shuradeo, turned around and walked out of the temple gate. Buzz. The diamond swirled quickly, approaching the shoulders of the third generation of Thunder Shadows. Crack! Sparks flew everywhere. A drop of sweat was hanging on Nagato's face, showing a smile of Nanda first sight. Humph! It's better to take it for me. Otherwise, I can only start with your kiss. 1 hour later, the opening operation for the third generation of Thunder Shadow was finally completed. Hey, what a big job! Nagato looked at the blood flowing from the stop drill bit. This blood can be used to reincarnate in the filthy land. But at this time, Orochimaru's filthy reincarnation should be immature. At this stage, he cannot focus on this. Well, collect it first, and it may come in handy in the future. After collecting the blood, Nagato put away the drill bit and removed the Shuradeo's mechanical arm. Then, several black sticks fell from his sleeve, matching the size of the hole, and began to implant, and the process went relatively smoothly. Hell Road. The King of Hell ignited, opened his mouth wide, swallowing the third generation of Thunder Shadows and the entire coffin into his mouth. Click! Click! Zionin, who had dealt with his ex-Shuradeo, walked in after hearing the movement. Click! I saw the King of Hell opened his mouth wide, and the giant man with golden hair and whiskers had his right arm with the word thunder, holding the King of Hell's fangs, and stepping out with his head down. His hands, shoulders, face, and dark and strong body were decorated with black sticks. These decorations, paired with the glossy reincarnation eye, add a mysterious and dark atmosphere to his rough temperament. It is worth mentioning that on his right chest, Nagato did not deliberately erase the lightning-shaped scar when making pain, but instead covered it with a lightning-shaped black stick. After handling this, it doesn't look like a scar, but more like a special decoration. There are 2 pictures later. Okay. Nagato put away the King of Hell. This is Pen Shuradeo, the third generation of Rei's Hado, AI. For the sake of convenience, call him Pei. Zionin nodded, looked at Nagato, who was sweating profusely, and said, Are you exhausted? Nagato smiled and said, Fortunately, he was sweating all over and didn't sweat so much in war, but this gain is worth it. Tiendeo Yahiko, Beastdeo Pylon, Shuradeo Pa, these are the official editing of the 6 paths of Pen. The other 3 paths, the Hell Path, were made by the nameless sand-hidden corpse killed by the root. The Human Path and the Hungry Ghost Path were made by Iwaki's spy ninjas killed by this trip to the Land of Thunder. To put it bluntly, these 3 paths are all temporary workers. There are better options and they must be replaced at any time. Is there anyone who chooses the other 3? Yes, some have been dead for a long time, some are not suitable for striking the situation at this stage, and some are still growing. Don't worry about it for the time being. Tomorrow is the day I made an appointment with Orochimaru. Tonight, we will go to the nearby town and go to a hot spring bath. Nagato, I see you sweating all over. Ah, okay. Zionin looked at the corner, and his eyes were in trouble. The 3 Yuyan future who were specially captured by Nagato was a problem. There are distance restrictions when manipulating pain. It is impossible to keep watching them. Could it be that I should take them to the town too? No matter how you think about it, it is not suitable. She raised her hand and was about to make a seal. I will leave the paper clone and take care of them. No need. Nagato smiled and said, there is no need to spend energy to pay attention to them. Zionin put down his hand and said confused, then do you want to find a place to tie them up? Now there is no stable rear, and it is difficult to deal with these details after all. Nagato smiled and said, no, I have thought about how to arrange them since I decided to capture them. Konan, do you want to hand them over to Orochimaru? No, I can't cause him any extra trouble. I saw Pylon walked forward, took out the psychic contract from the animal realm, picked up the hands of the 3 of them, and pressed the handprints in turn. Putting away the scroll, Pylon said harmlessly, in this way, no matter whether they run to the ends of the world, I can get them back with my hands, just like flying a kite. Hee. It's such a good thing, you can think of it. Zionin was completely convinced. Nagato strode to Konan and said with a smile. Hot spring, get up. Chapter 42. Just this one. The night is deep. In Konoha village, Minato summoned the patriarchs of various ethnic groups and the upper ninjas of the village to launch a meeting on the topic of the Konoha attack on the night a few days ago. Sorry for delaying everyone's precious rest time, but in the previous invasion, we have not yet figured out the identity and motivation of the enemy. It is time to summarize the intelligence and take targeted measures. But before that, there is something I want to report to you first. Minato said solemnly, the Book of Seals, after being confirmed by me and 3 generations, 6.5 techniques were taken away by the enemy. Why is this 6.5? That half is my Flying Thunder God technique. That page was ripped in half during the competition, and the other 6 techniques were confidential or dangerous, no less than the super level forbidden technique of Flying Thunder God. I didn't expect that they were all level. We thought that what we lost was level forbidden techniques such as Shadow Cluster. As soon as the meeting began, a heavy atmosphere was shrouded in it. Minato stood up and bowed to apologize. As for this matter, I want to apologize sincerely to everyone for failing to protect the legacy of the previous generation. Yuman Jirhui said, 4 generations, please don't blame yourself. Faced with such a difficult invader, it is already very difficult to regain most of the Book of Seals. Minato sat down again and said, now, let's summarize and analyze the invader's intelligence. Kai, you and Kakashi were the first to encounter the invaders, but Kakashi is unconscious at this moment. Let's talk about the situation at that time. Yes, the 4th generation. Mate Kai said loudly. At that time, Kakashi and I acted separately in the name of the competition. The one who fought with me was the 3rd generation Feng Ying, who was defeated by the 3rd generation. I don't need to say much about his ability. Kakashi encountered a masked invader, and I don't know his ability. But when I came to my senses, Kakashi was already seriously injured and was carried onto a stretcher. Hisan held his pipe in his mouth and turned his head and said, the enemy wearing a mask Miniman, after the Shuimu exploded, was the enemy you summoned to fight against. Minato said carefully, yes, the invader had a penetration injury caused by Chidori on his shoulder, so he should be the same person as Kakashi's opponent. It was her who responded to Shuimu and took away the fragments of the Book of Seals. The ability to show was a very tricky psychic technique. At the last moment, she even showed a reverse psychic similar to Sanju, and escaped in front of me. I suspect that she used that kind of spiritual technique to hide the world and break into Konoha's perception barrier, which made us mistakenly think that there was only one invader at the beginning. Narakazuhiro nodded in agreement, what he said makes sense. At this time, Shen Zhonghai said, according to the latest feedback from the medical team, Hakiki Kakashi's injuries were not severe enough to continue to fall asleep. From this, it is inferred that he should have suffered a severe mental impact. This situation is like when he was rescued on the Wuyan battlefield half a year ago. No, maybe it's more serious than that time. What kind of mental stimulation is that makes Kakashi like this? Could it be that what did he see when he fought with the masked invader? Hai paused and asked for instructions. Fourth generation, if Kakashi is not awake for a long time, should he intervene in the analysis class and spy on his brain? Invasion of the brain will also deepen and awaken traumatic memories. After all, Mizuno couldn't bear to have his disciples and suffered this suffering again. The analysis class doesn't have to intervene. What he sees is not the most important thing. What is important is to understand the enemy's abilities. The ability used by Mizuki is similar to the trick of extracting souls. The method used by the masked woman is a trick of psychics. The ability used by Ding Mao is a trick of absorbing ninjutsu and chakra. The ability used by the third generation of Feng Ying. In addition to the ferromagnetic escape, there are also tricks similar to summoning mechanism armor, using missiles and light. The above. Fourth generation, have you missed something? A gloomy voice sounded, followed by click, click. It was the dull sound of crutches. Shimura Danzo, his arrival changed the faces of the participants. Seeing him walking straight toward this side, the oily girl Jihui, with a slightly moved look under her sunglasses, she actually got up and chose to stand aside. Danzo didn't care about this, and sat in his seat with a gaze, staring at the Uchiha Tokugaka sitting there across Hinata Hizuka. He said, according to the public's reaction, at least 2 invaders we don't know appeared in the Uchiha clan, but until now, Uchiha has not reported on the matter, right? Fujio said in a deep voice, Master Danzang, are you questioning us? Danzang said coldly, so what if you question it? The police force is so arbitrary. The atmosphere was instantly filled with gunpowder. Hinaru hurriedly smoothed it out, Danzang, don't be aggressive first. Fujio will perform important tasks. He came back last night and knew nothing about this matter. Danzo's mouth curled up, I don't know anything? Maybe. But when you talk about the mission, Uchiha's genius was instantly stopped. Why did he come back with a broken arm? Didn't he really touch the trap on Kikyo Mountain by mistake and be blown away? Click. Fuyu clasped his palm tightly, and a cold light seemed to flow in his closed eyes. At this moment, Mizuto said in a deep voice, Mr. Danzo, this is an intelligence summary meeting held on the Konoha invasion. Can you please not talk about the topic? Danzo's eyes suddenly became sharp, but then they hid. He lowered his head and said slowly, well, he was in a flash. Even if he was called a genius, he was a young man after all. I hope that the lesson of the broken arm this time can make him a more mature ninja. Swish! Everyone present looked at Mizuno. The 4th generation is really courageous, and it can shock Danzo, the terrifying Konoha veteran. In silence, Minato put her chin on the back of her hand and smiled, Mr. Fujio, if there is no difficulty, can you tell me what you learned afterwards? Fujio put down his hands on his chest, straightened his sitting position, and said, I was about to talk to you about this at this meeting. Of course I have never seen it with my own eyes, and I also learned it from my tribe. Among the towns of Tianzi Kingdom, Nagato and Konan, eating meatballs cooked in Kanto, came to the hot spring hotel. The shop owner smiled and said, oh, it's really time for you to come. I just returned from a trip. There are no customers coming to the shop's hot springs today. Nagato looked at the sign of mixed bath and sighed in his heart. He didn't dare to say suck together with shamelessness. Let's go, Zionin, change your family. He turned around and was about to leave, but Zionin grabbed his sleeve. Nagato turned his head and looked at it in surprise. Zionin. Zionin swallowed the meatballs in his mouth, his eyes flashed, and he said in a voice that he could not hear his emotions. Just this one. Chapter 43 Bathing with South. Under the night sky full of stars, hazy mist covers the open-air hot springs, reflecting the bright moonlight into a perfect picture. Gugu Nagato's nose was soaked in spring water, and his white skin quickly became rosy, accompanied by bubbles and undulating thoughts, and there were also thoughts that children were not suitable for. Because just behind the hot stone he was leaning against, Zionin was naked and squirting water. Oh my god, Xiao Nan, she would not shy away from bathing with me. She wouldn't just treat me as a man, right? Or she has treated me as a man. Nakaman. While Nagato was thinking about it, Konan's call came from the back of the stone. Nagato shuddered suddenly, and his heart began to pound. He quickly calmed down, suppressed his inner throbbing and expectation, and said, "What's wrong, Zionin?" On the back of the spring stone, Zionin was soaked in the water, and the white moonlight rippled across the water surface and rippled on her chest. Her hands passed through the rippling, picked up a pool of spring water, reflected her face, and gently told her heart to the people behind her. "We have been away from Yuyan for almost a month, and a lot of things have really happened in this month." Nagato's restless heart calmed down his delusions in Konan's plain and gentle words. His body surfaced, looking at the moonlight above his head, feeling his heart. What kind of life did he live a month ago, and now? He changed from Linfeng to Nagato, and in the world of Naruto, he had important bonds and goals for him. His life was ignited because of Naruto. Yes, it really seems like a different life. This sigh contains too much. Of course, to Konan, this is limited to Nagato's feelings. With the comfort and relaxation brought by the hot spring, she continued to tell the things she could not say in the atmosphere of the week. "In this month, I saw the other side of you that I didn't know in the past." These words made Nagato's heart suddenly raise. Could it be what she saw? Nagato no, Linfeng, can't fully play Nagato. Even for the sake of his favorite love Konan, he can't completely hide himself, so he thought about it from the beginning and used Nagato to play himself. If he was seen from this, he would admit it. At worst, he would have a showdown with Zionin. But he obviously thought too much about this matter. The existence of the two-dimensional world and the perspective of cognizing things are also limited to the two-dimensional world. Xiao Nan has no such concept at all in his mind when traveling through such things. Since there is no, how could he think of it? Nagato quickly recovered his calmness and said, "Oh? What is my other side, Zionin? Come and listen." Konan said, "To be honest, Nagato. In the past, you were regarded as the savior by Yahiko, Kazuya, and I. The reason for this is ultimately the halo brought by your reincarnation eyes and the 6 myths behind them, not because of you. But now, I gradually saw that the ninja who belonged to Nagato, whose own shining points, wisdom and responsibility." Nagato couldn't help but feel a little complicated and ashamed. "Konan, I may not be as outstanding as you think." Zionin shook his head gently. "No, that's because you are slow in this area and you can't detect it yourself, but I can see it clearly." At this time, Nagato asked boldly, "Zionin, then tell me, what else is different about me? For example, personality or something." Zionin smiled. "Yes, sometimes, you will be alone without knowing what you are thinking, winking at your own eyes, and sometimes you will show some expressions that I can't understand, but I think it's because you were hit in the head by a stone when you saved me from Hanzo." Nagato held his palm, and he wanted to take this opportunity to find out Konan's heart. If that's the case, will it be another person? After thinking carefully, Zionin said, "Of course not. In my opinion, even if the stone hits the head and causes an impact, it will not show a lack of character out of thin air. Since it has been shown, it means that these are all traits that are already possessed in your personality. So, Nagato or Nagato, this will not change in my eyes. Nagato said, "Thank you, Stone Immortal, I will build a big temple for you in the future." Xiao Nan, I'm going to tell you that since I woke up on 10 days of coma, I have also noticed my own changes, but no matter what, it's hard for me to be myself completely, but I don't know how to explain this to you, and I'm worried about it. Don't worry, Nagato, no matter at any time, you just need to be yourself. In the past, you have always carried the expectations of Xiren. The identity of the Savior is undoubtedly a heavy burden and a shackle for you. I don't want you to be bound by it. You can do whatever you want. Xiao Nan, everyone's expectations and the Savior are not my burden and shackles, but motivation. I want to save this world and bring stability and peace to the world. This is my heartfelt wish. Even if I am stoned to the head 100 times, it will not change. Nagato's firm words moved Konan. I am honored to be by your side, accompany you and witness you. No, I'm honored, that's right, Konan. This sentence was said to himself in his heart. The water rippling in the palm of my palm reflected Xionan's knowing smile. The original, the uncertain future made me a little uneasy. Now, I feel at ease. Wow! She patted the water in her palm on her face and stood up from the spring water. In the lingering heat, her beautiful body was faintly visible. Gently wrapping a strand of wet hair around the ear, turning her beautiful eyes to the fountain stone behind her, and, Nagato, no matter when, you don't force yourself. Barley self? Nagato said, I didn't force myself. Xionan's eyes were flowing, that's good. Now we are two of us depend on each other. If you have anything you need my help, please tell me. Nagato said, you are too dissatisfied, Konan, haven't I been like this all the time? Xionan walked to the hot spring pool without comment, put on the middle clothes stacked there, put on his coat, and put on his coat. After I put a paper flower back on my hair and looked back and smiled. I'm waiting for you in the old place. Chapter 44, Accompanying. When the mixed bathing between Nagamon and Konan came to an end, the meeting in Konoha village was still in progress. The above is the information provided by my tribe members about the two invaders. Fujio ended her speech, and there was a stir in restlessness in the venue and people whispered. The Gen and ninjutsu popped up in an instant. Hello, this ability is not a joke, right? If this invader did not infiltrate the Uchiha clan, but like other invaders, he would destroy Konoha in a large number of destruction, the third and fourth generations, could he easily kill it? Who knows? At this time, Yamaakachi said thoughtfully, Captain Fujio said that the enemy who could spread his attacks was not to mention it. Another invader killed by the police force, whose appearance characteristics seemed to match the envoy of the Sand Village, Lord Fengying's Rao Na. As soon as these words were spoken, people's faces changed instantly. Hey, Luo Na came to Konoha with the peace agreement of the 4 generations of Lord Fengying. Has he been used by others too? Minigate Rizan looked at Mizuno, who was silent beside him with sweat on his face. But at this moment, Danzo unconsciously lowered his head. Luo Nai was killed by Ding Mao, his subordinate of Gen. But Ding Mao's mission was completed and he lost contact. That night Ding Mao and Luo Nai attacked the village as one of the invaders at the same time. Among the people present, he knew that the samurai eye belonged to Yuyin Nagato, but how Nagato did it? All 6 people had the samurai eye and attacked Konoha, and he didn't know. Finding out the truth about Nagato's power is also his purpose in attending this meeting. What's the matter with God? What's going on? Why do you think the more you discuss and analyze, the further you feel that the exact information from the enemy is? Mr. 4th generation, do you have a clue? Sorry, I really can't think of something. Minato shook his head and showed a confused expression. But the more fearful suspicion enveloped the hearts of the people present. Fear comes from the unknown, it is true. Just when everyone was at a loss, Narakazuku, who had been silent almost all the time since the meeting started, raised his head, there is a guess that has been lingering in my mind for several days. Swish! For a moment, everyone's eyes focused on his face, including Danzao. Are you serious? Senior Nara? Kai stood up directly, but immediately realized that he was overreacting, and after saying sorry, he sat back. The needles fell in the venue were heard, and people were waiting for Luju to reveal it. After a little brewing, Luju said, as we all know, on the night of the attack, Pig Deer Butterfly encountered the enemy who could absorb ninjutsu and chakra. Luju glanced at him, that is, the member of the 7th branch of the Gen, Ding Mao. Danzang lowered his eyebrows and made no statement. Luju continued, when I tied the opponent with my shadow, in order to cooperate with the pig, deer, and butterfly's tactics, Hai and his opponent used the heart turn-around, but the heart turn-around technique failed for the first time. The conclusion that Hai Yi came to at that time was that the other party had no heart. At that time, a noun appeared in my mind, a noun that made me feel a little chilled. Gudong. Someone swallowed his saliva and asked slowly. What noun? Luju's eyes lowered and he held his palm tightly. Corpsey. What? Luju suddenly said these two words, and even Hai Yi was surprised. Luju, if it is the human puppet we imagined at the beginning. Luju said, you can say that, but you can't generalize it. Hinata Hizusa said in a deep voice, it's a bit inexplicable. Nara head, can you explain it more thoroughly? Okay. Luju said, the so-called human puppet is to make a corpse into a human puppet for manipulation. Its essence is the puppet technique that has been passed down for a long time in Sand Village. Although human puppets are also intentional, they do not have consciousness. And what are the enemies we encounter? They all act and speak like living people. This is the biggest difference between them and human puppets. So, I think the enemy's technique is different from puppet technique, and that is a higher level technique. In light of the information collected so far, I will make the following speculation: the enemy's ability is the technique of giving his consciousness to the dead and allowing him to act like a living person. The invaders seem to be 6 people, but in fact, the will they hold is the same person. His inference made everyone feel terrified. Then invader, who is the person? I don't know, but there are only 2 possibilities. Luju glanced at Danzang again. First, the people inside us are secretly manipulating everything in places we don't notice, just like dark under the lamp. Of course, this is only based on absolute rationality, and I certainly don't believe it in terms of emotion. The second is also a fact that I tend to. The invaders did not actually sneak into Konoha from beginning to end, but remotely manipulated the corpses and played with us in their palms. The final result is that although we gathered our strength to eliminate 4 of them, but it had no effect on the invader himself, and even part of the Book of Seal was taken away. Akido Tinzu was indignantly, damn it, the invaders are indeed aimed at the forbidden technique founded by our Konoha village and the previous Naruto. In order to conceal his real purpose, he actually destroyed the village. It's simply outrageous. No, maybe, this is not the case. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Luju made another amazing inference, integrating and summarizing the information of the 6 enemies. The strongest one is undoubtedly the enemy who can be attacked by bounces. It is not an exaggeration to regard him as the main combat power of the 6 people, but... Luju paused, and he actually didn't want to point it out in public. But afterwards, it was not difficult to analyze it over time. It would be better to just say it straightforward. After the war started, the opponent put his main combat power on the Uchiha clan. What does this mean? The Book of Seal is not his purpose, at least, not his main purpose. As for what that enemy actually did in the Uchiha clan, I don't know. Based on the existing information, the analysis I have carried out can only end here. In silence, everyone's eyes were once again directed at Uchiha Tokugaki. The corner of Danzo's mouth raised slightly. Beautiful. It is worthy of being Konoha's strongest mind, Nara Kazusa. Thanks to you, the doubts that I can't understand in my heart have become much clearer. As Mr. Luju said, there was only one invader. At this time, Minato took over the conversation and attracted all the attention of the people. But the abilities shown by each person are different, which is quite concerning, but the truth is no longer possible. After all, the other party is very cunning and has not left any information material for us to analyze. However, that night rain came so hard that the weather was not beautiful. Rain, the word mentioned by Minato, made Hinazan's expression slightly move. He slowly put down the pipe in his hand. Seeing his expression, Mizuno said, 3 dynasties, what's wrong with you? The third generation of Naruto Hiruzen, known as the ninjutsu professor, said slowly, I just remembered a technique, which originated from the forbidden art of Rain Village, called the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. It can integrate rainwater into chakra and perform extensive perception. Fugia lowered her eyes and quietly clasped her cuffs. Sweat was hanging on Mizuto's face. You mean? Rizan said in a low voice, the enemy, maybe it's Yunin, at least, he was born in Yu Hidden Village. Maybe just ask Yu Hidden's leader, Lord Hanzang, and you can. Enough, kill every day. At this time, Danzo interrupted his words and said, Shanjiao Hakuso, the Yuhang village he commanded, was once the battlefield of the 3 major powers during the war. Hizawa, don't you naively think that he will help us, the former invaders, right? Ridgehen put his pipe in his mouth again and stopped talking. Realize that it is not appropriate to continue this meeting. Minato summed up, it seems that the existing intelligence has reached this point and is already at its limit. In the future, we must strengthen prevention, especially in the field of perception, we must upgrade. In his heart, he said silently, it seems the fairy art that I am not good at should be improved in a targeted manner. In a depressing and dull atmosphere, Konoha's meeting ended. When Nagato returned to the Kasadagarba temple in Tianzi Kingdom, Konan had been waiting here for a long time. At this time, in the corner, Darui, Samai, and Xi were gone. Zionin said, when I came back, the 3 of them had already slipped away while we were away. As expected. Nagato asked, by the way, why don't you stay in the hotel? Zionin said, in the comfortable environment of the hotel, I always want to fall asleep unconsciously. Her back slowly leaned against Shizuo and said lazily, Nakaman, don't stay up late with me, take a break. You can't wait until you meet Orochimaru tomorrow, you won't be vigilant. No, I said I will accompany you. Nagato sat next to Konan. I couldn't help but look at Zionin's dark circles again. He has the physique of the Vortex clan. Although he is uncomfortable, he can finally withstand it, but Zionin is not, and he can't see it yet. If he keeps going like this in a year, something will happen, right? Not to mention the body, the spiritual level is even more. It was precisely because of this worry that he decided to accompany Zionin throughout the whole process to complete the forbidden technique. Zionin, the practice of Night of the Other Side and the third sleepless night, the test has just begun. Chapter 45, Reversed Yen Gang. It's finally here. At dawn, Nagato received a contact from Orochimaru. He stood up and personally formed the spiritual seal of the animal realm. Zionin also cheered up and stood up. The psychic technique. Bang! Bang! In the white smoke screen, Orochimaru and Oru descended in the Dazang temple. Orochimaru stepped forward and greeted hoarsely, Oh, Nagato, have you done the work you like? Ah, it's done after a lot of trouble. Pei Ai walked from behind the stone pillar with a burly figure. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly brightened, and he licked his big tongue, Oh, this is really, Spalasi. Nagato said, your side has also achieved results, right? Orochimaru smiled and said, yes. Thanks to the help of this child, Deo, otherwise he would not have achieved results so quickly. Nagato turned his eyes to Do. Subconsciously, he leaned closer to Orochimaru. Even though Nagato showed kindness to him, the character he developed since childhood still made him unable to let go of his fear and vigilance. Nagato smiled, not caring. It seems that this place is not suitable to show your achievements. Do you have a stronghold in Tianziguo? He asked knowingly. Orochimaru nodded and said, yes. I plan to set up a ninja village here to build a stronghold. Then let's go. 1 hour later, everyone arrived at a swamp in the north of Tianzi Kingdom. Wow! The snake hand under Orochimaru's sleeve penetrated into the swamp and tore off the forbidden talisman buried deep in it. Crash! With a stir, the entrance buried deep in the swamp appeared in front of you. At this time, Nagato's eyes were cast towards the shadow of the tree behind him, and he found a hidden Baiju. This is the first time I encountered Baiju after I issued a warning to Obito in the cave. I knew I could find it, but I didn't leave immediately. Was I shocked by the appearance of Orochimaru at the same time? No, it must be dealt with immediately. He was about to raise his hand. Orochimaru smiled and said, leave it to me, Nagato. Oh? Have Orochimaru mastered the method of perceiving Baiju? Share. The snake's hand emerged from Orochimaru's sleeve, entangled the Baiju, and pulled it in front of him. Baiju's eyes were wide open. Nakaman, you are getting together with Orochimaru, you want to make it. Orochimaru made seals with both hands. Click. Baiju was shocked suddenly and lost consciousness on the spot. Nagato clasped his palm tightly, it's not good. Now, the information should have been leaked. Orochimaru put down his sealed hands and smiled, don't worry, I have cracked the truth about Baiju's ability. There is a certain delay in the communication between it and its companions. This delay depends on the distance. This Baiju must have discovered my stronghold and stayed here and waited for me to appear. It seems that you are not the only one who cares about me, Nagato-jun. We handled it in a timely manner, and it has not yet delivered the information. Orochimaru dragged the fainting Baiju with his snake hand and walked into the stronghold. Nagato and Konan exchanged glances and nodded. Please add a lot of insurance here if the next conversation is leaked, it will not be a joke. Pen left the stronghold outside the stronghold and arranged the 5 seals of envelopes to directly turn this stronghold into a place that is isolated from the world. In the center of the stronghold, the dark candle light was filled with intricacies. After Orochimaru took his seat, he made seals with both hands. Goo 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 goo. Baiju emerged from the ground. This Baiju is the experimental subject provided to me by the Lord of Changmen. Nagato looked carefully and said, it looks no different from before. Orochimaru smiled and said, yes, I have hardly made any changes to the body. What I change is the soul. First of all, make sure that it is individually loyal to our position. This is the prerequisite for everything. The Baiju knelt on one knee towards Nagato, Sir Nagato, you are my respected master. Nagato looked at Orochimaru in surprise, what did you do? Orochimaru smiled and said, before defecting to Konoha, I had already mastered the art of reincarnation of the immortal land. In order to obtain a long life, it is necessary to study the soul. Based on this basis, I made some adjustments to the talisman that should have been applied to the reincarnation of the filthy land so that it can be applied to the living soul, and successfully rewritten the position of this Baiju. So that's the case. Nagato asked curiously, what is the relationship between it and the original Baiju? Baiju's intelligence is shared, so the individual betrayal should be exposed. Orochimaru did not rush to answer, but looked at the door and walked towards the pocket with a tea tray. The tea is delicious, so please try it for 2 people. Do first served tea for Orochimaru, then for Konan, and finally walked to Nagato and carefully picked up the tea bowl. Nagato noticed that Do's hands were trembling slightly. I was scared when I saw me. The youthful version of Do, it's so cute. Talk to him. Nagato smiled meaningfully, Duo, you didn't poison the tea, did you? Crack. Do was so scared that he shivered, and the tea bowl in his hand fell. He came to his senses and sweated coldly. "Chang, Lord Changman, I. Actually, even if you poison it, I can understand your motivation for doing so." As he said that, he reached out and took Xionan's cup of tea to himself, lowered his head and took a sip, and said, "Go, let's make another cup for you, Sister Nan." "Yes, yes." Do hurriedly cleaned up the teacup fragments on the ground and retreated in fear. Walking to the door, I leaned my back against the wall, looking at the pieces of the teacup, and fell into deep thought. As a versatile person, I actually showed flaws because of guilt. Is it because he defeated Lord Orochimaru that caused me too much shock, or is it that his strong man who would flatter me with an approachable attitude, which made me feel hesitant? Share. Suddenly, Orochimaru's pupils there appeared in his mind and murderous intent. "Do I don't allow such clever things to happen again." "Ah." Do sat under the wall, sweating all over his body, but then, he smiled relievedly. "Ha ha ha ha, it seems that my little thoughts can't be hidden from Lord Orochimaru's eyes. Forget it, since it's my favorite existence by Lord Orochimaru, I also want to see what kind of person is this Lord Nagato." Soon, I bought it back and brought the brewed new tea. "Sir Changman, Lord Xionan, I've just been rude, please use tea." Looking at the teacup in front of him, Xionan hesitated a little. Nagato smiled and said, "Drink, Xionan, this tea is good and has the effect of awakening the spirit." "Is this how?" Xionan picked up the teacup and tasted it. The sleepiness that had not been asleep for 3 days was immediately dispelled. Orochimaru smiled and said, "Through research, I found that Baiju communicates through his soul, and their souls have the same origin. I guess that the source is the Heterodes golem mentioned by Nagato. In the original work, infinite moon reading was lifted and the golem was sealed again, Baiju all died. Afei, who he liked quite a lot, also died in front of Yamato. If the soul comes from a golem, then it makes sense to bind its life to the state of the golem." Nagato put down the teacup and said, "No, let's continue." Orochimaru said, "The information exchange between Baiju is like an invisible information network. So, by adjusting the wavelength of the soul thought wave, encrypting it, and building an independent network, I wonder if I say this, is it a bit obscure and difficult to understand?" "No, it is not difficult to understand at all." Nagato from the third dimension instantly understood what Orochimaru wanted to express. If the communication and intelligence system of all Baiju is compared to the public network, then, the concept he mentioned just now is like the local network. Nagato glanced at the Baiju standing beside him. "Do you want to exclude this Baiju from the public network of all Baiju? In addition, you can build a private local network to cover up the fact that he has been betrayed. In this way, will other Baiju never notice it? I think it's still not safe." Public network, local network, Nagato-jun, you are really in a general way. Yes, if you extract from the public network, Baiju's subject will still notice clues, especially when insubmerged into combat. If the soul thought wave is not detected at close range, it will be exposed immediately. In addition, if we are independent from the public network, we cannot steal the enemy's intelligence in turn. This is also the problem I have focused on over these 3 days. It will not work if I exclude it from the public network. So I changed my mind and placed this individual in Baiju's public network. In order not to detect other Baiju, I need to send a false soul thought wave at all times to ensure that it is in the same frequency as all Baiju individuals, at least it seems to be in the same frequency." Nagato couldn't hide the shock in his heart and held the teacup tightly. This is fraudulent data packet. Sure enough, if Orochimaru gets serious, there will be nothing like the so-called Amato. This will ensure that this Baiju sneaked into Obito's base camp without being noticed. Orochimaru, you just said that there was almost no transformation of Baiju's body. This almost means, that is, there is still a transformation of the body, right? Yes. Orochimaru showed a charming smile. This is the real essence of my experiment. Next to the side of the Nagato, Baiju walked forward and placed his hand on the Baiju who had just captured outside the stronghold. The similar species touched by his hand will be assimilated, join our camp, and be pulled into the local network to transmit intelligence. Of course, only this Baiju mother can use this ability. Baiju, who was assimilated, woke up and bowed to the Nagato, Master Changman. Crack! Nagato clenched the teacup, his eyes unable to hide his excitement. Ha 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 ha, this is what it means, it is against Tiangang Obito. Chapter 46 Plan, what is the best? Orochimaru added with a smile, by the way, this ability of assimilation cannot be applied to the enemy Baiju's original. Baiju is transformed by the infinite moon reading humans. The so-called ontology is more appropriately defined, and it seems that it is more appropriate to call it the subject of consciousness. Orochimaru used the network to define Baiju's intelligence communication system, and the ontology is the terminal machine. Well, this thing doesn't matter. Baiju, who claims to be the original body, is nothing more than the guy with a huge barb under his crotch. Heiju shares the same body. Of course, he cannot touch the car, at least at this stage, he cannot, otherwise it is pure to find excitement. I just don't know if assimilation can work for Uzumaki Juzufii. If it works, Nagato really wants to remove it from Obito. He really likes Afe, so much that he wants to run with it and under the sky of Yuyan. Even if you like it, before Orochimaru developed this assimilation of Baiju, he didn't think about going to beat Afe after all. There is a secret between it and Obito. An inseparable connection. But now his concern for Afe was like the feeling of 3 meals a day, and it was out of control. The technical problem has been solved, and it is time for us to discuss how to complete the most critical step in the plan. As Nagato spoke, Yu Guang looked at Xionin with some scruples. Konan was not present at the scene when he had a secret conversation with Orochimaru that time. Afterwards, he roughly told Xionin what he wanted to do. But Xionin doesn't know some core issues yet. For example, Nagato's reincarnation eye was secretly implanted by Nagato when he was a child. For example, the man who called himself Marama had his real identity as Uchiha Obito. The amount of information is too large. Even if Konan accepts the facts, it involves how Nagato can know this. Facing Xionin, Nagato couldn't tell anything about Ihezi. But at this time, Xionin stood up and said, "Nakaman, this room is a bit dull. I want to go outside and walk around." Nagato was stunned and said, "I'll go there." Xionin's eyes turned slightly and looked at Orochimaru. "Okamaru, there is nothing shameful in your base, right?" "That's it." Orochimaru supported his cheek with one hand and smiled. "Does the experimental subject count?" Xionin glanced at him and said, "You mean human experiments, right?" "Oh, it seems that your teacher, Jiraiya, has said a lot about me." "Humph, is Xionin right? Can you let me praise you sincerely?" "What?" Orochimaru's palm passed through his hair and said sincerely, "The little girl back then, you really grew up to be a beautiful girl." "Thank you." Xionin replied coldly and walked out of the room. Orochimaru shrugged helplessly. "It seems that she was somewhat revenge on me in that incident back then." Xionin was not here. Nagato changed into a more arrogant sitting position, and supported his cheek with one hand and said, "You can't blame Xionin, Orochimaru, you took our lives as soon as you come. Although your starting point is to be compassionate, in the eyes of the children who live in troubled times, you are purely carrying the evil people." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Naaman, I am so moved that you can make such an objective evaluation of me." Listening to the two of them singing and talking together, they couldn't get rid of the pocket on the side. It turns out Lord Orochimaru and Lord Nagato had a connection very early. Also, they are actually disciples of Lord Jiraiya. Nagato said seriously, "Okay, let's get back to the point. There are still two major elements missing in the second body plan, the cells of the Hashirama on the golem of the heretic, and the last blood sample of Uchiha. Orochimaru corrected his sitting position and his voice became solemn. So, Nagato, can you finally announce it? What you like is the sample of the fifth eye. Nagato simply revealed the answer, Uchiha, Obito. Maniatoscope Sharingan, Divine Power. That is the ultimate that Maniatoscope can reach. Anyone who pursues the highest pupil power of Sharingan has no reason to exclude those eyes. Of course, in this vast ninja world, there are also a pair of eyes that have been sealed for 100 years. Uchiha Hiroshi, the Uchiha girl who was sealed by the Thousand Hand clan and Sarutobi clan in the Warden era because of her power, was sealed by the Thousand Hand clan and the Sarutobi clan. Her pupil power 8,000 spears, and those eyes were also a dreamy ability. However, just being an orphan who has experienced tragic experiences is too similar to his own experience in the three dimensions. Not to mention his strength, emotionally, he doesn't want to deprive Guang of his eyes. The pupil power of the 8,000 spear may not have to be obtained by me personally. One day in the future, I will lift the seal of light and strive to be my partner. Perhaps, it is not worse than the pupil power I personally control. Haha, maybe, the Maniad Sharingan that will be opened in the future in my second body is no worse than the 8,000 spears? Orochimaru smiled and said, sure enough, is it Obito? Nagato said, the cells of Hashima's artificial body will be sneaked back to Obito's nest by our two white Ju, number 0 and number 1, and act according to the opportunity. A Baiju squeaked, Sir Changman, who is number 0 and who is number 1? The other one also echoed, yes, 0 and 1, what is the difference between them? Nagato stared at the two of them and said blindly, who are you, who is here? The one on the left raised his hand and said, I was killed by Lord Nagato, who was ruthlessly beaten by the human world. The one on the right raised his hand and said, I am the one who was dragged in by Orochimaru with a snake. This Nagato couldn't mess with him anymore. You two, I'm so embarrassed. I treated you so rudely before. The two evil spirits set up pose in different ways. It doesn't matter, thanks to this we have become an alternative to Baiju. So, 1 and 0 need to be distinguished. Nagato looked at Baiju on the left and said, since you can assimilate, then you must be 0. Baiju on the right suddenly became depressed, I won't be assimilated, it's because I'm not worthy. Nagato comforted, no, 0 and 1 are just convenient to distinguish, and 0 represents the mother in biological terms, and 1 represents the master. In the future, if you have more companions, you will play the role of father. Oh, I am a father, and the individuals behind me are all my sons, right? Yes. Number 1 jumped up happily, Sir Nagato, I am willing to recognize you as my father. There's no need for this. Nagatoxin said, Zionin and I haven't had a baby yet, how can we recognize you as our son? Let's get back to the point again. Nagato said seriously, then, the biggest problem is, how to obtain Uchiha Obito's blood. Chapter 47 Plan, Pass. After thinking about it, I never thought of any good way. Go directly to Obito to take action? It's not impossible. A one-year agreement is not absolute depending on the situation. If you don't want to turn your back completely, just a little green tea in the name of competition, as long as you hurt Obito, you will have the chance to get blood. The question is, how will it end after that? A person who had sworn to say not long ago that he had nothing to do with him in a year suddenly wanted to discuss with him. What is the reason? I failed to successfully destroy Konoha that night, and wanted to confirm my shortcomings by fighting with him? That's really Chun criticized Obito as a fool. In the end, it won't end, it will also expose your existing trump card. It is most appropriate to solve the problem without the need for it. Uchiha Obito, there were scenes of bloodshed in battle in the past, and it was I just didn't know if that could work. After a long time, Nagato, who was thinking, finally raised his head and asked, Orochimaru, if it is blood that has been solidified for a long time, can it still be purified to effectively genetic material? Orochimaru raised his palm, gently held his chin, and pondered, Nay Menjun, I can only say that genetic material is far less fragile than you imagined. What, Obito, is there a similar blood sample left outside? Yes, in the Battle of Kamibuki, Obito was smashed half of his body by a huge rock. There may be a lot of blood residues on that stone, but it has been at least a year since that incident. I don't know if rain or something like that has had an impact on it. Maybe, Obito has cleared the stone, maybe it's possible. No, at this time, number 0 Baiju spoke, Obito has never returned to Kamibuki and specially dealt with that stone. After all, that stone is also buried under many rocks. It is not someone who knows him well and is also idle. Who would have thought of the idea of hitting that stone? That's it. Number 1 echoed, besides Obito has always regarded himself as Madara, and never thought that his true identity would be known. Orochimaru smiled and encouraged, that is to say, there is a place where you two are used. No, number 0 shook his palm and said, Kenwubi Bridge is already very close to the base camp. Otherwise, Obito would not have fallen into the spotted nest at that time. Number 1 said, my similar people in the enemy are everywhere. Even if you have tampered with me and 0, they cannot detect the fact that we have reversed, but if you do something strange to each other in person, it will also cause suspicion. At that time, there is no need for Obito to take action, and the same people will rush over and dismantle us. Yes, although they are the same type, they are never ruthless when necessary. We Baiju are such chess pieces that can be discarded at will. Nagato said, that's really not suitable for you to do this. You should concentrate on returning to the base camp and find a way to get the Hashima artificial cell on the golem of the heretics. No. 0 gave a thumbs up, we also have Hashirama cells on our bodies, although it is very inferior. If Lord Nagato doesn't dislike it, just use mine. Of course I dislike it, otherwise I would have to work so hard to tinker with these tricks. But Nagato replied with high emotional intelligence, oh, you are all my important subordinates, how can I make you hurt your muscles? 0 cried directly, with you Lord Nagato, you are so gentle. 1 also made a statement directly, even if I am crushed to pieces, I will remove the entire Hashima man-made body from the golem and transport it to you. Nagato turned his eyes to Orochimaru. He should check the technical matters. Whether it is necessary to remove the whole thing depends on his opinion. After thinking about it, Orochimaru said, a little bit is enough. The most important thing about cells is not quantity, but purity. As long as there are a few high-purity cells, I can culture and proliferate. Besides, I don't think that you can still return to me and Nagato and I alive after removing the entire body of Hashimama. Doing so is to protect yourself, right? Is it a little enough? Then the difficulty of the old nest task seems to be unbelievable. Nagato said, 0, 1 although the mission is important, you must live, do you understand? He said in his heart, especially you 0. Your assimilation ability will have crucial strategic significance in the future. Sir Nagato, we promise to complete the task. After saluting number 0 and number 1, they both sneaked into the ground. After the two chattering treasures left, the room returned to quiet again. Nagato, Orochimaru, and pharmacist Dora, all three were pondering. In the end, Orochimaru broke the silence. Zhang Menjun, what are you there on the other side of Shinwupi Bridge, what are you planning? Xiao Nan and I must not appear there, let alone dig the stone. Nagato said firmly in a low voice. That is, he tore off Obito's bloody mask from the air and tramples on his face. Orochimaru's vertical eyes also lowered, just as he was thinking about how to speak. Let me go. After entering the core issue, the pharmacist who had been silent spoke. Nagato looked at Doru deeply, Duo, don't take on the job easily. Do you know what you are going to face? Pushing his finger to his glasses, he said in his quiet voice, I know, once I enter Baiju's sight, that guy will use his pupil technique called Shinwei to instantly come to me, right? Then, my life will be. Nagato said without hesitation, it may be light to take your life directly. What if he uses the Sharingan to let you reveal information? Everything about me will be out of order. This time, Do faced his gaze and said, Mr. Nagato, I am frank, this is an objective risk you must bear. I can only guarantee that I will do my best to stop it before he gets my intelligence. Hearing Do's answer, Nagato smiled and smiled sincerely, You can't die, Do, you forgot, have I asked you for your business? Pharmacist Dora was stunned for a moment, and recalled the instructions Nagato had given him that day. This is also another purpose of me, to turn this pair of reincarnation eyes that did not belong to me into the body of Nakaman that truly belonged to me, Nagato. So, is that serious? Nagato, this existence that even Lord Orochimaru is rushing to, really trusts me so much, and does not hesitate to hand over such an important mission to me. It turns out Do didn't take that seriously before this. This really made him a little flattered. After thinking carefully, Nagato said, Orochimaru, if you really want to take the bag, just give him an insurance policy as I will say next. Chapter 48 The action begins. Deep underground, in the dark nest, the heretic golem stands solemnly. In the open space under the golem, Baiju and others were playing. At this time, a conspicuous bag suggested, Nah, let's play the ghost game. After the ghost catches the other party, throw it out, and the other party will become a new ghost. Another Jew echoed, Hey, that sounds very interesting. The question is, who will be the first ghost? He, let the guy who came up with this proposal come on. Just do it like that. As soon as it finished speaking, the conspicuous bag had already put his hands on its shoulders. Honey. Everything has changed, but it looks like it seems to have not changed again. Now, you are the number 2 ghost, please. Haha. See the trick. Everyone chased each other, and the fun was very lively. Obito was wearing afe, sitting on Madara's bench, with his hands on the backrest, curling his eyes in his holes, looking at Baiju who was playing, and said helplessly, as always, it's a group of noisy guys. In front of him, Baiju's original body, that is, the one with a giant barb under his crotch. Of course Heiju and him are also one. Baiju said, You asked one of my clones to stay to monitor Orochimaru's stronghold in Tanomiya. Why did you suddenly think about that disgusting guy Orochimaru? Obito withdrew his gaze that looked at funny Baiju and his face lowered. On the night when Nagato attacked Konoha, he used the 6 paths of the Rinnegan's Rinpoche to manipulate some puppet actions. The appearance of one of the puppets made me very concerned. Baiju said, Oh? What kind of guy is he? Obito recalled the man who fell next to the masked woman that night, that is Penshura. He said in a low voice, if I read it correctly, it was the 3rd generation of Feng Ying from Sandun. In the information, it was the scorpion who killed him and turned into a human puppet. It should be something that was scorpion, but it was obtained by Nagato, at least it proved that they had contacted it and something happened. Baiju nodded, well, it's true, but what does that have to do with Orochimaru? Obito said, Scorpion has been secretly investigating Orochimaru's whereabouts. Nagato and Scorpion have a relationship, which doesn't matter, but if using Scorpion as a bond and having a relationship with Orochimaru, then the problem will be big. Baiju's head tilted, it's not me that I said, you're thinking too much about this. Obito said, even if I think too much, I have to worry more. Nagato is a descendant of Jian Shao and has the orthodox Uzumaki bloodline. The experiments Orochimaru have been conducting for many years coincide with the characteristics of Nagato. If they have contact, the factual risks are discussed separately, at least the potential risks exist. Baiju spread his hands and said, if Nagato becomes stronger because of this, will it be more beneficial to us? Hunting of tailed beasts can be smoother, and the natural art of reincarnation can also be stimulated earlier. The progress of the Moon Eye plan will be greatly accelerated. Maybe so, the stronger he becomes, the better. Obito's eyes darkened, but the premise is that his power cannot exceed my control. For us, the reincarnation eye is a double-edged sword. If he has a strange intention, it depends on mine. If the power cannot suppress him, he will be completely passive. So, this year, I can let Nagato go anywhere, and even accused of not being in my sight, but only Orochimaru. I don't want Nagato to have any intersection with him, at least, an intersection outside my monitoring range. Baiju scratched his head and said, so that's true, it makes sense, but now we cannot monitor him openly, because his reincarnation eye can easily discover our existence. Obito said, if you can't monitor Nagato, just monitor Orochimaru. Not only the country of Tatsuo, but also all the strongholds we know will send surveillance eyeliners. In addition, expand the search scope and find out the strongholds that we did not find as soon as possible. Once I witnessed Orochimaru's appearance, I will take action myself and wipe him out first. Boom! At this time, a Baiju was thrown out by a ghost and hit the heretic golem. Idiot, now you have become a ghost, come and catch us. The Baiju, who turned into a ghost, smiled and said, ha ha ha, I'm a little tired of playing the ghost game. Let's play hide-and-seek game. Gu. As he said that, it sneaked into the golem and swim inside it. Haha, you guy is so stupid. We can perceive each other. Is it meaningful to play hide-and-seek? No matter it, let's continue playing with ghosts, this time it's my turn to be a ghost. Obito said, Ju, what kind of crazy did your clone do you do today? Baiju, who was swimming on the golem, came to the side of Hashimama's artificial body and began to pull it. Baiju's original body stepped forward and said, hey, clone, no matter how much you make a fuss, you can't break that, this is related to our existence. The clone stopped, of course I know that it was Madara who cultivated this with a golem that got us byproducts, right? Baiju's original body said, just no, stay away from that. Okay. Baiju began to stay away. Wait. At this time, Obito's eyes looked at Hashimama's body quietly, and suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. He stood up from his seat and said, get down, I have something to ask you. Swish. His somewhat dull tone made the chattering Baiju stop in the open space. Baiju, who was hanging on the golem, looked a little sleepy. Are you talking about me, Obito? Come down and let me take a closer look at you. This Baiju is almost crazy. Because it is number 1. And at this moment, it was holding a small piece of meat from Hashima's body. Am I too rushed? During the 7 days I came back, Obito, who should have gone to Konoha every day, never left this base. I took the risk. Sure enough, it was too risky to do this under his nose. What to do? I am about to be discovered. How should I explain my behavior just now? Did you get it accidentally? What should he do when he uses the Sharingan to investigate me? It was almost desperate. Sorry Lord Nagato, I might be messing up. Boom. At this moment, a Baiju emerged from the mountain wall and shouted anxiously. Hey! Obito, there is a situation, an amazing situation. In the area of Kamibuki, I found a guy named Dorosatsu in the area of Kamibuki. I was looking for something sneakily. You said it was a coincidence that it was where you were hit by a stone back then. Click. In the white hole, a terrifying faint light suddenly burst out from the blood-colored pupils. I'll go kill him. Chapter 49, Frightened, my flesh thumped. Time goes forward for half an hour. He was wearing a black robe and his hood covered his face and walked on a ruin. This is the ruins of Shenwubai Bridge, not perhaps it is more appropriate to call it the ruins of Shenwubai Bridge. During the Third Ninja World War, in order to cut off Iwaki's supply route, the Minato team eventually destroyed the place. While walking, the map slowly expanded, and the red circle marked on the map was the cave that Obito was attacked. The triangular marking area near the cave is the dormant nest of Uchihamadara in the past, and it is also the base camp of Obito today. In the world-weary novel, Transfer Site 1, 994-4. Day. Do stopped, pushed his fingers to the bridge of his nose, slowly raised his eyes, looking at the large stone ruins made of countless gravels in front of him. This is originally a cave. In the late stage of the Battle of Kenmubi Bridge, Obito and Kakashi joined forces to break in during the mission of rescuing Nohara Rin. The rescue was successful, but they hit the trap of Iwaki Nakake's fire. The other party used earth escape and the rock house collapsed, causing the rocks in the cave to collapse. In order to rescue Kakashi, Obito pushed him out with all his strength, and he was crushed by the huge rock and almost died. After that, more rocky rains fell, burying the huge rock, along with the soil, under a deeper soil layer. The mission of this trip is to find the huge rocks that were pressing against the doi soil from under these rocks and extract the possible remaining blood on them. Yes, it's just possible residual. Moreover, when approaching Obito's nest, the movement of breaking the ground will definitely attract Baiju's spy. What is waiting for the pocket will be a decisive battle. Perhaps I have already entered Baiju's surveillance at this moment. Be sure to be fast. Start now, every second is a matter of time. After the pharmacist squatted, he formed seals with his hands and slapped on the ground. After volunteering to take on this mission, he prepared for 7 days and 7 nights. I learned the earth escape ninjutsu that he was not good at in the past. Earth escape and broken rock peeling. This earth escape technique can be used to quickly peel off broken rocks on the surface of the land, and is suitable for excavation work on special terrain. With this technique, you can quickly find a large rock buried under it from the stone ruins that you can't start. Boom! Amid the roar, countless gravels moved in all directions, and the terrain sank, just like big waves washing sand, and the stone ruins turned into a deep pit. Time is tight, and Do didn't even dare to move his eyes to confirm whether the movement just now had attracted the attention of the spy. He jumped out of the pit. In front of him were more than a dozen large rocks of similar size. In a hurry, he could not determine which one was the earth-pressing stone. Fortunately, before departure, Nagato and Orochimaru had already made hypothetical previews on all possible situations that might have encountered during this trip. The situation in front of you is still expected. Squeeze. Under the sleeves, dozens of white snakes fell, shuttled among the stones, sniffing the snake's letter, and began to search for traces of blood. What Do feared the most was that there was no blood from Obito among these stones. Fortunately, I didn't make a mistake in such a place. The little snakes stayed next to a stone. Is that peace? Do quickly rushed to the rock, took out the scroll from his arms, unfolded it, bit his finger, took out a scroll, and began to outline the technique. Thanks to Lord Orochimaru, who has been experiencing forbidden techniques for many years, and even learned this unpopular sealing technique. After the operation was completed, his hands formed a seal. Blood seal. Size. The texture of the technique spreads from the scroll and penetrates into the cracks of the rocks. During the return flow, the blood at the bottom of the rock was extracted and sealed. And above his head, the alarmed Baiju were already watching his actions. Hey, that guy, isn't that guy a spy under Danzo? Later it was said that he was conquered by Orochimaru. What is he doing? Isn't that the place where Obito was buried back then? What a big deal is not good, go and tell Obito about this. Size. The texture of the technique completely flows back into the scroll. Holding the scroll and pushing the glasses, a relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Things are much smoother than I thought, so. That's fine, I'll go back and have a job with Orochimaru, right? The cold words exploded with the mysterious vortex. A murderous white hand grabbed Xiang Dou. Duo reacted quickly, while protecting the scroll, he used his other hand to condense the chakra scalpel and slashed the visitor. Whoosh! However, his attack penetrated through the figure of the person in front of him. What? Dou was shocked. Click! The next second his hand protecting the scroll was already ruthlessly pulled off by the other party with brute force. Obito took the scroll from the broken hand, and then, like garbage, threw away the broken hand of the bun. Ah! The blue of the chakra scalpel turned into a medical ninjutsu and hemostatic green light, and began to deal with the urgent need to stop bleeding by cutting off the hand. At the same time, he was afraid of the person coming and asked in surprise, "Who are you? You are not worthy of asking me a question." Obito coldly raised the blood-sealing scroll in his hand. "Pharmacist, answer me, Orochimaru ordered you to come here." Deo was even more shocked. "You actually know that I am Lord Orochimaru? Answer me. Don't think about it." Boom! Obito's figure was like a storm. "Then let's use Sharingan's illusion to let you explain it truthfully." "Must be sure." Catch up. Do raised his hand and began to make seals. Crack! His man was raised coldly into the air by Obito with one hand. In the hole, the Sharingan faced Do's pupils with an invading sight. Illusion Sharingan. Doja Ian's hand drooped down weakly, and his eyes lost their focus. Obito asked coldly, "Orochimaru, where is it now?" Tianziguo stronghold. No. This is different from the preview. On the other side, the stronghold of Tianyu Kingdom, looking at the scene on the crystal ball, Orochimaru stood up with a bang. Do is already trapped in illusion. Nagato Jun immediately used the psychic technique of the beast's path to recall him. A cold sweat broke out on Nagato's face, and his heart was already in his throat. Orochimaru urged, "Name Jun." Nagato clenched his fists hard and said in a deep voice, "No, wait a little longer." Obito's shouting sounded again, "Why did I send Baiju to monitor the place without sending back the information about his stronghold in Tianzi Kingdom?" Pharmacist said dumbly, "Because Baiju who was monitoring there has been given to him by Orochimaru." Chapter 50 Thrilling. Kill it 4. Do's voice fell. Thousands of miles away, Nagato and Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Deo was not really trapped in Obito's illusion. The insurance method he gave him in advance seemed to have worked. Soon, the hearts of the two men were raised again. Because, this does not mean has been successful. Is it true? Obito condensed his mind and asked again, "Orochimaru, why are you sent to get these blood?" Pharmacist Deo said, "Uchiha, Obito, the body Konoha was not found." Orochimaru doubted that he, still, lives in this world, wants, uses, finds his blood, and tries the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. In an instant Obito's face was covered by white vines, and cold sweat broke out. He knew very well if this blood was really taken back, it would be used for reincarnation by Orochimaru. That result it must be the failure to reincarnate in the filthy land. In that case, even if he is still alive in the world, he will definitely be in the Dabai ninja realm. The murderous intent brewed in the trembling pupils. But Obito still had questions in his heart, and he asked in a low voice. Uchiha Obito is just a silly chunin during the ninja war. Why did Orochimaru focus on him? Pharmacist Dog said, "Eyes, Uchiha the power of the pupil, Orochimaru, are pursuing. But at the moment, his hand cannot be stretched Koha, Uchiha clan, so he retreats." Obito interrupted coldly, "So, let's settle for the second best, and have a plan to get the undead of Uchiha." "Yes." Crack. The moment the word Do was said, Obito's right arm burst into his cutting wood through his body. Blood instantly dissipated the earth. Obito threw away Do's body, and the flames ignited in his hand burned the blood-crossing scroll to pieces. Tanano country, it seems it cannot be delayed. Orochimaru must be removed immediately. Two Baiju spring out of the ground, one of them said, "Are you going?" Tien Nobuna, although you have left a time-space mark, it seems that it is still a little far from Orochimaru's stronghold. Obito said coldly, "It doesn't matter. Even if it's a second earlier, I can't wait to let Orochimaru disappear into this world." Baiju glanced at the corpse on the ground. Can this guy's corpse be enjoyed? Whatever. Swish. After saying that, Obito escaped into the vortex of divine power. Looking at the corpse of the pharmacist Do, Baiju had a slurred saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth. Just as it bent down and was about to enjoy the food. But I found Do's body turned into a blurry shadow and disappeared. What? Crack. The next second, a blue-covered palm ruthlessly penetrated his chest. Ah! Before his death, Baiju's pupils glanced at him Do, and he was standing behind him alive. This is really a hell. This Baiju didn't even understand until his death, how could this happen, but it had already passed the information to his fellow people. Damn guy! I really think we are soft persimmons, right? Come on your life! A large number of Baiju emerged on the ground. Endo decisively held another Baiju beside him and ran towards the forest. At the armpit of his right arm, the hidden perception of the seal burned to ashes, and the Sharingan hidden there was closed. He glanced at the left hand on the ground. The injuries I suffered before the seal can't recover. Yes, Izanagi, it was Nagato who suggested that Orochimaru would be injured. Time, back to 7 days ago. Izanagi, Uchiha's forbidden technique, can all be eliminated from the moment it is launched to the end of the duration, and other negative factors such as injury and death. Oh? I really didn't expect that Nagato-jun also knew the taboo technique of Uchiha. Orochimaru, Sharingan, do you have a ready-made one on hand? Yes, in my early years, I joined NE and dealt with Danzo with the purpose of using each other. Before the Battle of Kikyo Mountain was over, Danzo secretly recovered the bodies of the fallen Uchiha tribe and took away their Sharingan. Then he suggested that he wanted me to transplant these eyes and Hashirama's cells to achieve Izanagi's forbidden technique for him. Picture later. Danzo, who recruited Dokamai during the orphanage, had a ribbon tied to his right eye and arm. At that time, Orochimaru was still working for the root and did not defect to Konoha, which means that Danzo had been involved in Izanagi for a long time. Izanagi is a consumable. Over the years, Danzo consumed a lot of it, and it did not conflict with the eyes that later took Uchiha's extermination. I promised Danzang because I was also curious about the truth behind the forbidden technique. I thought to use Danzang as the experimental subject to obtain some experimental data about the technique. Of course, it was paid. I collected half of Danzang's Sharingan as a reward for helping him. After saying that, Orochimaru's face was slightly lowered, but Deo is not a member of the Uchiha tribe. If he wants to launch Izanagi, he will definitely need the power of Kishou and Uchiha, both sides. In other words, the Samima cells must be transplanted. Even if the existing Samima cells on my hand are not purified, the burden is not something he can easily bear. Nagato said firmly, believe in Do, he can do it. At that time, Do looked at him in surprise, with almost no reason to believe his Nagato. Back to the present. Orochimaru smiled sincerely and said, Namen, as you think, he did it. You know the potential of this child better than me. Nagato did not comment. Running. Do said to Baiju, who was held hostage by him, you are number 0 or number 1, right? Na Baiju said, yes, I am no one. Do pondered, why are you here? Don't you have another mission? Number 1 said, the cells of Hashima's artificial body have been obtained, but I have also become Obito's suspicion. Fortunately, you were discovered by my kind in time and diverted Obito's attention, otherwise the designation would be over. Where are Hashima's artificial cells? Here. Number 1. Put the piece of meat in your hand into your pocket. Your scroll with Obito blood will not be really destroyed, right? Deo said, of course not. I have dropped the bag. What Obito got is fake. Number 1 said, I'm convinced. The drama you're acting is so realistic. You've actually explained Orochimaru's location at this moment. I didn't say that at that time, it was impossible to deceive him. Responding to the situation is a necessary quality for a spy. Number 1 said, it's amazing, I got everything. Don't you just let Lord Nagato and let you psychic away. The pharmacist glanced at Baiju who was chasing him reluctantly. No, if Obito is familiar with the ability of the same aura, he will go back directly. He will not be able to think of it afterwards. Lord Nagato was also involved in this matter, so the moment of psychic communication, he must avoid all Baiju's eyeliners. Is that true? No one's eyes drooped. Do, the forest at 6 o'clock is the blind spot for the same people at this moment. Ah, is it going at 6 o'clock? I understand. I'll put you down now and rush over at full speed. One said in a low voice, no, you can't just let me go. Do was stunned. What? Suspicious behavior will only attract more suspicion from Obito. Now you kill me, it is a wise choice. But I've been suspected of it. Obito came back to his senses and would definitely deal with me. Die here is my best destination. Let's do it, and be more scrupulous. By the way, after I got back, I had something to say to Lord Nagato for me. Number 1 showed a farewell smile. Thank him, I can feel that although he has used us, deep down, he does not completely treat us Baiju as pawns. He only spends a few moments together, but he is really happy. I hope he can treat my kindness in the future. Ah, I can do it. Do gritted his teeth, and at the moment he released number 1, he chakra scalpel wiped his throat. One's corpse flew backwards and fell in front of his fellow people. Bastard! Taking advantage of their slow pace, they rushed to the woods at 6 o'clock and disappeared into the gaze of Baiju's clone. It's now, Mr. Changman. Ah, I understand. The psychic technique. At the same time, Uchiha Obito, the hinterland of Tano country, was rushing towards Orochimaru's stronghold.